was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best-of-5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rainbow Six SA Nationals, presented to you by the Esports Club, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotag Gaming. And of course, our broadcast partner, as always, will be Loco. It's going to be your boy Aggressive here on the hot desk with CCB on my side. He's a little bit under the weather, but you know what's not under the weather? The matchups that we have for you in store today. Because honestly speaking, these matchups have got to be one of the closest, plus also one of the most important for a couple of these teams, because a lot of them still haven't really gotten onto the board as much. And this is their final opportunity to do so, to get a chunk of the prize. Well, first place gets 5,000. I nearly said 50,000. Now that would be a massive prize pool for Siege. That would maybe what?
Oh, but yeah, I'm for now. We've got $5,000 up for offer. Second place they'll be getting $3,000. Third place they'll be getting 1,000, and of course so on and so forth. The thing and theme being here is that if as a roster you've made it to the nationals, you will not be going home empty-handed. You will be getting something. Fourth place $700. Fifth and sixth $250. Seventh and $850. And then of course we have the prize not for the highest on offer, but still all the glory associated to it definitely is going to be putting you at a higher rank in the overall community. It's the most valuable player of the nationals who shall be going home with $500. But in order to get that, you need to have the best performance out of everyone, out of all of the teams, and that right there will be saying something once we see who the most valuable player of course will be. But right now, we can also talk about the teams that are participating, the teams that we have been seeing for the past couple of days, the teams that have become familiar to all of us viewers in South Asia thanks to the Pro Series and the 3 editions we have had. We have Won't Stop Peaking, Shaheens, MercenarieZ, Hunters LFO, Team UWU, KIRA Esports, Militant Esports, and finally Team Phalanx to be playing in the South Asian Nationals.
It's just going to get a lot more interesting. Shaheens just absolutely dominating their peers when it comes down to the raw aggression that they're showing. They're the only ones that are going toe-to-toe with the Hunters on the side. But for MercenarieZ and UWU here, the first initial game of today, it's going to be interesting to say the very least, because both of these teams, they just are having a pretty rocky start. MercenarieZ, they're getting there. They're incredible when it comes down to their individual play. They're having problems coming together as a squad. But for Team UWU, we talked about this before when we were having our own little conversation, that UWU just has not been performing both on the team level and also on the individual level.
Yeah, that is true. Team UWU, their performance in the fall edition of the Pro Series was looking a lot more interesting and a lot more potential. Right now, they are in one of those dips, but they'd like to recover from that as soon as possible. And sadly for them, this may just be their breaking point. If they don't, at the very least, get a map here, or of course, they need a victory against MRCZ, they may be seeing themselves not being able to qualify for the playoffs later on in the stages. They don't have many matches remaining. This is going to be their fourth matchup overall, still at the bottom of the table, still pointless. They've got to make sure they get some points. They've got to make sure something gets added to their tally. As for MRCZ, yet again, these guys are looking confident. The only problem for MercenarieZ is going to be kind of like yesterday when we saw them up against Phalanx. They don't have their complete roster right now. I believe Hasib yet again is will be subbed out today, but again we'll talk about the game more in detail, of course, when we have more details and when we bring that up. Right now we have the overall matchups of the day, and I think the second game, Aggressive, is going to be so much more entertaining and a lot more packed with firepower, considering the two rosters and especially their play styles.
I'm kind of surprised at one particular thing. When it comes down to Won't Stop Peaking, did you expect them to reach this far, to have such a dominating run? No one did, to be honest. Up against the Hunters, they got pretty close to beating them on one particular map, but
Yeah.
the matches were really close. Each and every round was down to the wire, but when it came down to closing out around Won't Stop Peaking, we're not able to do it. Now, Won't Stop Peaking are here to mean business and to take down the Shaheens today after the first initial set. Just imagine the situation of what could happen. What a massive upset it would be if Won't Stop Peaking came out of absolutely nowhere. A team that we always spoke highly about when it comes down to the individual skill and the way they can clutch out rounds if they're maybe in a 2 versus 3 or a 2 versus 4 situation. That's the side of Won't Stop Peaking. They played 3 of their matches. They already won out on 2. They have 4 points. The only one match that they did lose on was against Hunters. And that's it. Shaheens, they're also on the same boat. So both of these teams, they're going undefeated when it comes down to most of their matches. But now, it's where we're going to be separating the pack. Will the Shaheens be able to take them down? We're going to find that out soon enough because MercenarieZ versus Team UWU, they have our highlights now. Primarily, MercenarieZ, they have played 3 matches. They've won out on 2. While on the other side of the spectrum, Team UWU, they haven't won a single match. Their confidence has to be low in this situation, but I'm really hoping that the team morale coming in from the IGL, of course, can just bring the team together and say that, hey, we're down bad. There's only 4 more matches to go, but if you're able to take at the bare minimum of 1 point or even take a 2-0 victory, shutting down MercenarieZ from even getting a single point, then that's our win. Because then MercenarieZ, they need to be scrambling around. Their top 4 position could just get stolen away from them at any second if they don't get that 1.
Absolutely. So now that we know, exactly what Team UWU will be looking for to try and damage MercenarieZ' chance of qualifying, and of course, exhibit their own play style and exhibit their own chances of qualifying themselves. Let's have a look at the veto and let's exactly see where shall these fights be going. Villa picked up by MercenarieZ first makes sense. Oregon chosen by Team UWU, that we will indeed talk a lot about later, and as long as it's confirmed, we will indeed be seeing Oregon at the very least. And then the decider map of Bank. So we'd like to see what maps are banned out by these guys. And okay. Clubhouse being banned by Team UWU, first choice, absolute. I mean, again, that's a no-brainer, right? You're up against MercenarieZ, you just like to get rid of it. Well and good. Border taken off by Border being taken off by MRCZ as well makes sense considering Team UWU. These guys have had some winning. These guys have had some victories. Yeah, I remember in the fall edition of the Pro Series as well, they went up here against Hunters and almost defeated them, went to overtime. Again, it was a very, very close match. Chalet, Theme Park Cafe, and finally Skyscraper being banned by MRCZ. So this is the one change we're going to be seeing. That final ban is going to be Skyscraper, which means Bank shall be the decider. And I'm not going to lie, I just hope we get to see Bank. To me, it's not, again, personally, it doesn't matter which team wins as long as we get to see this map.
Bank is one of those maps that none of the members of the community really enjoys. I don't know about UCCP, but whenever I get Bank in my competitive matches, everyone is synonymous, saying in all chat, just ban Bank. No one wants to touch this map at all. And it's understandable because the way that this map plays, it doesn't feel proper. There's way too many lines of sight for you to consider. Most of the time, if you're playing on the roam, it's pretty dangerous because the attackers have so many different lines of sight that they can play around with. And if you're not careful, if you don't have any form of information when you're playing the map of Bank, it can be completely attacked. It's one of the hardest maps to hold on the defense, in my opinion, if the attackers are competent enough to clear out most of the angles. Because if the roamers get cleared out pretty quickly, they all hunker down into the site, you're just done for. Unless a roamer guarantees 1 or 2 kills, you just cannot win a single defensive round.
Absolutely. So now that we move on, okay, yeah, Bank is going to be of importance as well. But then again, like you talked about, Oregon is there and it is going to be seen at the very least. Team UWU have chosen it, but this also brings multiple questions alongside it. The biggest one being, are they ready to face? Which brings us to our next question. Because of the fact that MercenarieZ, they have a lot more experience, and also because of the fact that Team UWU's, stay in the national so far hasn't been the kindest to them. are they still ready to take up their chances on this map, or have they made a mistake? Should they have gone somewhere else? Because the first map, let's be honest, MRCZ have picked it for a reason. It's looking very, very strong. Yes, UWU will definitely get some rounds. It's not going to be stomped over, but just because of how these past few matches have been going for both of these rosters respectively, I gotta say MRCZ have a slight advantage on map 1. On Oregon, okay, UWU definitely have my curiosity, and the air of mystery is held around the entire map, and you're not really sure how it's going to proceed. But the end, is it going to be optimal or optimistic for Team UWU? Big question. So yeah, there is that chance Team UWU stun and shock everyone, win out the map of Oregon, send us to bank, and maybe they can win the BO3. Yes, it is possible, but is it likely? For now, not entirely. It can happen yet again, but it's not the biggest. It's not the biggest outlier. Regardless of that, still for UWU, this is a must-win. These guys need to register a point at the very least, or at this point, they need to win the BO3. Things are getting desperate for them. Time is running out. Matches are taking place day in, day out. Of course, after today, all the people watching, we here, the Esports Club, will be taking a small break. Matches for the South Asia Nationals will be resuming 26th onwards. So yeah, make sure you're following us on socials as well to stay updated with our schedule and with which matches will be taking place later. But yeah, today with the matches still being there, point being, Team UWU need to get a move on, plain and simple.
Unless they do get that move, they're not going to qualify at all. The team's just been not looking good. You can't sugarcoat this at all. I don't know what happened to UWU, because when it came down to the fall edition, they were in trouble. I was so surprised. He just came out of absolutely nowhere. All of the veterans from back in the day, people from Gamers Inc. to get it as well. We have players like Ragnarok, who pretty much terrorized the scene a couple of years ago. Now to get performances like this, it just doesn't make any sense, because the team is so good on paper. They have the experience. They know exactly how to play the tournaments, but up against the players that have been keeping up with the times, who have already adapted to the new style of Siege. Before, it was the 30-second meta. It was the 30-second meta for almost, 4-5 years that we have lived in the 30-second meta.
Long while.
And now things are a lot more different. You have dynamics in the way that you can approach the entirety of Siege. It's no longer the 30 seconds. Normally, now in Siege, if you push in the last 30 seconds, you'll almost guarantee the loss, because the defenders will still have enough utility to play it properly. You need to play with time, and you need to use your time as a resource instead of just running down the clock just so you can clear out some utility. Siege has evolved, and I do believe that the evolution of the players are just a lot more slower if you're coming back to the game. That could be one of the main reasons why UWU are having such a hard time trying to play around and try to win against a lot of these teams. But then again, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that UWU, this is their opportunity to shine, but they need to be a lot more creative going up against mercenaries. If they go in for the same strategies that they normally do, I don't believe they're going to be able to pull a miracle off.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, again, right, for the side of Team UWU, and I can even wrap up, Militant Esports, that these guys, whenever they are given a defense on a particular map, one of the matches that I still remember was when Team UWU faced off against Won't Stop Peaking, and it was the map of Chalet. What these guys tend to do, and what these guys, keep on repeating, is the same bomb site on defense, the same objective, even if they are losing. Again, theoretically, that in of itself is not completely wrong. There are two methods of thought, there are two trains of thought. One is either you keep the same bomb site, change what went wrong, and then try to take the win there, or you do something different and you constantly keep on changing it, and you constantly move around and mash up the bomb sites and add variety to it, confuse your attackers. Yesterday, we saw from Militant Esports, these guys were changing stuff up pretty frequently, and that too on Chalet as well, right? They were losing out on bar and gaming. Okay, instantly we go to kitchen and dining. Lose there, go to second floor office and bedroom. They weren't looking to keep it standard. For Team UWU, we haven't seen that so far. They need to incorporate that change, because even if they go to the same bomb site, they're still keeping things pretty similar. They're not changing their setup, their operator composition, the way in which they're changing their defense setup as well, where they're placing the utility. They're just keeping everything same, hoping this time the kills go their way, which just unfortunately is the wrong method of thinking. So that's what Team UWU have got to focus on. They've got to make sure at this time it's a lot more dynamic, especially against MRCZ, a very experienced roster that, sure, okay, yeah, they've had the latest edition, then will be playing in their roster, but still that means the fact that you've got to move on forward, and you have an opponent who will like do whatever it takes to counter-strat your team and your strategies live in the server.
That's for certain. It's gonna be tough for pretty much a lot of these teams to rise up to the challenge. Mercenaries, they have been improving throughout this entire tournament, so that's the plus point for that particular squad. They had a rocky start, but they were still able to retaliate and keep the momentum going in their favor. While on the other side, we have Team UWU that just haven't been showing signs of improvement throughout their matches, so it's going to be pretty tough. And again, sorry for the delays, ladies and gentlemen. The teams are getting prepped up and ready. We're going to be jumping on down over in towards the games. Don't worry about that. But for the way that UWU have been playing, I want to see a lot more interesting bans. You cannot tell me that going in for the same bans of maybe a Thatcher, a Jackal, Valkyrie, it's going to work here. No, it just won't. Villa is one of those maps that has a lot of very interesting bans that you can do. And I'm hoping that for Team UWU, they ban out the Flores. If you ban the Flores, that's a pretty big hit. Plus, if you have the Thatcher, so if you have a Thatcher in hand, the thing is, how much value does a Thatcher get here on the map of Villa?
Yeah, see, that's the thing about Villa is that, okay, yes, Hard Breach is pretty involved for majority of the bomb sites, right? You need to breach the statuary wall on Statuary Trophy, you need to breach the office wall or vault on Games Room and Aviator, depending on where you're attacking from. But it's not the major necessity. If Thatcher is banned, most likely Team UWU, considering these guys are the ones on attack first, they should be banning an anti-breacher on defense, a Cade, a Bandit. Rather, no, they're playing the information game. Osa and Valkyrie are going to be the two bans for the side of Team UWU. And we can have a look at the rosters as well. For MRCZ, yet again, like yesterday, Hasib unfortunately will not be playing. Instead, Ashrit will be subbing in, who is their analyst, their coach, and yeah, again, resident mercenaries, poster boy who he has become. We saw the MRCZ interviews as well on social media. I believe they have been uploaded. If they haven't been, again, make sure everyone watching follow the Esports Club on all our socials, follow R6 Esports SA on our socials, on our Twitter as well, so that you do not miss out. But now that we are into the game, Mira off the board, Thatcher's there, MRCZ's roster is here, Team UWU rosters is 80% here, sadly.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
But
as they can.
the show has to go on. The player cannot make it. Not much that we can do. We gave them delays. We gave them the time zone. But if it can't happen, it can. Seems as though power cut issues will always be present. Not much that we can do about it. But for Team UWU, even in a 4 versus 5 situation, I have some hope that they can really make something happen. Glass getting picked up by Dagger? Okay, now that would have been interesting if I did see a Glass coming into play.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Looking back though, the way that UWU can play it and possibly win it out really will depend.
Attackers are
on the
moving out to
strategy
locate
they
a bomb
have.
and defuse it.
Picking up the Flores is pretty smart because they want to take down as many shields as they possibly can, but it's only just one. And the Goyo is just going to be chilling down with a C4 in hand. Just to wait it out and see, because Kano, he made a little bit of noise. Mercenaries, they have an idea of what to expect.
Yep. Yeah, again, the defenders, they're just waiting and watching. And again, for the side of MRCZ, these guys, they mainly just have to hold their angles, right? Nothing in particular needs to happen from their end. Of course, we know it's MRCZ. These guys aren't always going to stay calm, but yeah, you never really know. If they want to play that passive playstyle, especially now more than ever, considering Team UWU have that 4v5, they can. So with all that being said and done, right now we can see that okay, even Taha isn't playing for MRCZ. It's Shinra, their substitute, who's
Yep.
brought in. So multiple changes. It's going to be both Taha subbed out and Hasim, the two cousins, are and the two brothers aren't in here. Okay, let's see. Again, mercenaries. Everyone is experienced here. Shinra himself used to be in KIRA Esports, used to be in very many rosters. So it's not like just because they have a substitute, their performance will have any drops. Nothing along the lines of that. But still, they've got to make sure everyone is on the same page, and I think that responsibility falls on to Ashrit. But when it comes to gunfights, everyone
My
is indeed on the
God.
same page. MI7 gets the opening kill. Vector this time will be shut down, and Team UWU finally make progress into the building, but they're just as quickly denied.
Yeah, it's just not gonna work. Not against mercenaries. They have so many lines aside already prepped up and ready, and then this 4 versus 5 situation, things don't look that good out in the veranda. It's gonna be the Nook being able to survive for just a little bit, but Din's just way quicker on the engagement. Spotted out the head, went in for the spray, got him straight through the wall. Headshot to boot as well. They know the last player, they know his exact position, and these, you have no idea how close you got getting a haircut. Never mind, that did happen at the end of the day. Shinra gets the final kill, and mercenaries, they shot it off with a shebang, but the shebang doesn't really seem to be favoring the side. Team UWU. It looked a little bit lost, but CCV, I need to ask you,
Yeah.
what do you think that the members of Team UWU can do? Maybe going in for an aggressive play, but there's not really much support that they can rely on now, can they?
See, that's the thing. There isn't much support. They may have to create it themselves. But what I mean by that is push together. So even if there is a trade, you make sure that the man count doesn't slip further into the hands of defenders, into their advantage. But at the same time, mercenaries are so good at their gunfights, they're just going to constantly win the duels. And yes, engaging in multiple numbers, going in groups of 2 can help out with those gunfights. Like I said, the aforementioned trades can take place, but MRCZ will simply just ignore it then, or just hold the bomb site, wait for the attackers to make the first move. It's not that Team UWU will never be able to make progress within the building. If they have that one breakthrough, they surely can. Maybe they get a very, very early kill. And MRCZ, in that state of shock, their response is just for everyone to fall back, to within the bomb site, play a very anchor-heavy setup. That can happen. It's just, even in the final act of the execution, not having that extra person who could have been another hard breacher, not having that extra person who could have been that support is not going to be helpful. And right now, there is no hard breaching on the side of Team UWU. These guys are playing soft breach only. No hard breach charges, no Hibanas and aces or anything along anything along the lines of that. It's just gunfights that they're relying on with their comp.
The Gemini is getting so much information though out of this. Look at the level of info that they have now, making their way over towards statuary. Good positions regardless of the scenario. Not Yashrit though, just look at how much of a nuisance he is holding from inside of the bedroom. If they can keep master bedroom control for maybe a solid 20 to 30 more seconds, then this is perfect. So many of the drones have already been taken out. Naughty Ashrid, maybe biting for a bit more than you can chew here, buddy, because you need to be extremely careful of how you play this angle. And now he has another keeper barrier set up. He's just waiting. Look at the level of utility that they've already used coming in from the attackers. That is massive. The attackers, they've used all of their utility to gain what space? Absolutely nothing. They're still outside of the building.
Exactly. The attackers sadly still haven't broken through this frontline defense of MRCZ. These guys are maintaining that high line of defense. They're just holding every single angle possible. Right now, we even saw Ayan push up into a bathroom. Got a kill from there, fell back. And from this point forward, Team UWU, yeah, yet again, how do you move on? Drones, okay, there are 4 drones now remaining for them. No RC Reteros, just 4 regular drones they may have to make use with, but it's entering into the bomb site. It's going to be a lot more difficult.
Nice shot.
Into the building, that becomes more difficult with it. Dizzy finds the opener. There is in that close quarter gunfight. He wins one, and it's still a 2 versus 2. So manageable for these attackers, especially considering the time that they have. But it's all about the angles being maintained. Ion pushes. He's got the SMG-11. He spots out Drish, takes him down. What an excellent headshot. Dagger is also severely lit up, meaning that this lonesome Iana has her position known, low on HP, doesn't know where the opposition are, and has just got to push in blindly, holding the angles. Ion takes her down. Yet again, another headshot with the SMG-11. And yeah, I just got to say, the SMG-11 has been the weapon of the South Asian nationals. The amount of 1v3s, 1v2s, clutches through the room, spray downs we have seen. I mean, Gracie, we were both there, when the 1v3 happened. Who was it exactly? Was it Desmond? But yeah, no matter who it was, I just gotta say the SMG-11 is way too strong right now, and MRCZ's defense, no matter what it goes through, it still holds up pretty well.
There's a reason for it. It just has a high fire rate. We all know the truth that the SMG-11 is this powerful just because of the fire rate, and that's one of the main reasons why any weapon that has a really high fire rate will always, and I mean always, come into play. I don't know about the other weapons, but the SMG-11 is this powerful just because of the way that it can completely tear through a player if you're going in for body shots only, or even if you get that one lucky headshot. But for the professionals, of course, there's no such thing as a lucky headshot. When they use the SMG-11, I'm very much surprised. I play on very low sensitivity. I drag my mouse down completely, and it still flies up into the stratosphere each and every time. But in the hands of Ion, you saw it yourself. He was on head level, and the SMG-11 didn't even move an inch from the head. That's how good it can be in their hands. And when you have a shotgun as well on the other side, you have a weapon that is deadly in both close range and long range, being the SMG-11, and then you have a shotgun on the other side who can one-shot down pretty much anything. How do you stop him? You just can't.
And then you have Ion as the talented player, and it's just the lethal combo you can't get over. But yeah, I've made this joke. I think Baba and Blackjack, both of them have been victims of this joke, but now you've got to hear it as well, and the audience, they shall be hearing it for the third time. But I just gotta say, in a South Asian national, seeing the SMG-11 so many plays, the SMG-11 now in my eyes stands for Sigma machine gun, because it's the Sigma male of you get it, right? Yeah, I don't need to explain it.
It's fine.
The third time
we all have to be victim to CCV's jokes from time to time, but it's completely fine, ladies and gentlemen. You guys heard it more than me, so I'm happy with it. But for now, what we are not going to be happy about is what we have to hear from the back end, that it will be a rehost, but it's good news for the fans back at home for Team UWU. Their fifth man is back, so we're going to be jumping in towards the game soon enough. Don't worry about that, ladies and gentlemen, because now that things will be a lot more even, the members of Mercenaries, of course, have a 0-2 lead onto their favor, but that's completely fine because Team UWU, they got pretty close to taking on Mercenaries. If it wasn't for Ion and its heroics when it comes down to the SMG-11, there was no way that Team UWU would have lost that. Imagine Team UWU taking a win 4 versus 5 against Mercenaries. Now that would have been something.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, if Team UWU had done that, it would have given them that jolt of confidence needed to, make sure everyone in the roster realizes that MRCZ, they are defeatable. They can be indeed defeated. They can bleed through, and you guys, and as Team UWU, they can win a map, essentially. So that's all that they need, is that confidence to be instilled in them. And again, I'm still going to stick to what I said during the pre-match presentation. On Villa, I find it unlikely that that's going to happen considering how strong MRCZ usually are. I mean, we saw round number 1. Round number 1 was a great example of MRCZ just completely, showing utter domination, not even letting the attackers step near the bomb site. That's it. As soon as they went into office, bam, dead. Second round got a lot more closer. There was opportunity, there were chances, but Mercenaries still closed it out. I think that mainly is going to be the theme for the entire match. There will be opportunities. There will be some rounds going the way of Team UWU, but in the end, MRCZ can win. Where Team UWU can bounce back is going to be Oregon. They have chosen it. It is a bit doubtful whether or not they can secure the win, but I feel like they'll indeed have a much better performance overall on that map compared to how it can go on Villa. But yeah, on Oregon as well, right? A lot of discussions have to be made because on Villa still you can go for that gunfight oriented mentality that a lot of these
Yep.
South Asian teams have of killing the roamers plain and simple. On Oregon, you have so much more of extra work to do that killing doesn't even come into your mind until a minute and 30 seconds have passed in the action phase. First of all, you're looking for bunker control. You're breaching into, attic on second floor. You're clearing out the roamers, and the roamers are falling back. They're not going for gunfights. The roamers always fall back. You're looking and you're setting up, your flank measures. You're going for the nomad air jabs and the claymores and whatnot. There's a lot more work to do on Oregon so that these teams who like to go for a lot of kills as their initial plan may not be as favorable playing on that map.
Yep, that's for certain. Oregon's much more about that fundamental level. And if your foundation's not as strong and as pristine as maybe from the side of mercenaries, then you could be in a pretty tough spot as well for on the other end. Team UWU, it's been a pretty unstable foundation for them. So Oregon will not really go in their favor, I do believe. That's just my personal opinion. But let's just say who are able to take Villa, then bank is guaranteed. Because mercenaries should be able to take map number 2. I'm going to put my analysis out there. I'm going to make my prediction that mercenaries are able to take this a 2-0 if they win out on Villa. Villa's a little bit of a question mark for me because Villa's one of those maps where people can get awarded for aggression. If you're very aggressive, then you can take control of pockets of the map. And if you have those pockets of control, there are so many lines of sight that you can play around with as the attackers that level of aggression will award you. But on the defense, it's a lot more difficult because if you hunker down in towards the side, and if the attackers are able to drone you out and use enough utility to flush you out of your corners, then you're just done for. You cannot hold the defense by hunkering down in a side. It just doesn't work on this. So map number 1, big question mark. Map number 2 has to go in the favor of the mercenaries because of their past track records, plus how much confidence they're showing towards this match. But map number 1 is still a pretty big question mark for all of us because this is a map picked up by mercenaries. So Team UWU, are they shaking in their boots or were they expecting something like this?
And you never really know for the side of Team UWU, right? And their mentality. Yet again, I'm going to bring it up with how when we took, the interviews of these players, we had asked them their mentality. These guys definitely consider themselves to be among the best, and for sure they are. They are in the top 8 teams of the region, but they also want to finish, like, they thought they will finish usually like in the 3rd or 4th spot overall in the nationals. Kind of similar to where MRCZ are. The only problem is when it comes to actual performance, Team UWU are nowhere near 3rd and 4th just yet. So their mentality surely has had a setback once the nationals have progressed, once they've seen the matches, but hopefully they can recover from that. As for the matchup right now, yes, indeed, we have all 5 players. Everything is good to go. So without any further ado, we shall indeed be resuming with round number 3. Now, MRCZ are done with both of their primary bomb sites. They can go to the tertiary one. And here is where on Villa, this is the beauty of this map, that you can still opt for living room and library. All 4 of the bomb sites on this map are viable. It's just that most teams don't want to go for that living room library setup because it involves a lot of vertical extension towards aviator in games. You have the reinforcements, and most teams just wouldn't like that. Rather, they can go on to kitchen and dining, have most of the players within the bomb site. Yes, they'll have roamers, but they'll be loose roamers. Not much set utility on the 2nd floor. But regardless of that, MRCZ have made their choice. They've opted for the bomb site, gone for their defense setup as well, placed all the utility, and Team UWU also with now finalizing their attacking composition. One thing is for certain, these guys want that vertical control ASAP.
It will be pretty difficult to hold the laundry. Not really one of my more favorite sides when it comes down to this particular map, but let's see what the setup can be like. holding from the bottom, and it will be MI7 opting for much more of a frost play. The PAK can get a lot of work done, but not Yashrid possibly playing it a bit more dangerous. Well, has the hatch open. I completely forgot about the hatch for a second. On towards the side of the bedroom. Dagger's going to be able to get the shutdown kill onto MI7. Wait, what just happened here? They're already in towards the side. Wait a second.
Bomb side. What?
It's in
How?
kitchen already. Hello, a sledge? Did he just bonk him with a hammer and just run in towards the side?
Oh my
Dagger's still
God.
holding. Dagger's still getting kills. He's still not dead yet. Dagger's probably going to be walking away with another kill. Finally, with the shutdown, Ion takes so much damage because of it, though. Dagger, what did you just do?
What is going on? Mercenaries just okay. Yeah, MRCZ.
Did they just shut off their
they
brains and just ran into the side?
No, they were caught with their pants down right here. But then he still wants to salvage it. Nani also goes down. That's this time thanks to Shimdra and the MX4 Storm. It's all down to Kato. The Buck in the C8 left alone. Team UWU, golden opportunity for them to get back into the matchup to get this round. But still their numbers dwindle. Manpower went down. And still so much time. So
There
much
has a bullet
utility
hole.
for Kato as well. But problem being, how does he proceed with this on towards Art Studio? Oh, I think Shindra sees him. Yep, the Melusi Banshee gives it away. Shindra wants that pre-fire, then also holding the
Perfect
angle,
shot.
and look at that flick. 3k for them, and Mercenaries still win this round. But I'm sorry, Mercenaries in their defense, I think the biggest flaw was just highlighted. All Dagger did was go up those stairs, come up from basement. Yeah, most of these attackers entered from basement. They went through laundry. Sorry, not laundry. They went through kitchen, came up, and that was that. No one batted an eye as to what was happening.
I don't think MI7 was expecting the sledge to just casually walk up from basement. Tell me honestly here, which attacker will ever do something like that?
Defuse bombs.
Yeah, not many.
The sledge didn't even drone. Even if they droned, I would have understood it. Oh wait, we're expecting a rehost.
Alright, so yeah, unfortunately, Ion at the start of this round, Ion at the start of this round disconnected, because of which a rehost has been called in from the side of MRCZ again. Not sure why that happened. Hopefully, it's not a permanent issue for Ion. Maybe it was just a very, very unfortunate game crash that took place just as the loading screen was there. Could have been something else. Whatever the case may be, hopefully we can resume as soon as possible, because yeah, these teams, they wouldn't like these constant breaks time and time again. We just saw a single round of action, and yet another rehost is going to be a big stop for their momentum and for their mentality as well, because yeah, it gets mentally tiring as a team, being in a round, having that high intense pressure on you, and then you go out of it, then you jump back in, then you go out of it. It's going to be a lot of back and forth and back and forth. These teams would like to make sure that from this point forward, the entire game is smooth sailings.
Yeah. That's another momentum break for the side of the Mercenaries, though. So maybe this is what we are really hoping for as well. Because of this momentum break, at the bare minimum, they can, play around with their tendencies a little bit. They can finally try to figure out what exactly they're doing wrong going up against Mercenaries, because I do believe that they're trying to rush a lot of their strategies, and they're not thinking about what could happen on the overarching situation. You're rushed in through basement, I understand. But Dagger, he got the second kill, and there was no one behind him. The other players from basement came about almost 20 to 30 seconds late, because Dagger was already in towards the side for a solid 30 seconds. I was watching the clock. I was like, wait a second, how is he in? And he's still standing there. He got a second kill. He nearly got the third. But on that third kill, he got traded. They had no one coming in from laundry. There was no presence over towards the laundry window either. If someone broke that window, at least a player would have looked towards laundry to try and hold on to that, but there was nothing. Where's the map presence? Where's the map control that you would expect coming in from a team with this much experience? I understand you want to go in for a fast rush. You want to go in from basement because you think it's an easier sightline to hold because the sledge just walked in, but that's not the case. can't make
Hmm?
plays like this. Maybe it was a hero play for them, but a hero play when you're 0-3 down on the first map that you're supposed to try and take a win on just does not bode well.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, now for the side of Team Uvu, right? Yeah, okay, granted, they're on attack. After this, they'll be going on defense. But as has been talked about multiple times over the last couple of days, I mean, every single time I've been casting, it has become that point that one or the other matches, which isn't, close, like 3-3 close, the point of the 4-2 scoreline is mentioned. Because kind of like some other FPS titles as well, right? Where you have that perfect ratio of rounds where even if a team is on deficit, primarily because of the side swap, they can make a comeback. It's still fine enough that it's not equal for or like a 3-3 right here. Similar to that, in Siege, we have the 4-2. So even if for the side of Team Uvu, it's a 2-4 half, they are in a 2-round deficit. Considering they'll be going on defense next up, it can still be not even salvageable. They can still easily get back into the game, primarily because of the fact that, yeah, again, they'll be on defense, statistically, at the very least. But anything more than that, and they're running into the risk of going into extreme territory from where making a comeback is very, very difficult, more than ever, considering they're facing off against mercenaries, that too on a map like Villa. So, out of the
True.
3 rounds that we have remaining, we will be going back to the same bomb sites. The objective rotation parameter has been reset. Every single bomb site has been played by mercenaries. Every single bomb site has been won by mercenaries. So we can go back to Aviator in games. We can go and see Statuary Trophy again. Team Uvu are already well aware what the bomb site is going to be. Team Uvu are already well aware of the composition MRCZ will be bringing on, on the battlefield. All they need to do is be prepared against it. All they need to do is make sure they win this round and the next, or at least they win 2 out of the 3 rounds. They cannot let
Yep.
this go to a 1-5 or, God's forbid, a 0-6. I mean, again, I seriously don't think a
0-6,
0-6
I
is
don't
going to
think
be
that's going to be
happening.
the case.
Yeah, no, that's not going to be happening. But even a 1-5 can happen because of the way MRCZ are playing. Uvu need
Remember,
to prevent that
CCV said
as soon
that.
as possible.
You're the one
Oh
who
yeah,
said it.
watch as it's a 0-6. I mean, I've also said Sigma machine gun, so I mean, most of what I say is irrelevant. So,
Things will never get old. First of all, when we casted for the first time, we had to talk about pizza and how pizza, when it's hot, it sends out steam. That was the first ever cast we did,
yeah,
and that was our conversation.
yeah.
After that first
No, it's
impression, I'm
still
stuck with you for the rest of our lives.
that
You know what's gonna
marketplace
happen.
again. Yeah, all the very dedicated Siege players. We are not talking about Siege, sadly. But yeah, no, the marketplace. The piece has way too much vapor. It doesn't burn that much. It doesn't release that much steam. It's just a in-game thing, and yeah, it really got me the wrong way. That day, I was like, no, that's really not how pizza works, is it? No.
These are the tangents that we go on whenever CCV hits here on the desk. But the tangent
Yeah.
that we can't go on, sadly, will be in towards the game just yet. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Things are taking a little bit longer when it comes down to the rehost. Of course, one of the players did disconnect coming in from mercenaries, and it was still during the prep
Right.
phase, so we are allowing that rehost regardless. Because mercenaries, if
Yeah.
they want to use the rehost to play on even terms going up against Team U, they don't want to take any risks, so it's completely fine and dandy. But I don't know how this is gonna go for Team. There's a lot of pauses. The teams are not gonna be happy about how this map is going down just yet. So there's gonna be a lot of frustration. While on Mercenaries' side, they're winning out the game. They're not really having any form of problems. They're not having any issues playing around with each other. They're still performing great on the individual level. But for Team Uwu, remember what I said about their individual performances also being lackluster? I don't think that's the case today. It's just their individual performance is so high that their team performance is dwindling further and further down below, where they just don't know how to pick themselves back up anymore.
Yeah, that is true. Coordinating amongst yourself on every single map is going to be important. But especially on the map of Oregon, that is of the highest essence because, yeah, yet again, Oregon is a very complex map. And unlike Villa, unlike I don't know which other map can I say. Even okay, even Chalet to a certain extent. Even unlike Chalet on Oregon, as an attacker, you have got to prioritize the diffuser in almost every single situation, regardless of the bomb site. You cannot play just hunting down the defenders. It happens on Villa. We are already seeing it. I mean, this round was a great example of that. Even the previous one was a great example of that. But on Oregon, it's got to be a priority where we see 3v3 diffuser plans. We see 4v3 diffuser plans. Teams want to get into that post plan position. Nowadays, especially in South Asia, one of the trends that I've noticed is diffuser plant has become more and more of a secondary option or like a backup resort, kind of like a plan B. Okay, we push into the bomb site. If all the defenders don't immediately die, then we plant the diffuser, and then we wait, and then we kill them. Yeah, Sean, some bomb sites, it isn't true. I think a great example of that is going to be Basement Church and Arsenal. There on Clubhouse, yeah, their team still drop down from the kitchen hatch, they plant the diffuser, and then, traditionally play a post plant. On Oregon, it's got to happen every single time. So the point I'm trying to make is Team Uvu need that team coordination, because you absolutely cannot in any world launch and execute with a disconnected push. You cannot send one man to plant the diffuser. That's not how it's going to work. You need everyone to cover all the angles. You need to make sure if there is any bit of defender utility to prevent that, maybe someone's reading up a C4, maybe there is a mirror, black mirror watching where you're planting, everything is taken care of. And you've got to make sure that, of course, yeah, you have enough time to plant the diffuser as well. So all of that needs to be met, and for that, team synchronization needs to be on point. So Grace, with you mentioning that, yeah, Team Uvu are playing really individualistic right now, things also don't really look good for their attack on Oregon.
That's the thing. That's why I really did favor Mercenaries for the second. The first map was where everything needs to happen for them. It's either go big or go home. And if Team will lose this up against Mercenaries, you know what's going to happen to them. They almost have zero chances of qualifying. Almost zero, because of course they can win out on the next three games, and get 6 points, and they still have an opportunity to qualify. But that is banking on the fact that Won't Stop Peaking will lose out on their game. Yeah, Won't Stop Peaking are going to lose out on their match, not even get a single point. Mercenaries are not going to take a map against you and possibly, shoot themselves up on towards the standing spots they take in second place. Shaheens are pretty much guaranteed that second spot, so we're talking about the third and fourth positions here. Timu, the odds are stacked up against them, but it all needs to happen here. It's either go big or they're going to be the ones to get sent back home here. Because for now, in my eyes, looking at the strats, looking at the way that the team is playing, they need to start going in for trades a lot more. They're not playing together. They're just so disconnected. They're not playing the map of Villa the way that it was meant to be played. They want to be aggressive. They want to drone. They want to try and play slow in some cases as well. But that's the thing. The attackers, they're using a lot of utility, playing it slow, but what does that utility even accomplish? Not much. You're going up against an Azami who has rechargeable Kiva barriers. What are you trying to fight? You use your util, you clear out 2 Kiva barriers, and then you don't use anything to push into the lines of sight that you just opened up. You're not droning him out. You're not trying to shoot him to try and, at least scare him off that particular angle. What's really the purpose of the utility that you're investing? Almost nothing. And I do believe that this is something that a lot of the teams that are just coming back from a long break are not yet understanding. That if you're using util in the game of Siege currently, there's so much rechargeable utility that you just cannot keep up with it as an attacker. The attackers don't have rechargeable utility. No one does. Or maybe I could be wrong. You can tell me if I'm wrong about that. But no one has rechargeable utility on the attack.
Technically, yeah, like Iana, you can say the Iana holograms. Sorry, you can say the Iana holograms are rechargeable, but like, it's a hologram. It's not perhaps like exact utility. Yeah. Yes, you get information out of it, but it's a dodgy example. Let me try to think of something else. Mountain.
Yeah, there is nothing.
Yeah, no.
Exactly. So as an attacker, if you're utilizing the utility while you're still outside of the building, you're not acting on top of your utility. What are you going to gain space again? the defenders, they have so much rechargeable utility. Look at the Thunderbird. Like, Thunderbird is also another example. They take
the
an
Coda
aggressive
stations
engagement,
are-
they heal themselves back
Yeah.
up, they come back to the same angle with the same amount of HP, and they're still holding the angle. Like, you're not doing anything about it. They ran away. They gave up the angle, and you still are waiting outside expecting another defender to peek from another side, but they're not coming out. You have a drone. You have more utility to try and stop that other defender from taking back that position. Then you can occupy it. You have a powerful spot to play around with. That is how it needs to go. There needs to be proper utility usage to gain space, not utility usage to throw a defender off a particular site. But I guess this is the analysis that we always do. This is the analysis that we always give. But maybe in the scenario for the game itself, teams just forget that understanding. They use a bit of utility to try and maybe, scare off some. But scaring off a player is not the end game for utility. That's not what you use util for, especially at the highest level where players, even if you throw a grenade at them, most of the time they're not scared. It happens. Like, players will just tank the grenade if it's not cooked properly or if it's thrown to the side and just kill you regardless because they know that their raw mechanical skill is just that good.
But yeah, we have discussed a lot. Thankfully, it seems like all the players are back, so we can jump in. Round number 4. The map is Villa. It is Team UWU up against MercenarieZ. MRCZ currently have a 3-round lead, and okay, it seems like it's now a 4 versus 5. But yeah, now it's MRCZ
Another
on the
power
suffering end of it, and this changes things significantly because now Team UWU have a lot of chance of making that comeback. And that too, look at the player who's gone. It's Ayan. So MercenarieZ don't have Hasib, sadly. They don't have Taha. Neither do they have Ayan. Really unfortunate. There are multiple issues bugging this roster right now. And yeah, you just got to feel for them. You don't have 3 of their players. Their coach, analyst, hype man is playing for them. Ashrit is also here. Oof, this is MRCZ not at their finest hour at the very least.
10 seconds to go.
But at least they're on the defensive side, right? So,
5 seconds to
not the end of the
Yeah,
world, I
fair.
would say. It can work out in their favor, but for MercenarieZ,
and defuse the bomb.
they don't have a rehost anymore. So you know that even if their player comes back, they can't remake the lobby. It's just done for here.
Setting the welcome mat.
Right, so MRCZ, how does their defense change now that we've got? Yeah, now how exactly does their defense change now that they've got 4 players? And okay, Nook. Okay, yeah, she has rechargeable utility. Oh, that slipped out of my mind. Okay, so we have 1 attacker. Huh, interesting.
Can even call that
yeah.
rechargeable utility. Oh, dude!
Wait,
God damn it!
I didn't even hear the punchline, but yeah, right now MRCZ are under a lot of firepower. Daggers low. You do have one of their players going down the main stairs looking for a kill. Can MI7 find one? Oh,
lost
this
control.
time the Vector. This time the Vector doesn't go off. Even Ashrit has been put in down but not outstayed. And this seems to be the downfall of MRCZ, at least in this round. Din is alive. Very low on HP, but still alive.
Run! No!
Oh!
How is
Hold
Tim
on to
doing
him.
this? Dude, this is the only player that got any kills. What is happening, MI7? I've never seen him whiff that badly on a player. First time
Yeah,
for everything, but for Din, this man's not missing a shot. Just look at him. He's so confident in the way that he's playing. Every single one of his kills are just a clean headshot. In Team UWU, they need to start giving respect over to Din because that Jaeger is becoming a massive thorn on their sides. And if they're not careful, he can single-handedly possibly take out the entire team and get an ace. He has that much confidence in him.
Yeah. Definitely looks like it. So yeah, Team Uwu, they've got to be careful with how they deal with them and how they proceed forward. As for the side of MRCZ, it again, no Ion means that these guys have got to be careful with the angles they're peaking. We just saw they went all out with kills. Now, again, I can't I can't be against it always, but in this case, everyone just missed their shots. Everyone fell through, sadly.
Yeah.
Ashrit couldn't land kills with the 9mm. MI7 as well was one of the victims. Even Shindor lost the gunfight all the way towards the library on first floor. Then was the only person retaliating, and it was interesting as how he was the first player who got tagged significantly. You know, he was down to what, 20 HP because the frag grenade, still giving up an amazing fight. But this time everyone in the MercenarieZ roster has got to be a lot more careful with where they place themselves and with how they position themselves up for those potential gunfights. They cannot just, hold out on they cannot just hold out on these angles and wait for Team Uwu, and as soon as they know something is going to happen, swing wide. No, they've got to be really correct and really, really adamant with the way they'll be peeking these angles.
These mute jammers are causing so many problems for the attackers to even break into the site. They don't really have a lot of information, but Nani trying to maybe be a nuisance here. It's all the way towards the main entrance, taking out the barbed wire to make its way through from the main stairs, but things don't look to be as perfect for them as you would have expected. The angle!
Oh, MI7.
7. You don't see him miss shots like this, but it's been happening a bit too often here.
And this allows the attackers to push up towards, library hallway now. Ashrit wants to land the kills on towards Dagger. Dagger's into the bomb side, but two individual, no support for him. Just push the angle. I get it. It's the F2. Very powerful gun. But yeah, Dagger, not a good gunfight for him.
This is on a pretty important engagement to try and find this one here. But maybe this Iana can get this trade off perfectly, but not against Naughty Ashrit. He has the angle, he has the idea of what he wanted to do. Gets that final kill. Din gets another one actually before he got traded out. Goddamn, Din's been on fire. 4 and 2 for this man and got 2 more kills on the back end of it. Naughty Ashrit still alive, catches out the angle and shuts down Kato as well before he gets any form of an advantage. Good shots all around, and MercenarieZ are able to hold things down regardless of their massive disadvantage. Possibly a 5-1 could be happening here, CZV, and your analysis stays true.
Yeah, regardless of, and despite the fact that MRCZ are the ones in the 4v5 now, still, we can expect a 5-1 to be taking place. Only question is, can MRCZ close out the map in this situation, or our Team Uwu, will they be able to establish and reinstate their own rounds, get a comeback going, and potentially push us into overtime or anything along the lines of that once they're on defense? Because not having that extra attacker, yeah, yet again, all the arguments we had made for the side of Team Uwu in the first 2 rounds, with those guys being on that on that 4v5, is now applicable for MRCZ, since MRCZ now will be the team without that extra manpower, without utility, without the hard breacher, and of course without Ayan. I feel like I've emphasized it enough, but he really has been, very, very like one of the star players for them, and that entry fragger, so not having him is going to be problematic.
Truly is. For MercenarieZ, they're looking to get that final piece of the puzzle to maybe close out a round, but to play in towards the laundry, I do not know how much I like this side in particular. But then again, what other side are you going to be playing if not this? It's going to be pretty rough for them to try and get anything done here, but just that 1 kill, that first initial engagement is all that they're hoping to find. And if they find that first initial hit, it's going to be done and dusted for them. But this fuse and the cluster charges can be an absolute nuisance, raining hell from above.
Yeah, most of the defenders already have had to, evacuate the bomb site. The ones who aren't, well, are getting heavily damaged for it. Look at then. Low on HP, is going to heal himself back up to pretty much full thanks to the corner stations. Still, he's got to be careful about when the next set of breaches pull through. And of course, line E1D scans means that these defenders are under proper lockdown. Can't stay in the bomb site, otherwise they'll be charged. Can't move, otherwise they'll be killed. Will
Nice
have
one,
to
MI7.
retaliate, and MI7
Wait, the line couldn't even get a
does
single
just
scan
that.
in. He didn't
No,
use
I
a single
think British-
scan.
No, he did. We did hear a couple of the line scans go off. But yeah, the problem being for Team UWU that indeed the line does go down without a trade. MI7 is still, successful finally with that first kill. So once more, the man count has been equalized, and this time the attackers, now they've got plenty of map control. On second floor, they're there. These guys have entered into laundry as well. They can execute and plant the diffuser. You just got to be careful about the breakthrough, and I believe they have just found that thanks to MI7 being down in the dirt.
Shinra, that was a very important gunfight to try and win, buddy. Misses out on another one, and it's a 4 versus 2 situation. Dagger still just absolutely tearing down house with that fuse. Gets another kill for himself, and now they're just holding it down. One more to the line. It's going to be Naughty Ashrid being able to find one, but immediate trades. Mercenaries, they just fall apart because they're losing out on gunfights. What is happening? The planning is there. Mercenaries, they're not playing bad. They're playing really well. When it comes down to their game sense, they have a strategy in mind. They're taking the engagements that should be favorable to them, but how do you even try to analyze and say what's wrong with the team if they're just missing their shots?
Yeah, that's been a lot of the matches here in the SA Nationals and the Pro Series. See, this is the thing that always gets me the wrong way as well, right? Because at the end of the day, all of these games are 5v5 tactical shooters. So you do indeed have to shoot, and sometimes you can be doing everything correct strategically, but still not win the gunfights. Crosshair placement may not be there, improper positioning, not checking the corner properly, face checking an angle you shouldn't have or you should have drawn. Many instances, but plain and simple thing is get better at aiming, get better at just, shooting opponents and enemies.
And be
So,
confident.
yeah, and also be confident, but that is
I don't know.
something
It
you
feels
can't
like confidence
teach.
is low.
I mean, for MRCZ, I hope it's really not, but I indeed do feel the same because we've highlighted this multiple times, right? Hasib, their IGL is not there. Taha is also not present, and now you have to play 4 versus 5. It's going to be disheartening for these remaining players of MRCZ who are back in. So, keeping that in mind, confidence may not be the highest, but then again, these guys, all 4 that are in the server from their side, are so experienced. They should look to gather themselves back up, and they should look to get back into the game. So I feel like confidence, it just being merely on confidence is not good of an excuse for MRCZ. They can still do a lot without it, and they can still get that confidence back up and running if they set their mind to it. But yeah, no, this is not looking the best from their side.
I don't like this! Can we just talk about one of the players just sitting in that corner?
What?
I just hear flashbangs, dude. I don't hear anything else.
It's flashbangs, and then I see Kato walk into a grenade, and I'm like, huh, interesting. But yeah, this round is a mess. There is no progress being made from the attackers. They're looking for kills. They can't move in. Team UWU have got them cornered. That's it. It's going to be 3 and 4 very soon, and this is the exact thing we were talking about on the side of MRCZ. Is that on attack, things will get significantly more difficult for them. And this is how I see the second half going. So now, there is a lot of good chance for Team UWU to, actually end up winning Villa. What we need to see is the 5th comment for MRCZ. Any of their 3 players sub in. Any of their 3 players. I get it. Ayan has a power cut. But not sure what the issue is for the other two. Maybe power cut as well could be some other issue, but we need to see that from the side of MRCZ. Regardless, still 2
And he has
versus
2
3.
drones.
They can make this work, but then just peeks the angle while the frag grenade was in his hand. He is gone. It's all down to Ashrit. He's got the diffuser, but no way he can clutch this. And yeah, Team UWU will get the 7th round.
Wait, didn't Iana have 2 drones?
They could have drawn, but again, what would it have led to as well, right? That's the thing.
Possibly 2 kills, some information. There was a chance for them to win
Info,
this,
yeah.
but again, maybe rushing it a bit too much. Mercenaries, they look lost now. Without their 5th, the team just is not playing as if they can win this. There's a good chance that they can win here up against Team UWU. It's not impossible.
Many bombs as they can.
But they're playing it so scared. And MI7 having such a quiet game is unheard of.
Yep. This time, to the side of MI7, 1 kill. I mean, again, granted, all of these kills are after the 2 rehosts that took place, so they have been reset twice. But still, it's been a couple of rounds and a fair couple of rounds before, those rehosts happen. So, yeah, MI7 not having the best of days. Shinra as well, I get it. He's just subbing in, but has got to do a lot more. Din has been putting in the effort. Even Ashrit, man. Again, I have to tell everyone watching, he is their coach and analyst and now their substitute still playing right here. So MRCZ are at a very odd situation where yeah, most of their players sadly just aren't there. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure what to say for this point forward as well, right? Like what can Team UWU do? I mean, sorry, not what can Team UWU do. Team UWU are just going to do everything the same. So for their side, it's perfectly fine. It's just the attackers that have got to figure something out.
Oh, Shinra's an absolute demon. Catches Cat off with his pants down. That's going to be the first. Din's going to be able to shut down another one. And finally, we see a resurgence coming in for the members of Mercenaries. Slowly but surely, they're getting the rounds and they're getting the plays done. But one player over towards Astronomy could just be a problem. Nani made his way back towards the site. Now needs to worry about 2 different sight lines here. One over onto Trophy. One over onto Statuary. How will the attackers clear this one out? They still have drones to play around with. They still have the Gemini to get that level of information that they need to brute force their way in towards the site. Plus, they have all the time in the entire world. But they need to make sure that they play for information. Mercenaries, don't rush the strat. You have info. You have util. Take your time. Set up a plan. Then opt to go in for that exit.
Right, so let's see for the side of MRCZ, what exactly, yeah, or how exactly they're looking to execute this plan. You've mentioned it. They know what they're doing. They just have to put it into, actual applicable use. So MI7 this time, once more, F2 in hand, watching all these angles, waiting it out. But time is ticking down for these attackers, and this seems to be the major problem. Team UWU are going to be doing the same thing they have been for the past couple of rounds. Just hold the angle. That's it. MRCZ need to make the first move. MI7 goes down. There is that refrag from Din. Din has got to shine. Shinra falls. And once more, it's the 2 people in MRCZ who have been getting the kills. The responsibility falls onto their shoulders once more. Din is trying his best. He almost spotted Nani, but Nani escapes through the crosshairs. Dagger falls down. Flashbang is there. There's the Iana. They can move in, kill the Jaeger. He has been spotted and
Good
he will
God,
be eliminated.
Dude. What did this man eat? He's just been having a phenomenal performance. I don't know if you saw that shot or not over onto the Oryx, but that was insane. The guy was holding Astronomy. He flicked onto the Oryx's head. I was seeing the silhouette moving. I was like, wait a minute, what? Dagger just got absolutely slapped. And Din, he's having the game of his life.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
No one
Yeah.
can stop this
It-
man. No one.
It's really good to know that when MRCZ things are looking, really bleak for them, things are looking as pale as a lifeless I don't know, a lifeless flower, I guess, that's trying to hold on to it. Then is still there and he revives it. He actually lights the entire stage on fire. And Team Uwu now have got to, think within themselves that, okay, we can't, it's not a sure shot victory for us, actually. We have still got to fight. Every single one of these rounds is so different. There's no point talking about the previous round, and that's something I love and morely rather dislike about this matchup. Is that okay? Love because of the fact that I have no idea what's going to happen in round 9. For all it matters to me, MI7 gets 5 kills. He can get an ace. But the reason I dislike it is because there is no pattern that's happening or that's being cultivated. The teams, they're not having set strategies. It's all very reliant on the momentum and how the teams are feeling. Are they ready to take that action? Are they ready to push into, trophy and statuary for that
No,
matter? And execute?
Shinra!
And again, Shinra, as the Zofia pushes all alone, doesn't have an idea where the opponents are. And once more, he's going to be the opening casualty or one of the initial players to fall through to the side of MRCZ.
And all the damage that he did was just nullified. He tried to fight a Thunderbird. Those stations just healed him back up. Oh, any advantage that the attackers could have had here is now just gone again. And they're not even a little bit close of gaining any form of map control. They lost it all the second Shinra died.
Okay, so right now, for the side of, like MRCZ, yep, player lost, player already disconnected by default. It is a 3 versus 5 that they're continuing. Once more, where is that breakthrough? Do you hope Din finds finds more and more kills yet again? Maybe through an off angle. They just hold next to the bomb site, hope that someone in the side of Team Uwu peeks them. This has happened. Team Uwu has peeked these attackers, a couple of times, and they have been punished for it. So maybe something similar takes place. But again, MRCZ can't rely on that particularly. They need to do something different. Frag grenade tossed yet again, and this time Dizzy will be very low, but no! That is the top fragger of the server now gone, and most likely the hopes of MRCZ also down and out. Ashrit departs. It's down to MI7. He's got a lot more to do. Isolates one gunfight. Okay, well and good. 40 seconds, but it's highly unlikely much is happening.
Not gonna happen. That angle is just not favoring him. The red's just it's not for him today. MI7, we have seen him on this angle before in the past as well. And he did not miss a single headshot when it came down to that. But today, he's just not been having a pretty good day. He has to shake it off though, because the first initial map can go bad, but the next one, he needs to show up. Otherwise, Team UWU, they're looking quite unstoppable. Yeah, I understand. This is a 4 versus 5 situation, ladies and gentlemen. It's understandable. The members of Mercenaries, they just cannot play unless it's a 5v5. But we've seen Mercenaries play a 4v5 before in the past, and this is not how they look like. The team just is not playing to the level that you would expect from them.
Yeah, MRCZ overall, initial rounds, Shinra going for those isolated gunfights. Even after that, I mean, Ashrit is trying to be that anchor, and it's very obvious that right now, Ashrit is looking to IGL everyone, considering he's not seen or his presence is not completely known, at least not actively in the round, until the later stages where either we see a bit of utility come out or a kill or whatnot. So the initial stage of the round is all left to him, trying to guide these players and direct these players into exactly performing the best manner, so that maybe MRCC can get that round. But overall, it's just not working, sadly. The players may be doing everything that they're being told, with pinpoint precision. it still doesn't mean it's going to be a proper round or a proper win. Purely because of the fact that everything that's stacked up against them, the entire situation is just unfortunately worse off for wear. So for the side of for the side of Team Ubu right now, yeah, there's a reason why we aren't even mentioning Team Ubu a lot. Is that these guys, they're just doing the same thing. They don't need to change anything. They are finally winning in a matchup. Very soon, they may just have the advantage, or at the very least, equalize the scoreline, and then they can proceed forward however they see fit. But no, retaliation still present for MRCZ. Let's see, and let's let's see what they've got to do.
At least they made things equal. 4 versus 4 on the map. They took down the Jaeger. They have an idea of how much information that the defenders also have to play around with. This particular sideline that they have chosen to head down over onto Aviator Games could just be a simple one for them, but wait a second. It's not going to be as easy to break in that quickly because they have not showed any presence over on towards office. And not having office control is just going to make things a lot more difficult because you're trying to funnel in through one particular sideline, and this is what is going to happen to you. They lost out on 2. The defenders are always watching on one side. That's going to be pretty bad, but Ashrit trying to keep things competitive. He finds one of the kills that he needed to fall it all, but what the hell did? How did you even get that?
No idea. Then peeked the angle, got the gunfight. That's what matters. Now, Ashrit low on HP, then once again has so much more to do. And yeah, for Ashrit, Selma breaches are still there, so they can breach into Vault. That's really good. There is no anti-breacher present whatsoever. So the breach can take place safe and sound. But again, moving on forward from there is the major problem. Then has got to stay alive. This man cannot die. No smokes for Ace. He brought the breaching charges. It's even more difficult. You've got
this is bad. I don't like this position.
Is he going to be peeking? 17 seconds. There is no drone. Ashit falls and Drish.
Nice
no,
shot.
Wait. He stopped shooting, then takes advantage of them. 8 seconds on the clock. He goes back into the bomb site. He can plant behind the reinforcement. No, he's planting in front. Kato, all he's got to do is peek. And it shall be Team Uwu win the round and equalize the matchup 5-5.
I thought he would plant behind the reinforce. Sadly not. He was afraid. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, was there enough time for the plant behind the rear? Yeah, of course, because you can just stick the plant.
Yeah.
That's rough, man. A pretty close round, and Din's just been doing God's work here on the Siana. The man's 13 and 5. 13 and 6 now. Still. He has a 2+ KD in a 4 versus 5 situation. You can understand how momentous this entire thing is.
Yep.
But then again, I don't see the members of Mercenaries even celebrating this at all. A map that they were pretty much guaranteed to win. It's now going this far down because of some mistakes that they're making.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not saying that, okay, because it's a 4 versus 5, I'm going to cut them some slack because they can easily win. But
yeah, MI7 and Shindra are just being fodder to, Team Uwu. They're going in, they're looking for the kills, but it's been like that for what? The past 3-4 rounds.
the decision making coming in from Mercenaries is just a bit questionable. Looking back towards this particular round though, if Mercenaries are able to take this, they get match point. But match point seems to be a faraway fairy tale instead of being a probability here. They have too many lines of sight to open. Look at the level of roam that the members of Team U have already set up. And a lot of utility needs to be used to just clear out the first floor. Plus they're low on utility and now they're low on man count. Kato. What was that peak? Poor old Did wasn't even expecting it. I can't even blame the guy. He didn't lose out on a gunfight. Kato just swung him without any regard for his own life.
Yep, Din had information that there was a Mozzie. He had, well, at least someone. He got the yellow ping as well, held the angle, but bam, just eliminated and gone. Headshot it is. And for MRCZ, that's their top fragger now gone. So MI7 Shinra, these guys now have to step up and have to step up in a major way. But yeah, for MI7, it's the same fate as his teammate. And
C4
also goes down. Yeah, that's it. Team UWU are looking to get this entire matchup under their belt, end it off 7-5. They wouldn't even like to push it to, you know, the overtime as much as MRCZ would want it. But yeah, this is going to be flawless round for Team UWU. Plain and simple, hold the angles. And
Oh, what?
with the Zofia, didn't even notice the. I mean, I guess she was zoomed in, but like, come on, that was.
No one would clear that. Like, why would you be holding from inside of the living room? Is there a reason for it? No. But then again, should he have checked it? Yes. Are we just rambling? That's also true. But Trish picking up the Capcan now again, heading on onto Trophy and Statuary. Yeah, I don't think Timu are going to be able to break in. Capcan, Azami, Mozzie, Horn, and the Jaeger. Now that is a recipe for disaster if the attackers try to rush into a site. And considering how MI7 and Shinra have been playing, they've been consistently rushing into sites.
Okay, so
This doesn't bode
the
well.
side.
10 seconds left.
Yeah,
Insertion.
I mean, for the side of MRCZ, this isn't really looking good at all. You know, they've got to make sure that, to a certain extent, opening kill is theirs. They move on and they keep getting kills. That influx of kills favors them because, like you said, Agi, that when you think about it strategically and tactically, Team UWU just have the advantage. There's so much utility on board, present, employed from these defenders that MRCZ getting through all of them, it's just going to be such a lengthy and a tiresome task, and ultimately for what reward? Take the gunfights, they may as well take the gunfights beforehand, and that's exactly what they want. Then starts things off, eliminates a dagger. That is nice, but there's a lot more to do. But still a good start for MercenarieZ.
General's going to be able to get a lot of the key barriers out of the equation as well. Utility has been used to try and stabilize something here, but still, I don't like how this is going, especially with Bulletproof Cam over on the other side of things. That one cam can be a pretty big problem because if you're running in towards Master Bedroom, the players on the other side of the breaches and of course the soft walls can easily just take a peek and take you out. There's no way to break it without any formal problems. MI7 all the way towards Astronomy is going to be able to find out one. Shinra takes out the other. It's a 2 versus 4 situation, and MercenarieZ, they're making things a lot more probable for them to win here. Kattle's going to be able to take down one, but still Kattle very much alive over towards the angle. The Azami loses out on the gunfight. Now the Astro is just way better on the engagement. Kattle takes down the other one. 1 versus 2 situation with Kattle now in the clutch to try and close out this map and take a 7-5 victory going up against MercenarieZ. Very much possible. Kattle's so incredible when it comes out of the takes, but Shinra's is now prepped and ready. Catches them off guard over on towards Statuary, gets the kill, and now we're heading on to overtime, baby. And MercenarieZ, they've tasted victory, but is this taste enough for them to hunger for the victory is the real question. Because this will not be easy. This entire round came down to a 1 versus 4, where MercenarieZ still nearly lost out as Shinra was not able to pull off this clutch.
Yup. Only thing for MRCZ is they're starting out on defense, so there is some hope. But yet again, they've got to be making sure it's near flawless. The way in which they play, the manner in which they execute, the performance of these 4 players being the most important needs to be near perfect from these guys. They cannot sacrifice on any factor which ultimately will lead to their victory. You know, they cannot sacrifice on any point being made. They've got to make sure everything is checked, prepped, and ready to move on further. So for the side of MRCZ, yep, just do what you did, get those skills, move on forward. For Team UWU, it's got to be a different plan, man. For Team UWU, again, strike together. You already have the man advantage by default. Go for trades. Make sure that if you are looking to engage in gunfights, somehow just overpower your opposition. Have extra people around to ensure that these defenders cannot get free kills and cannot, you know, move on freely. Kind of like what Din did in that last round. Gets one gunfight, Usher gets another, and before you know it, MRCZ have the advantage. That right there has got to be extinguished from Team UWU.
I forgot that Doc got that used secondary. I think that shotgun pistol.
Yeah, and the
Really
buff
does
as
change
well.
the name of the game for playing up a Doc, but I do believe that picking up a Doc here is pretty smart. That overheal can be massive for your entire team. Because of it, that Doc should allow the players to play slightly more aggressive, and if Mercenary catches out just a one attacker off guard at any moment, things could be looking good, and MI7 finally catches one of them off guard. Manny takes a back seat, and MI7, he's back, baby. And he is out for blood.
Alright, that's the opening kill now. MRCZ have secured it.
So
Okay.
another one. Oh, I
Can,
don't like
but
this.
it's only a matter of who pushes
caught him,
first.
right?
MI7, he's
Don't
holding
caught
the
him.
angle. Gato!
No!
Oh, it's a trade.
Oh, it's a
It's
trade. I
a
didn't notice that.
trade. And
A
yeah,
headshot for
Yeah.
headshot trade, that is rare. That is very rare.
I mean, this entire matchup has been very rare and very not common, to say the very least. But still, plenty more kills to go. Ashrit is there. The Pro 90 is brought out, and that's what we love to see. He is going to make sure whoever steps in his way will not be seeing the light of the day. So, if the side of Team UWU, yeah, how do you breach on forward? You know, you still have Drish as the hard breacher. X-Kairos can open up the wall, but then getting
Nice
the kills
shot.
is a whole different task.
The Doc's still very much alive. Has two stims in hand. Now they just need to wait and play this one out. A lot of different angles that they could be playing around in. Shinra holding such a powerful position as well. There's no way the attackers even have enough time to make their way all the way towards the back of Red Stairs to try and clear him out. Shinra just needs to hold on the angle and not miss a single shot here. Good positions, but they expect him to be there. The drone catches him off guard. And now, because of that free fire, it's all up to Naughty Ashrit. The hype man, the analyst, the coach, everything that we know him to be when it comes down to the game sense. Will that game sense be the thing that leads him to victory? Or will this one flash completely send him to Jesus? One of the players were AFK.
Yeah.
And they still got it. All right.
What is going on? Oh. Right, so that is overtime match point for the side of Team UWU now. MercenarieZ, yet again, even though they had the advantage in the previous round, MICZ had that opening kill, still not going to work out for their side. So now, all Team UWU need to do, it's their defense. They can make sure that, you know, they can make sure it's going to be just their map. One round, they can end it. MRCZ, 2 rounds consecutively, and that's all it takes to go for, I mean, at this point, you don't even know what to call it, you know. Whoever wins it, fair enough, you deserved it. We have had 4v5s of Team UWU, 4v5s of MRCZ, 2 rehosts, and in the previous round, an AFK player. So this time, everyone seems to be alive, up and running. That's really good. Hopefully, it stays the same case for MRCZ as well. And they make sure that, you know, all 4 of their players are at least back up and running in the server.
Yep. It's been a pretty roller coaster of a ride, I'll have to say, for both of these teams. But for me personally, I really want to witness maybe a bit more of a switch up and a change up coming in from the members of Team UWU, because that last round really just came down to the wire. But now things look to be going in the favor of Mercenaries. Good first kill coming in from the side. And it is going to be these getting taken down. These would have been so important for them to hold on to. Din getting taken out as well. The pole man's not been getting a lot of kills here, but Naughty Oshrid's going to be able to equalize things out. The treats are present, and Mercenaries, they're still fighting to possibly take a win here. Drish, completely concussed, needs to give up the angle. And that's a beautiful spot to hold. Positions are everything, and Kato, maybe you're playing a bit too aggressive here, buddy. You just have to give up the space. Nothing to really worry about. It's still a 3 versus 3. You don't need to play as aggressively as you are, but maybe he's gonna walk away with the kill. And this Finka is actually putting in the work. Those overheals are working out perfectly for the members of Team Mercenaries.
Yep, Finka is there, then Lion Scan alongside it. Kato still going to peek, downs Ashrit as a matter of fact. MI7 takes his place, gets one, he wants more, but even he's put in a not outstate. And now Ashrit is revived. Oh, good God, what is happening? Ashrit's the one swinging around. Drish, yet again, is in that 1vx scenario. Last time it was a 1v1, now he's got double the amount of attackers in front of him. Diffuser's gonna go down. Where is Shinra looking? Where is he protecting from? He is watching Aviator, watching the Aviator entrance. Does he see the doorway? Red pings go out. There can be a peek. Drish isolates one gunfight. It's all down. Shinra has got a little bit of utility to his aid. He can throw the Zofia concussions. Bulletproof shield play. Oh, this can be very, very smart. He's just got to prevent Drish from doing this. He's there in the corner. Shinra peeks. He tags the alibi. Oh, time is running out.
Shield on.
He's in the corner. He's looking to stick it. Shinra.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
perfect.
It's the explosive. It's the explosive, actually. And now there's no time. There is no time.
Perfect.
How? What? It's
No. Do you know why Shinra did this? He expected the bulletproof shield to get put up.
Yeah.
He expected it to get put up. That's why he pulled out the explosive charge, expecting that, oh, I'm going to break the shield, he's going to get off. It didn't work out in the way that he wanted to, but still. The fact that he took out the shield and nearly tried to pull it off. If it worked,
nice reference.
who would have just... Yeah. If that worked, it would have just been absolutely... I need to ask Jack, what exactly is the reference?
No, we have seen something like this. It happened on Statutory Trophy in 2021, the South Asian Nationals. There were, I think EXT, I think, was it those guys or was it someone else? There was one of the teams. But, which team was it? Yeah, regardless, I think it was the Sri Lankan roster. I don't exactly remember the name, but it was on Statutory Trophy. One of the players, they took the bulletproof shield from Statutory, went to Trophy, put it up, disabled the diffuser behind it. So this has happened once. It was a very crazy day. It was in the previous edition of the Nationals that we used to have here in South Asia. But again, all of that is irrelevant because round 15, 4v5, what is going on? What is happening in the server? That's all my concern. Every single round, every single kill. It's very weird.
Castle's getting picked up though from Shinra, not Yashrit. Maybe biting off a bit more than you can chew here, buddy. Holding from the other side of this and Shinra.
Oof.
Got caught with his pants down, I guess. And that flick, yeah, that's gonna send shockwaves through all of the side of Mercenary.
Yeah, so Ashrit was correct. It was EXT Extraordinary Esports from Sri Lanka who went for that play. But regardless, let's come back to the round hand. Enough of that. Bulletproof shields, we've seen enough. Now it's time for bullets, multiple actually, being shot from these guns, especially from the side of Mercenaries, considering the man disadvantage they're in. Team UWU will be relentless with this pressure. Team UWU a single round away now, like before, from just registering the entire map as a win of theirs, from making sure they get their first point ever in the 2022 South Asian Nationals. Will MRCZ let them Again, we watch and we wait for these defenders to do something. Then is going to be swinging wide.
Nice,
one.
Din!
That's another. What?
He has 6 bullets! He
The
got
third.
6 bullets and he still get the kill!
Ow.
Wait, Din! He had 6
It's,
again. CCB, 6 bullets and he
it's a
still got a
1v1.
kill. Now it's
Wait, it's a
Dagger's
1v1.
time to shine. It's a 1v1 where Din still has more than enough HP to play around with. He can do
He's got
whatever
the
he wants.
diffuser.
He has a lot of utility and he has a diffuser on top of him.
Oh my
So
god.
good. That punch hole's gonna give some information away. Little bits of noise being given from either side. But they're wrapping around each other. Din! He has no idea!
He's going to look back.
He needs to
Who's gonna
expect
look
it.
back?
He needs to expect it. Yep, he's expecting it now. He's on the top side of the angle and he hits it!
God.
Din, how the hell did you pull this one off? Din gets a 4K and he gets everything done. Din is just incredible, man! This guy dropped 21 kills! 21! To win out on a 4v5! No. This entire map was just Din being an absolute Giga Chad. He is on another level this game. He single-handedly took the entire team
I don't
on his
believe what
back
I've seen.
and he made sure that he rode him off into the sunset. If you believe in fairy tale CCB, this has got to be a story that has to get written down because Din deserves to be the protagonist for this.
Forget fairy tales. I don't believe what I'm seeing right in front of my eyes for the time being. Because every single round of that overtime, we saw what for 3v5s and all that. We saw 1v1s. We saw bulletproof shield encounters. We saw disables of diffusers. We saw, you know what? Let's just bring the highlights and let's just have a look at how peacefully it all started 1.5 hours ago. Prior 90 minutes, life was calm. There was serenity. There was, harmony amongst everyone. Now, I have
What is this, Animal
no
Planet?
earthly idea. I have no earthly idea what just took place on this server. Like, I am actually, again, I don't say this often, but I am completely at a loss of genuine words. Like, I just like to sit and, stare at the matchup.
Dude. What is happening? This entire game was a roller coaster of emotions, but for Team UWU, they have to be absolutely shattered when it comes down to their morale. The team will not be in the same place anymore. And that hard-fought victory coming in from Din, man, he played his heart out. There's no shot that he got something like this. This man is probably celebrating all around. If they were in a boot camp, just imagine, if they were in a boot camp, they're hugging each other and they're lifted Din up to the skies. Because this guy is God at this stage. Probably one of the best clutches that we have seen in this entire tournament by far up till now. And possibly one of the best as well, because Din just pulled off something incredible. Cannot deny.
Yeah. I mean, you think about, some crazy roster transfers that have happened. What comes to mind? I don't know. Ronaldo going to United like the first time and something along the lines of that. But no, it's really Din coming to MRCZ from Militant Esports. This pickup is insane. And he deserves to be here. Look at this final round. 1, 2, another, that's 3, and he gets the round for his team. Again, there was just so much going on. You cannot analyze, neither can you particularly talk about what happened in this match, because every single round was a story of its own, and every single round just brought situations onto itself and onto all of us that one can't fathom thinking about generally. I mean, okay, I forgot about this as well. Round 3, Dagger pushed up into the bomb site in less than 45 seconds of the action phase. He had pushed up into bomb site. There was this. There were the 1v1s that took place. There were 2 rehosts that also happened during the game. There were 3Ks, 4Ks, God knows what. They were flawless rounds as well. This matchup is, I think, the craziest one we have seen so far in the Nationals. At least in my vote goes to this.
A lot of ups, a lot of downs, and pretty much a heart attack and a half coming in from both of these teams, because Mercenaries, the emotion and the entirety of this game can be felt throughout. Teams just played their hearts out to try and take a win here. Team UWU, they fell short. Their drive for victory just wasn't there. While on the other side of the spectrum, one man, just one man, was all that it took to make sure there was nothing that the members of Mercenaries could not do. They came on back on a 4v5 situation, on overtime, mind you, to get an 8-7 victory. Now, that is a storyline that can never be replaced. Also, one of the best storylines that we have had in the past Nationals as well.
Yeah. Always Villa, man. South Asia Nationals in the map of Villa. I don't know what it is with it, but if there is one curse or any precedent I believe in, is that don't play Villa on Nationals, because you don't know what's going to happen. Either one of these teams, had you asked them and had you told them 90 minutes ago that you'd be going into the server 4v5s, 4v5s from both teams, and it would go to 15 rounds, they would have said, no way, what are you lying? Why are you making up all this masala? No. But this is what just happened. It was, again, what was this? You can't call this a proper matchup, because, yeah, like I said, every single round was just this weird culmination of this guy gets the kill, then this guy gets the kill, but somehow he's there and now he's in present. Like every single time we're having a look at the highlights, right, before we talk about the scoreboard and before we look at the numbers and all that, just still it's pretty much the same thing in the in the form that some people didn't have the best of days but had amazing moments. Some people just had overall an amazing time in the server, but at certain moments they couldn't deliver. I think Team UWU as an entire roster in that final round, great example, just didn't catch Din pushing into, bedroom. He won a gunfight, pushed in, got 3 kills overall, 4 in total. So with all that being said and done, that yeah, now having a look at the match summary, this was an insane matchup. 23 kills for him. My God.
The way that this entire match just went,
Yeah.
I'm just shocked. Because
Yep.
I thought Din got 21. The man just came up, got 2 up on me. 23. Look at everyone else. Ion had a 5-1. He's the one who was carrying the charge early on. Din took up that mantle, dropped 23, and everyone else just has 9, 9, and 7. It's the only one to get double digits. And that double digits is a 23. CCV, a 23 with a survival rating of 1.43. Going up against another team who are pretty much 16 and 11, 11 and 11, 7 and 10, 9 and 11, 5 and 10. Team UWU, the fact is, they didn't have a lot of utility usage. Their cost percentages are not looking that good. While on the side of Mercenaries, their cost percentages are a lot more stable and even across the board, other than Shinra, who at times just died out a bit too early. This is the contrast between both of these teams, but one player making this much of a difference is unheard of.
Yeah. Oh, man, I just gotta say that, yeah, this was a very, very intensive matchup on both these rosters, And of course, for MRCZ as well, I think next question is, will we be seeing them in the next match with 5 people? Is anyone going to be able to play? Be that Ayan, be that Taha, or be that Hasib, whoever it is, we may need to ask and we may need to see what MRCZ have prepared. As for Team UWU, where are they standing right now? Because this is, I think you briefly mentioned over this, Agi, that yeah, this was something completely out of the ordinary. Like how exactly, the way in which they gave it their all. They were the one team initially down and outed, and then they had to come back up, do everything, all to fail at the last stage, all to lose out on the final round. Yet again, no point in the group standings for them. Very, very unfortunate, but that is going to be the case. So, yeah, question is, how will Team Uvu be performing later on? We have a look at the map veto. Next map is going to be Oregon. Yet again, extremely tactical and another potentially lengthier map because Oregon is a big map. When you talk about its, size, like the square foot it has, you have got tons of floors, and you also have vast area on every single floor. So horizontally and laterally, horizontally and longitudinally, I guess, it's going to be comprising of plenty of space. So there's going to be a lot for these 10 players, or these 9 players, I guess, to do. But overall, see, that's the thing about Oregon. Not exactly sure what's going to be happening on there and how things are going to go off, because Villa, you can't really take it as a benchmark of anything because of the amount of like insane stuff that happened.
Yeah, it's just upset after upset for this particular map. But for the teams, I do believe the upsets are completely fine and dandy because for now, at the bare minimum, MercenarieZ, they're right in the high. They're on cloud 9 after taking that victory. But if they get a bit too comfortable in the place that they're in, members of UWU can steal that spot away at any second, because you have to remember that UWU, they're the ones who have picked up the map of Oregon. And even though MercenarieZ are able to take their own home pickup, taking the second map will never get simpler, because Team UWU, they know how close they got to beating out MercenarieZ, but to take a loss on a 4 versus 5 situation, yeah, that is going to sting.
Absolutely. And yeah, overall, I gotta say that entirely this has been like extremely taxing on these players. Absolutely, like 100%. Because this one map took a very long time. So, like in this break time that they have right now, before Oregon starts up, they will be having plenty of discussions amongst themselves what has happened, and of course for MRCZ, they'll be wondering and hoping they can get someone back in and they can resume as a 5 versus 5. But yeah, multiple questions need to be asked, and a lot of the things have got to work forward and need to be looked at from the side of both of the rosters actually.
Yep. Primarily for MercenarieZ, that getting that fifth man in towards the table at the bare minimum, because up against the not having that fifth man really did pester them quite a bit. But they were able to turn things around. Shinra on the other side as well, maybe a bit too much aggression coming in from his end. It's causing some issues for the team to try and stabilize. He needs to get toned back in. He needs to get reeled in a little bit here. But from what we heard, we're not going to be having a break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be jumping straight on over to the next game because we have another match for you on game number 2. Oregon is where we're going to be headed, ladies and gentlemen. So no more call-outs other than, of course, be sure to check out the links down below in the description to get yourself a graphics card or even Rainbow-Six-Siege, because it goes on sale so often. It's cheap as dirt. Just go and get the game, play it, and then tell us how you like it. Because if you're going to be liking it, then we're going to be hosting a lot more tournaments that you back at home can also participate in. And make sure to get yourself a graphics card as well. Trust me when I say this. I used to play this on a 750 Ti. It was horrible. Then I went down, bought a graphics card. Sadly, there was no Zotac Gaming back then for me personally, because there were not incredible deals like we have for you guys from the links in the description below. You're going to be able to get one on the cheap. So buy it up. See what you can do in the game of Siege, and hopefully you're going to be here for us to cast down the line. But in my eyes, for now at least, for both of these teams, I want to see something incredible for the map of Oregon. I want one of these particular teams to start banning out on unorthodox pickups, because banning out the Thatcher, it's understandable. You don't want to deal with the Thatcher because of the way Big Tower works. You want to hold on Big Tower so that they cannot push in towards I forgot the name. Attic. You don't want them to push in towards attic, or you don't want anyone to push in towards from the side of master bedroom straight up in towards games. You don't want them to have those lines of sight of control. It's understandable to ban out on the Thatcher, but after you lose out or after you win out on the second floor, is there any other place where the Thatcher really holds a lot of merit? Think about it like that, because you ban out this one particular character, you maybe have a hard time holding one particular site, which you can easily hold with other characters. And maybe let's just say you ban out a Flores, where Flores is possibly a bigger counter to any of the other operators, for all of the other sites, because deployable shields are just so powerful on Oregon. If you have a deployable shield and if you're playing it down properly, then the attackers, they almost have nothing. You take a Jaeger, you hold down the lines, and the deployable shield is safe for the longest amount of time as well. There's so much that you can do. Banning out the Thatcher is not as necessary, but I understand players not wanting to deal with it as well. It's just such a dynamic of Siege now. If you don't ban out on the Thatcher, you just get stuck into a sticky position. But then if you don't if you pick up the Thatcher, a lot of players just forget how Thatcher works. So they don't even know how to play it.
Yeah, this is why I think there's been major advocates for the side of a third ban being instilled into the teams. Like every single team, they can ban one attacker, one defender, and you introduce the fact that they can ban a third operator, attack or defense, their choice. So every single team has it. So overall, what people are asking for and what people have been asking for plenty in the community all across the world is due to the amount of operators we now have in Siege, for there to be like 3 bans per team and overall 6, which makes sense, yes, but at the same time as well, it would be wiser for like Ubisoft to as well rework the older operators or some of the operators who don't see the light of the day as often. And I think there was this one operator, we mentioned this, that I genuinely had forgotten for the longest period of time, that I heard the name today, Glaz. I mean, he received a rework when he could see through smokes, and he could see through smokes based on the level of like the little movement he had. Very smart rework. Sadly, still no one plays him, because smokes in of itself in Siege, unlike other FPS titles, you don't have too many smokes here. It's more about the flashbangs and the frag grenades, and also the amount of utility each operator carries is far lesser. Like, okay, in other games, you can buy up, Molotovs, flashbangs, grenades, and smokes, and anything else, right? Again, depends on the kind of game. In Siege, you either bring the flashbang, or you bring the frag grenade, or you bring the EMP charge, or you bring the hard breach, and so on and so forth. There's only one you can. So it also brings that possibility of, do we start to see some attackers be introduced or maybe be reworked with 2 of these? It would be a major change. Again, this is delving a little into like balance theory and all that, but in my eyes at least, for particular attacking operators, especially ones like Glass who are extremely utility oriented, maybe it works. Because aggressive, imagine what you were just saying like a while ago. So many of the defenders, they have these recharging utilities. Azami Kiba barriers, they come back time after time after time. But my magnets, bam, 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 bam. Thunderbird Kona stations, one, heal. Attacking utility to deal with it gets a lot difficult. So increase attacking utility. It would be, again, the way in which the community would receive it, it's again an online like gaming community. There's always going to be some problems someone will have, granted, yes, but something to be looked at. That is one of the facts, and it would help out the attackers a lot, and maybe, just maybe, overall makes Siege a little more balanced in that attacker versus defender kind of argument.
I agree on that. Those bans can just be a make it or break it for a lot of teams, and I do believe the entire game in general. And looking at maybe hero shooters, let's just talk about it. We talk about the tactical FPS genre quite often, but
Yeah.
look at hero shooters.
Right,
Me
right,
coming
right.
in from a background of hero shooters and arena shooters for the longest time, there's what? Almost less than Siege's characters. Siege has how many now? How many
Oh,
characters does Siege have
plenty.
again? Like I lost count
I
a few
don't
ages ago.
don't ask me the exact number because I'm pretty sure I got it wrong on stream once before,
Estimate?
like
Wait.
during the pro series. I would be somewhere around 75, 76. Yeah, 75, 76 attack and defense combined. That would be my guess, but it could be more.
Oh, 65. 65.
'Cause-
Yeah. There are
okay, close enough, close enough.
65 operators in Siege. I've seen
Yeah,
games with only around 55, 55, 50 to 55 characters have a three
yeah,
band system. And the way that the three band system works is we talk about drafting. So you draft out certain characters, and then after maybe three players have drafted in, then you'll introduce that third band so that people can have a powerful counter against your certain composition. That is also a smart
right.
choice. This is something that Siege can do. Like implementing that third ban is one thing, but maybe changing stuff out to include a draft system will just add so much more versatility to the game of Siege as well when you think about it. It happen?
It could. Yeah, there's much that can happen. For this matchup as well, it definitely is happening. I know everyone is waiting for it as well. And I believe most of the players should be in the lobby. I think the only problem that is happening is, yeah, with a couple of the final players on either one of the team side. But as soon as we get confirmation that, everyone is ready or any sort of updates, of course, we can jump into the game. We can start the operator ban phase and start the entire map of Oregon. Because honestly, it's been a while since I've seen Oregon as well. And it puts me in a weird place. Because on one hand, I'm like, is there going to be anything different we'll be seeing on Oregon? But then I remember that no, not really. I left Siege. I didn't cast Siege for a very long time during 2021 and 2022. And when I came back, it was still pretty much the same kind of strategy on Oregon. So I doubt a lot must have changed strategically, but still the way in which these teams will approach, and of course, with how they're playing, it's a big question mark as to you know how to proceed forward and like what kind of performance they'll be having, because that's all we talked about, right? For these guys, that exactly how can we move forward, and how can MRCZ and Team Uvu regain their consciousness, because honestly that was just on another level what had happened, and see themselves that they are fit to play map number 2 properly and without major mistakes.
True. We can't be talking about the map of Oregon, but I think we're beating the dead horse enough. We talked about it a lot.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the other thoughts up here. How about Bank? I want your thoughts on Bank a little bit because this is a map that, on the casual level, I think that people understand. It's not that good, it's not that bad. People just don't want to play it because, again, attackers have a lot of advantages if they play it. But on the competitive standpoint, why is this map not really played as often? I think that you can give a lot more insight on this.
It's teams just don't want change. Teams just don't want something different. They have acclimatized to what they like, and that's pretty much it. Like they don't want to, include newer maps. Or like again, most teams aren't completely against the map of Bank. It's just by the time it takes place, or by the time the Bank map comes up in a map veto, they're like, let's just remove it. What's the point? It's kind of that mentality. For some of them, it's an insta ban. Case in point, as I always mention, my favorite example, KIRA Esports. Insta ban, Bank, gone, finished. We just don't want to play it. Okay, makes sense. If they again, yeah, a specific use case, those guys they just don't like the map. Perfectly fine. On the other hand, you have most of the teams where by the time it reaches that stage in the veto, you have the last couple of maps, you have the last couple of maps remaining to be chosen. It's usually Bank or Villa or Skyscraper or even Oregon nowadays, because your favorite maps are the ones that are either banned instantly or picked instantly. That includes, Chalet, that includes Clubhouse, Cafe, not anyone's pick. It's an insta ban. Cafe just goes straight away. So keeping all of that in mind, it's going to be a lot more important, that that bank may see the light of the day in the future, and it should absolutely see the light of the day in the future. But to answer your question, why teams really don't pick it, it's because they just don't care, or they just don't want to play it, and they're more of that mentality of, we can't be bothered, let's just go to Oregon yet again, let's just go to Skyscraper and end it there, we know that map better.
Yeah, but a lot of teams just don't like the Skyscraper as well. I haven't seen a single team that has a proper strategy for Skyscraper, but I've seen team with proper strats for Bank. That's the thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of diverse strategies that you can play on the map of Bank, but a lot of teams just don't want to deal with it. Maybe because the defensive side looks a little bit more telegraphed. I'll give it this much, that whenever I look at the map of Bank, and whenever I see professional levels of play, it seems extremely telegraphed how the entire map is. You consider a certain strategy, you consider a certain line of sight, and it's always a team hitting that one particular. There's not really a lot of adaptations that you can go for this particular map. If you try to adapt a little bit too much, maybe going for a lot more of an interesting strategy, it can just fall flat on your face. Consider one thing: if you are playing from the office room, I forgot the call out because I haven't played Bank in so long. Everyone bans it so often that you don't
CEO
even remember the
office,
call
yeah.
outs. It happens. Yeah, the CEO office.
The office.
How
Yeah.
can you even enter that? How can you even enter that? You just can't. There's a primary breach. If you don't do
is
that
there.
breach,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
that's the one thing. There's only one entrance. You take that breach, there is janitor closet, but taking control of janitor closet is extremely difficult as an attacker. You're not going to be able to get that for free. There are windows on the opposite side, and even if you're trying to go in through the rappels, it just doesn't work. There's so many different angles that the defenders can play from, and considering how open it is, unless the attacker is going from one particular sightline, the map of Bank just doesn't have that level of versatility, and that could be another reason why a lot of teams don't like to pick it up. Versatility is also another key important part, where teams can go in for the same
Yeah.
strats again, and it will all just boil down to gunfights. And maybe that is something that South Asian Siege can, embrace a little bit more, because they enjoy taking a lot more gunfights and going in for strategic play, but eh, it is what it is, I guess, for that one. But sorry about the delays, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. You're hearing us ramble about Siege and its nuances for the longest time. We're going to be jumping down over into the game soon enough. The players are still joining on down in. And from what we heard, it seems to be another 4 versus 5 situation. Now, going in the favor of Mercenaries, where, ooh, they're the ones who don't have one of their players present. Yeah.
Uh, but I gotta say that,
It's happening.
overall, okay, now that we are mentioning Bank, right, and we are mentioning, and I gave my reasoning that, exactly why isn't Bank picked off. And let's have a look at this map, Veto. So we had briefly touched upon, sorry, we had briefly touched upon this earlier in the veto, right, Aggressive? When we talked about, when we initially saw the veto, right, that Clubhouse got banned, makes sense. It's a stronghold of mercenaries. Team Uwu got rid of it. And then you had, and then you had the side of MRCZ ban out border because Uwu like to play. So the initial two bans are the strengths of both of these teams, and they're already gone. What are the next two maps that are banned? Chalet goes off the board, MRCZ love to play it. Then you have Theme Park going off, and by MRCZ themselves, because yeah, at this point I'd like to know exactly why MRCZ went for a Theme Park ban, and they didn't, boot off Oregon or anything along the lines of that. But yeah, many theories. Point being that we have got the game ready. Oregon is in front of us, and we shall indeed be starting with the ban phase.
From what we heard, apparently Nani is back, so it's not going to be a 4 versus 5. Thankfully, it is a 5v5, because 5v5 is where things are going to get a lot more interesting. And for Mercenaries, how interesting will their pickups be? Now that Ion's back, now that he's back on towards the server, and now that the members are on full control, let's just see how Mercenaries are going to be playing this one out. Because the way that Team O are going to be panning out their own attacking side, it's going to be another OSA ban, because they know how dangerous the OSA can be in the hands of Mercenaries. We have seen them completely take over a map purely due to their also place, but panning out. See, that's a bit more of a spicier take because Mercenaries now they have the option of keeping a Valkyrie open,
Yeah.
taking out a Mira.
Oh,
Oh, they
oh,
keep the Mira
the
open
vice
instead.
versa. Yeah, so they can bring the Mira then
That's smart. That's
on
smart.
basement. Yeah, they can bring the Mira on basement and even to a certain extent on kitchen and meeting if they'd like to go, or kitchen and dining, whichever they prefer. And no, it seems like it is going to be a 4v5 for the side of Team UWU. So still, sadly, a 4v5 for them. Dagger has disconnected, and yeah, Dagger also being one of their experienced players, him being off the board means it's going to be difficult for them and for these guys to get back into it. But hey, it won't be the first time we'll be seeing a 4v5 team take a win if Team Ubu do indeed manage to win out. But yeah, seems like Hasib is okay. Okay. I'd just like to
Awesome!
mention this, guys. And Ayan. So, bam. That's it. MRCZ are now like 10 times
You
stronger.
know,
I'm sorry.
you know
Like the
that
Hasib buff is
CCB.
real.
Yeah. From what I heard, Hasib
No.
is barely giving his exams, so
Yes.
the man just wants peace.
Yeah. So you got everyone with that joke. But no, during the interviews as well, they were mentioning Hasib is giving his exams, so there's a lot that's going on in his personal life, and of course that's why he had taken a break for a little bit from Siege, which is absolutely understandable. No fault to him or nothing against him for that. But I believe maybe for this map particularly, he's subbing out Ashrit, but Ayan also seems to be back. So yeah, that's it. The only substitution that has happened basically is
They're
Shinra now
already in.
is playing instead. Yeah, is Shinra is playing instead of Taha right now. But again, doesn't seem to matter. Look at the confidence. It's MI7. It's the kid. Just because of the proper squad being there, just because of no 4v5, that flush of confidence favors mercenaries and allows them to get that initial kill and potentially to win round after round after round.
Possibly here. But let's not toot the horn a little bit too much here because Team Wu, they have pulled off miracles before, and Hasib already, as soon as he gets into the server, the guy gets a kill. That's the first one. Nanny goes down, and the F2 in the hands of the Twitch is now no more. A couple of flashes to play around with to get some information maybe and to get some space, but then on the other side, the superstar from the last game still very much alive and causing a lot of issues. Diffuser gonna get picked up, but even if he gets a diffuser, I don't think he's gonna get a plant anytime soon. Too many angles, too many players to consider, and a C4 straight to the face, and Kato gets sent to his maker. A boom. It's true. At least Kato embraced the situation properly, right?
Yep.
Felt that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone has had that time where the C4 literally explodes next to you, so you have like no choice. And sadly, this was one of those instances. And yeah, I'm sure everyone can relate to it, regardless of like your experience in Siege. See, that's the thing. Even if you go down into the description right now, get yourself Rainbow-Six-Siege, install it, get into a quick match, chances are you will be blown up by a C4. But then again, I'd highly recommend watching the tutorials before that, and watching some guides on like YouTube and all as well prior to it. And of course, if you want entertainment for Siege, well, don't worry. The Esports Club is always live on YouTube and Loco to make sure you guys are never missing out. But as for this matchup, Team Ubu are missing out on 20% of their partnership because of the fact that Dagger is not there. Yet again, we've got to mention this, and yet again the topic will be brought up, but it's particularly because it's a strong one. The psychological factor, I think, is going to be playing the biggest part in this. And now that there is so much to be said and there is so much that has happened, it genuinely is going to be a part of the conversation where these teams and where these players stand mentally. We saw for MRCZ 4v5 on Villa, they absolutely just could not perform. Two of their players, like Shinra and MI7, it just wasn't their day. Ashrit was trying to hold the ground, but it was all thin. But they still won that game. Right now, Team Uwu, 4v5 for them. still, initial kill found for the side of the Rish, and more to happen very, very soon, and hopefully more actually does happen.
It's pretty bad. Too many angles to consider here. They're in a tough spot, but
Oh
still
my
MI7.
God.
Look at the confidence of this man, and he's still running away with all of the frags, baby. And with this, they're going to be quite happy about it, that's for certain, but they just have to hold on to the angle. Shinra's going to be able to get himself on the board as well. Finally gets shut down from the side of Din. Kato's going to be able to find a kill. Kato just needs to wait it out. Good peek coming in from D's. The man just went into a Ferrari to go in for that peek, baby. 2 versus 2 on the map, and Team UWU, they're punishing MercenarieZ for not respecting them on the previous couple of rounds.
They are looking to punish MRCZ. MI7 yet again, shotgun in hand. What? Oh, C4 again. This time, Dizzy anticipated it. So that's that. Okay, C4 is gone. Now, Hasib has got the impact nades to, you know, try and prevent the diffuser from going down. If that happens, but I think bigger priority for these attackers is going to be eliminating one of the defenders, isolating the gunfights, doing something. Pressures on the attackers completely. And MI7 SMG11 gets the kill. Diffuser dropped, most importantly. Kato now all alone.
Yeah, Kato could just be done for here. How do you even survive this? 2 different angles to consider. Head spin pretty much spotted. Kato, he showed a pixel, but that pixel's not going to get him killed just yet. Needs to run on in. 35 seconds left. And I love the fact that the members of MercenarieZ, they're just giving the respect that he deserves. Kato's going to be able to make his way back. The fact that the window's been broken is already there. And now MI7, he's just going to play wrapper on the roasting. He's just going to wait. There's no reason for him to pee. And there's no way Kato's going to be able to go through the doorway and even get this plan down. Not against MI7, especially when he has that shotgun. Just doesn't work. You're done for. That's an 0-2.
Bam.
And the members of MercenarieZ, they're just confident in the way that they're.
And yeah, you gotta ask the question, that confidence, it's going to, I mean, it looks like it'll be there throughout the matchup, you know, because now, unless there is a disconnection on the MRCZ side, they've got their proper roster right here. No one particularly missing out. I mean, again, yeah, I did mention Taha's not there, Shinra is subbing him, but Shinra is the official sub anyways. That's perfectly fine. You know, still, official roster. As for MRCZ, their performance is looking good. Team UWU, on the other hand, is now going to be considering the fact that, okay, we have a 4v5. We don't have Dagger, the experienced player. How do you proceed? I'm not exactly sure who the IGL for Team UWU is, but if I had to make an assumption, I think it may be Dizzy. But again, I could be wrong on that. So regardless of that, I'm not going to go there. I'll get my information and then I shall speak on it. But yeah, still 4 players. We saw what, you know, playing a 4v5 can do to a team who is very experienced like MRCZ. For Team UWU, yes, they've got up and coming players, but still an up and coming team is still it's going to be very, very difficult to navigate their way through. And for their side, I just gotta say that they've got to try their best. You know, they've got to make sure that they win those gunfights, isolate them, or just try to do something. And this absolutely is a good start. Hasib is gone. Drish already within the building. Okay, explosive. And wait, the attackers are inside the bomb site. What's going on?
What is
Ion,
happening?
Guns, 2 of them down. Huh?
Wait, did they just try to rush their way in and they're actually making this work? Drish has an idea of exactly where MI7 is. The timing is everything. Pulls out the shotgun to try and maybe add insult to injury, but this one Capcan trap could just be a problem. Drish over on the other side. Drish walks away with another kill. And this is bad. This has gone from bad to worse. It's just going to run away. They already know the diffuser's in towards the side. One player's on the top end of this. He needs to jump one down soon enough. He's going to be able to get his way up. And he's now in. The diffuser's under his control. This barrier's going to be pretty good. The barrier's been broken, but still you can't break the barrier and survive that. MI7 heard the sound, just went in for the swing. And the headshot just sends him back down to hell. Drish takes a back seat and MI7, a disgusting shot to boot. Take a 0-3 scoreline. As Team UWU with that rush got a bit too close.
Yeah, and also, how did the last shot connect? That was just barely. I didn't see anything in that. I mean, yeah, it was a pre-fire, but I still didn't like the timing of that pre-fire. Yeah, by the time the bullet went through, the head wasn't there, but okay, it connected. Regardless of that, 3-0 for mercenaries. Their objective rotation, their objective rotation now resets, and they're back to basement laundry. So keeping that in mind, yeah, nothing changes from these guys. They will keep everything exactly the same. Team UWU will be the ones who got to do something differently. Now, if we think to ourselves, what did MRCZ do on Villa when they were in that 4v5? They tried multiple things. They brought in the Finca Lion combo that was there. They had one of their players on Ash and Zofia. They were playing very, very frag heavy. This time as well, Team UWU are doing something similar, You've got the solo hard breacher in the form of Drish. You don't have a Flores. Rather, Dizzy is on the Finca, Nani is on the knock. So 2 people dedicated to going for kills. Now that is interesting. Goes to show that with limited resources, Team UWU still want to highlight and still want to prioritize frags over better map control or a little more utility. The only thing is, again, nothing wrong with it, but we need to see kills now if this is their, theory.
Bro, what's the game plan for you guys? They made their way in towards the building, but for the members of Mercenaries, they are not really playing aggressive at all. They're just hunkering down in towards the side. Not a single roamer in sight, mind you. And Mercenaries, this strategy alone could be the make it or break it for them. This is pretty smart because if Mercenaries are opting to go in for the full-on hunker, they just need to wait. But these... Wait, how did he... Where?
It was on top of, through armory stairs that he got the kill. Yeah, that angle right there. That's how he got the frag.
No way.
That's
no
Siege.
way. You can't... What?
Okay, now he's in the bomb site, and now he's gone. Okay, regardless.
My brain is still trying to comprehend. On top of armory?
Yes, being on top of armory, looking down armory stairs, you can have that angle towards the bottom stairs. Again, you can see it.
I did not know that.
On top of the laundry stairs. Yeah,
more you know,
more
because that is something extremely surprising. I've never seen anyone do that. But then again, I don't play on Diamond. I don't play on Diamond and Champ.
Oh no, that's my lobby. You won't survive there. But right now, it's very difficult. What's a spike rush? For Kato to survive, it's going to be for Kato to survive, it's going to be very, very difficult and easy elimination. Yet again, Mercenaries are just having this high line of defense, and unfortunately for Team UWU, with even them prioritizing going for kills, no kills are going their way. We saw the Ash, we saw the Nook, we saw the Ash alive till the very end, still didn't result in kills favoring them, only casualties. And yeah, this is just pure gunfight from the side of MRCZ. They are, feeling themselves right now. They're just making sure they... what I think MRCZ are trying to do, again, I don't know if they're deliberately doing this, but in their minds, they would like to get over with these rounds as soon as possible as well, right? So that there isn't enough, so that the faster the rounds get done, lesser time there is for the 5th to come back. Again, I don't think they'll deliberately trying to do this, but that's a very take advantage of the situation kind of thing. Yeah, but I mean, for MRCZ, regardless of that, it's going their way. For Team UWU, surviving on Oregon itself was very difficult. Surviving on Oregon with 4 people is far more deadlier. And getting through what has happened so far and going through it as well, it's all plain and simple. We haven't even seen the diffuser go down yet. Every single round, it's been elimination after elimination after elimination, which doesn't leave a lot there to be said about the matchup, because all that is happening yet again are gunfights.
Happening so often as well. And I do believe that the members of UWU, they're just purely relying on their raw mechanical skill to maybe pull off something in this 4v5. They want a man advantage. I can understand that. They want to take things down to a 4v4 before they start playing slow. But if you're risking so much to make it make a 4v4 happen, I don't like how this is gonna go. Good lines of sight being opened up though from UWU as they're playing slow this time around. Hearing your advice this time, it's CC. Because now the team should be good, but never mind. The Amaru is going to be jumping onto Armory. And this Armory push and work, but still MI7 walks away with murder. Okay, Ion. Maybe a bit too ambitious on that.
Oh. Oof.
That's the first time I've ever seen an Ash crawl through a door. I mean,
Oh my
can
God.
you blame Shidro?
Okay, so yeah, progress being made for the side of like Team UWU right now. They're going through the breaches. They've gotten some kills. MI7, oh, on first floor. Yeah, he retreats. He realizes he can't be sneaky anymore. Some attackers will still be looking to hunt him down. He has been spotted, and Dizzy is hell bent on trying to eliminate him. He's going to be going up wide stairs as well. The defenders have been pushed off. Look at how quickly and rapidly Team UWU are taking control. Still a minute to work with. MRCZ, the only way they get back
Good
into this is if they
shots.
get killed. But now it's all down to Haseb. Team UWU looking really, really strong.
What?
Unfortunate team kill.
No!
Haseb gets
No!
one gun fight. He
No!
clutches. How in God's name does it keep on happening?
One accidental kill. Why? Awesome. The stars align for you there, buddy. You just got a freebie on both of these players. Mercenaries. They're getting round after round, and now it's because of a mistake coming in from UWU. It's a travesty, man. You can't make this up. There's no shot that Team UWU are starting to lose like this. Their confidence was sky high. They got all the advantages. They got the first 2 kills there, CCV. It was a 3 versus 1. They were in the site already. And they were so hell-bent on killing that one player behind the shield that they lost everything.
Yeah, so,
How's your day, David?
I think it's safe to say morale is not going to be at an all-time high in Team UWU. You know, and now when you put it into even further context, you understand that this is a team who has played 6 maps prior to this. Well, 7, if you count Villa, haven't won any of them. And now on Oregon, unfortunately, it's a 4v5. And it's proceeding like this. It's yeah, it's really, really like it's looking like wraps for them. Maybe the only hope, the only chance they have is the side swap. From that they can recover. But okay, this round once more looking a lot more optimal. MRCZ, these guys get a little too aggressive. In the last round they got punished for it. This time as well, to a certain extent. MI7, Shinra, these guys have been killed. Even in the last matchup, they weren't having the best of times. Now Haseb steps in and he's like, okay, I'm the only one on second floor. I'll still make sure we hold the ground. Look at this angle towards Armory. He's watching. Drone spots him. Still going to be holding it. And gets the headshot onto Kato.
He still gets it. He still gets it.
And now there is Nani as well. There is Nani and there is Drish. Both the remaining attackers are in attic only. So Haseb can still do a lot more damage if he wants, or at the very least give more info to his teammates.
My god, they're still getting these frags regardless. Then maybe show a bit more respect to your peers on this one, because I don't think it's a good idea to try and take this. But now, we're on the back end of this. Ion, he's just holding on down front to the breach. Spots out a little bit of a hole, but I don't like this timing. Drish still will have an advantage here on this peak, and of course he does, because Din was a little bit too close to the angle. If he held it further back, that would have been an advantage for him. Nani's going to be able to shut down Haseb, who was holding down from the attic angle. It's now all up to Ion. He has an idea of how this peak is going to go. He has an idea of where the players are exactly, but still the plan cannot be denied from this angle. Ion hears out the sounds, hears out the steps. This is bad. Man still hasn't gone down yet, and Ion walks away with one kill. Ion walks away with the second A. How does he find these? What is happening, Mercenaries? How are they getting clutch after clutch? Whoa, there were so many opportunities for them to even get that diffuser down and to take things away from there, but then just look at Ion. He's so aware. There's nothing that can stop this man. He's not even fazed by a Ferrari peak coming in his way.
All right, so yeah, at this point, for Team UWU, 6 consecutive rounds to push it into overtime. 4 versus 5 against MercenarieZ, who have their primary roster on Oregon. Okay, they've got defense, but everything is stacked against Team UWU. I think MRCZ, they are looking to have, I think in the prize pool we should have a record for like the team that 7-0s most of their like most unique other rosters. So MRCZ yesterday, they already 7-0-1. Today they're looking to do another. It's up to Team UWU to, you know, get some numbers up on board, at least bring down the round differential, because it's going to be a big factor for Team UWU. Even considering their next 3 matchups they play, all 3 of them are wins for them. They have 6 points in the standings. They want to contest for qualification. Round differential will matter a lot. So win some rounds. Don't go out of this game with a -7. Nani finds the opener. That's really good. Rish is still there. Runs out. Oh, what a headshot. They are going complete run out spawn peak mode, and I love it. I'm not going to fault them for this. This is really smart. Okay, maybe a little too much, but yeah, this has got to be hurting MRCZ.
Have anything to say to yourself? Because now is where things are getting a bit too dicey for both sides. MercenarieZ, they have already gotten down on a 3 versus 2 situation. Try and clutch things out. Ion very low on HP, doesn't really have a lot of information to play around with, and they still haven't even gotten close to the side. None of the roamers have been fully cleared out yet. The default cams are going to be able to spot out one of the players. The Oryx going to be able to make his way back towards the side. Now they're just chilling, they're just vibing. They can hunker down towards the side and not have to worry about anything here. But maybe Hasib and maybe take a kill to keep things a little bit more preoccupied. Ion goes down, and it's all up to Hasib again. Again, stuck in a 3 versus 1 situation against the exact same players. Has a grenade in hand, fully cooked. Doesn't really find the shot, and I don't think he's going to get the kill anytime soon either. Perfectly cooked nade. Medium rare. Nope. A little bit too well done.
Oh, Hasib spots one player, wants to isolate the gunfight. He can, very well can. Yep, he gets it.
Still has 1 minute
Drish
left.
is gone. Exactly. 65 seconds. Both the defenders, relatively lower HP. 1 drone to work with. Can happen. Just saying, it is possible, you know. Hasib gets the round. But still, right now, advantage lying with Team UWU highly, because Hasib has got to go up, you know, wide stairs, and there's just so much against him. Anyone can peek from anywhere. Nani spots him. Oh, there is a barrage of bullets brating at him. Waiting and waiting and waiting these 30 seconds. Oh, he pushes forward. Oh my god!
No. Whoa. Oh my god, if that was a softball, good god, that would have gone and completely got in a different direction. Hasib nearly pulled off the spray transfer. Inches from that Ella survived with just that 10 HP she had left. 10 HP. That could have gone horribly wrong. Just imagine if he fully committed to that fight and did not run away. If he committed to that engagement, it was done. Hasib would have gotten another clutch and a 7-0 victory.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can. Time to armor up.
Yep, Hasib could have gotten away with it, and it could have been yet another clutch for the side of MRCZ. But no, Team Uwu do indeed live to see another day. Really, really good stuff. For the side of MRCZ, yeah, they just want to finish this, as soon as possible, and again, not give momentum the opposition, because that's the major counter for so many of these teams, and that's the major motivating factor. You get one round, they will get seven, one way or another. So you got to be careful. Right now, any differences in how Team were playing? Nani has brought out the Rook. That's really good. Extra HP for these defenders, and of course, withstand ability is there as well. Really, really nice. And for MRCZ, Ayan is on the blitz. Oh god. Oh, what are they doing? It's a blitz lion. And oh wait, I didn't even see the full. Oh, good god. There's something.
They're not gonna be able to see the full roster.
That's going to be happening. No, there is Montaigne blitz. And he's pushing in.
Well
oh my god.
Well
what?
then.
How? What is going on? Ion
I
Ghost
mean-
and Tsukushima go to something.
Okay. If they still have a think guy, he's back up. Deez is the last one alive, and Ion still gets the kill after he gets picked up from Freezer. I mean, sure, that's one way of closing out a game. I mean, CCB is speechless. He doesn't know what else to say. How do you analyze this? It's a 7-1.
Yeah,
4v5.
no,
What
you
can do?
you
Like, we already said this, right? We already said this. If you lose out on the first map, it's impossible to win out on the second. Mercenaries are guaranteed a 2-0. We gave the analysis.
Yep.
That's exactly what happened.
I mean, yeah. To be fair, there's nothing. I mean, we were correct in our predictions,
There's
but
nothing else to say.
yeah, this matchup felt like one weird like fever dream or something. It's something like
Yeah.
again, I've never I never experienced this, but this is something you like have in your dreams, and you're like, is that real? Did that just happen? How? And this, when I say this matchup, I mean everything. Villa and Oregon, especially the end of both of these maps, because you consider how Villa ended with the 4K from
Yeah.
then, and you see what happened on Oregon as well. You're like, what is real? What is actually happening?
What is
you
reality?
start to question. Yes, you start to
Are we in a
question
simulation?
reality itself. You can call it a whatever. And this match, I don't know what to call it. It was something. It was a matchup, yes, but it was, I don't know, worthy contender of the most interesting
Used
matchup
Unga
like
Bunga.
ever. Yeah. The shots, how many 1vx clutches did we see? We saw 2 on Oregon.
Look at this.
We saw 3 on Villa, I think. I don't know. We saw plenty. A lot. Like a lot.
Yeah, the clutches from both of these teams are just something to behold. The way that they got so many of these rounds as well, it's just incredible to say the very least. Some of these rounds had no business getting this close. And Hasib nearly got a 7-0 victory for the team. If that Ella committed to that fight, he was done for. It was just completely gone. And then came the last round where the Blitz and the Montaigne just ran in and didn't even have a regard for their own lives. This was a very interesting game to say the very least. But hey, at the end of the day, Team UWU, they played at a disadvantage, but at the same time, they played decent.
Yeah. Again,
At least
there
the
was a
individual skill
lot.
level is there, right?
It is there, but there's still a lot left to be desired from the side of Team UWU. I think particularly, these 1vx's, they can't go in one by one. This is not how you coordinate amongst yourself. And I've said this a lot of times that, okay, yeah, in the heat of the moment, it is very difficult to instill that coordination regardless of how experienced you are, but it's something that should happen by habit now. And knowing and being on the same level as your teammate should be a benchmark or like a standard thing to do. But here many a times we didn't see that from Team Uwu. The shots were really good. They got some amazing kills, and no one can take that away from them. Crosshair placement at times was on point, but there were also times where they just completely fumbled the bag and just completely lost track of how to move forward, how to proceed, gain control, and whatnot.
It's problems after problems for Team Uwu. And honestly, no matter how much we analyze, unless they try to fix out these issues which have been plaguing them since day one, it just won't work. Maybe this tournament is not for them. Who knows? Because anything that they try, it just works against them. Even when they had a 5v5 situation, they still were not able to perform. MI7 leading the charge though in this game with 10-3. Hasib with 7-4. His debut when it came down to coming on back on towards the team after a pretty long break. He's been performing, and everyone else following close suit with Shinra, maybe slowing things down a little bit too much, I would say, for his squad, but that's completely fine. Shinra's being Shinra. He's having his pop-off performances on one game. Maybe he has it having a pretty big, much more of a bit, let's say, a slower matchup for his own take when it comes down to his aggressive peaks. But for Team Uwu, looking at their stats, it's pretty even all around with 50% pulse percentage for all of these players, but stats just don't really say much now, do they?
Yeah.
Normally we say the stats don't do them justice, but this scenario, stats really do paint the picture of how the team really played. They weren't anything special, but maybe down the line, as they do have 3 more matches to play, there's an opportunity for them to get to that top echelon and possibly the top 4, but the chances are quite slim and they're relying on the other teams to start losing.
Absolutely. They are relying that other teams, their performances are not the best. They lose out on them matches. And for Team Uwu, it's a very scary thought they face right in front of them. How exactly or what exactly is their future, in the nationals? And I think they should start considering the fact that okay, maybe if they don't qualify, at least try to get fifth and sixth spot. Don't finish at the bottom so that they take a bit more out of the price pool, and the roster can go home with $250 instead of just $150. Maybe they consider for that or something else. But yeah, breaking into the top 4 seems to be extremely difficult for them right now, and so far things just haven't been on the up and up. As for MRCZ, overall okay. Again, what the standings don't show are how the matches went. It cares about, and all it cares to show also, is going to be the fact that what the end result was. So for MRCZ, 2-0 posted up on the scoreboards, posted up on the standings, and we'll be seeing very soon exactly like how to move on forward. But before that, before we look at the standings, we have got to show and we have got to see the player who stood out the most today, and by far and away it was Din. I mean, the performance he had on that first map of Villa, my god, it was exceptional.
Yep. This one man took a 4v5 situation and turned it on its head. Right at the very end, where he got what? A 1v3 clutch season. 1v3, pretty much. His
Yeah.
pushes, his aggro peaks, he was just on fire throughout the entire game. And he could do no wrong. This man just had the entire world in his fingertips. And he was just playing around with it as if he didn't have to care for the world. He's the king for both of these ones, and the player spotlight is there on him for a reason. He performed admirably. And with a survival rating, of 1.31, a KDA of 20-16, a cost of 65.22% throughout the entirety of the game, that is perfect, you have to say. Because this guy performed in MercenarieZ. This has got to be one of their biggest pickups. That is for certain.
100%. He has got to be one of their biggest pickups. And yeah, just like the last recruit, Ayan, he's been doing so much. Both these guys, they've had exceptional performances overall. Today as well, even considering the statistics you had in match number 1, Ashrit was playing 9 kills and 12 deaths. He was trying to be the consistent pillar for the side of MRCZ. Later on, you had Hasib swap in. You had Ayan with this performance. Shinro, who was also there. MI7. Then everyone gave it their all. But yeah, and for MRCZ, for these guys, it was about those individual moments of brilliance. But there were also times where you had really hoped for some stability in this roster, and especially on Villa in that 4v5. Granted, yes, it was a 4v5, but they could have conducted their attacks and executes in the way in which they were going for the peaks better as well.
Yeah, the team and play in synergy maybe a bit too lax, I would say, but I guess it's fine when you think about it. The first match they played on a 4v5 at the second game, I don't think they were playing as seriously as you would have expected in for a MercenarieZ game. But MercenarieZ will always be MercenarieZ. They like to show off. They showboat a little bit here from time to time, and that's going to happen. And the scoreline does paint that picture as well now, doesn't it? 8-7 on the first map, second map being 7-1, and sadly, Bank is not going to come in, CCB. Maybe one of these days it's up high.
Yeah, Bank, sadly, just, not going to be there. Hey, man, we hope that in the best of 5 grand finals, Bank is picked and we see it. Just hope, fingers crossed. I've already given out my prediction.
There has to be one map that is out of the usual SA map.
Yeah,
has to be one.
So, yes. So, see, that was this thing. Yeah, I just couldn't hear exactly what you said. But I have already given my prediction that in the grand finals, no matter which teams play, we will be seeing a clubhouse. And when I say that, I don't mean in the veto it will be there. I mean, we will be seeing. I already said this because of how many times we've seen clubhouse. So that's what I think. But yeah, I mean, maybe Chalet as well can be one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a guarantee right there. We're going to be seeing exactly how the Grand Finals Best of 5 is going to go down the line after we finish up with the group stages, of course. But that's just the first initial game, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one more right around the corner, and it's not that far away, only 30 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back pretty much soon enough. We're going to be heading on down over into a short little break. Make sure to check out all the links down below in the description, as we're going to be back with you soon enough.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people testify black lives come sooner than this? Don't you
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that testify back last summer sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that testify back last summer sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Oh, won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm staying faith, I don't believe the panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that testify back last summer sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that testify back last summer sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that testify back last summer sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that testify back last summer sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why? Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why? was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Rainbow-Six-Siege South Asian Nationals, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted by the Esports Club, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. We are back with the second matchup is going to happen for today. I believe it will be up against Team Won't Stop Peaking. We'll go up against Team Shaheens. I've got to say, the first match that we see between Team UWU and MercenarieZ, it did go all the way 2-0. I've got to ask you a question here, CCV. What do you think is going to be the result here on match number 2?
I can't believe I'm saying this. I just want a regular siege. I just want, again, nothing fancy, just pure siege. Because all the people who tuned into the last match saw what a fever dream it was. I called it that, and I'm still going to stick to my guns because that match was something. 4v5s, 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 15 rounds, and then Oregon was something completely else. I just want to see a regular match. That's pretty much it. My appetite has been fulfilled for the insane plays for the day. Now won't stop picking up against Shaheens. Sure, it's not going to be very, very predictable siege, but hopefully these guys, they'll make it regular. But it's still going to be entertaining nonetheless. And the reason why I say that is because, again, both of these teams, they have pretty much the same mentality. They are going to go for kills. Yes. And then they'll think about what to do. These guys, they'll be prioritizing gunfights a lot more. They'll be focusing in on the fragging department of things, and they'll be making sure that, as soon as the round starts, their team is the one in the manpower advantage, because that's kind of the theory and the basis of the theory for Won't Stop Peaking and for Shaheens.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually the thing for Won't Stop Peaking, right? They always love playing these aggressive plays. And then also we have Shaheens, who'd always pick in a different map itself. Sometimes you see them pick Skyscraper, but for now, take a look at the map vetoes itself. We won't be able to see Skyscraper being brought out, but instead, Oregon, a standard pick from Shaheens, and Border from Won't Stop Peaking. And what's the best part about it is that the deciders will be on Bank. That's interesting.
Oh, again, yet another bang decider. Last map, we didn't get to see it. This time, fingers crossed, we may go there. I desperately want to see Bank. It has been a while. But then again, it's also been a while since we've seen Border. That's interesting. Won't Stop Peaking are planning on going there. Shaheens have chosen Oregon. Okay, large map. The only thing is, within the first two maps, there's going to be a huge amount of difference in the way both of these teams will be playing them and approaching that map, because there is just so much difference in the theory applicable. On Oregon, you got to go bit by bit. You have to focus a lot on gaining map control and breaching. Your utility usage has got to be good, whereas on Bordeaux, you can absolutely prioritize skills. But yeah, it's really nice to see a change for once in a while. No Chalet being brought out, banned from Shaheens. They banned Clubhouse as well because I think they saw Won't Stop Picking against KIRA, against Team UWU and all that, and they were like, okay, these guys look good. Let's just, not put them there. And then you had Won't Stop Picking ban out Villa, Skyscraper, because again, Shaheens are good there. So both of these teams apply, the tactic that we are much rather going to go to ban our opponent's stronger maps than than our potential weaker maps.
Absolutely. I believe Won't Stop Peaking is prepped and ready with the map vetoes itself, banning the strongest maps from the side of Shaheens. But the most interesting ones that I'm going to see is Bank itself. Although, just like you said, we didn't get to see a map Bank in the first matchup itself when we saw MRCZ versus Team UWU. But for now, let's just focus on map number 1, Oregon, with the match starting up very soon, folks. You don't have to worry about it. And starting off with the ban phase itself, I'm pretty sure it will be the standard bans as you'd expect. The Thatcher ban and Amira ban is almost a definite on
Yeah.
every single maps you see on Oregon, on Border, sometimes including on Clubhouse too. There are some certain maps where they would prefer, not banning those specific operators, but on Oregon, it is definitely a must ban.
Yeah, that is true. On Border, it's got to be a ban right now. Won't Stop Peaking starting out on defense. Go for a Lion ban. Wow, okay. I mean, I would really argue that yes, Lion, after all the reworks and all that, still can be useful. But if you're going for that ban, much rather go for Finka, a lot more useful. She's got the frag grenades, health, healing, all that. But okay, Lion is off the board. Osa also departs. The two attacking bans so far have been pretty standard. As for the defensive side of things, considering Shaheens are the ones on attack, do they go for that anti-breacher ban or a Mira, like you mentioned? Rather, it's going to be Valkyrie taken off the board. So yeah, it's become an insta ban of Shaheens. As soon as you see Shaheens in the server, Valk is banned. Insta ban, nothing asked, no questions asked whatsoever, regardless of the map, regardless of the players and their opposition. Valk is gone, but still, it's completely justified, as is the final ban, which is going to be Azami. Quite interesting to see the map of Oregon and no bans pertaining to that aspect of hard breaching, whether be it on attack or defense.
Yeah, and what's more important is that both the Thatcher as well as the Mira is still available for the defenders and also for the attackers to use their specific operator. So we will see that specific operator still being available. And Caesar will bring the Thatcher itself. So on round number 1, Shaheens. We do know that Shaheens are currently in second place of the standings. So does Won't Stop Peaking, who is currently in maybe 5th or 4th place. Actually, currently in 5th place, mainly because the previous matchup that we've had, I believe one of the team had surpassed Won't Stop Peaking. So currently they're in 5th place, and for Won't Stop Peaking, in order for them to get back in the, to get back in the 4th place, they've got to make sure to win this matchup. But unfortunately, with one of the players experiencing power cuts, we might have to start this, matchup off at a 5v4 major disadvantage. So it's looking very dicey once again from One Stop Peaking's end. But since we've seen a slight hint when we saw the MercenarieZ game up against Team UWU, do you think it's going to happen once more?
Oh, it's unlikely. Unlikely it happens this time around, but you never know. I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, seeing the matches that we've had so far, anything is possible. And when I say anything, I do indeed mean anything. So, no idea. And yeah, absolutely whatever, the world wants, the universe wants, shall happen. But right now, let's come back to the game. Let's think about the rational probability. Even though there are chances the rational probability will never come true, what exactly and how exactly this round moves on? Well, for Shaheens, these guys are on defense and they're wasting no time getting done with the breach. Right, it's a second for kids and dorms. You go into closet, open it up, move on forward, try to get bedroom control, try to get trophy control, plant the diffuser, play post plant. Very, very effective, very, very simple. Right now, they're just tossing frag grenades and ash breaching rounds from below, wanting to get the breach done. The breach indeed shall happen. Cobra wants to peek through it. His HP is already depleted because of the frag grenade that was tossed earlier. So taking a gunfight can be considered risky for him. but he still fires plenty of bullets, still readies himself up, and now goes back. And once more, you've got the side of Shaheens. You know, these guys, they are making good progress. The only thing is, which team now gets the opening gunfight? Because that will be deciding on the entire dynamic of this round. The team that gets the opening kill, they'll be the ones in the advantage. Defenders are getting pushed back. Attackers are applying the pressure. But yet again, it's still a 5 versus 5.
Still a 5v5, actually 5v4. Cobra, on the other hand, will be dealt with some minor damage. Yes, yeah. It happens. It happens. Basically. But with a minute left, Shaheens are currently losing a lot of time, but they've succeeded in opening up the breach. Main problem has to be the addict. That's exactly where Ishan is. All he needs to do is just make sure to get a kill or two. Buckinator actually starts spawn with a beautiful headshot. So does Doctor to start things off to remove Cobra. Won't stop peeking. On the other hand, they're looking very confident when it comes to denial of some sort. 3v3, 2v3 as Buckinator gets one more. This is looking good. And even with the Ying Scandellas, the smoke gas canisters still presented in towards that particular spot will force Shaheens out of that breached wall. The main problem has to be the yellow stairs, and so does Buckinator, still holding that angle. He somehow gets away with the third. How our Shaheens are losing with just one same angle where Buckinator is still getting, and so does Dark Lord all the way from white stairs to get the kill and give the win for Team Won't Stop Peeking. Buckinator was uncontested towards the attic this entire time. I'm not quite sure what happened from that moment, you know. If you could have just used the smoke grenades, it could have just helped you gain easier access. Yes, of course, there was one player from White Stairs. The smoke gas canisters was present, but Ishan ended up not being contested and he got away with 3 kills. And Shaheens didn't even thought about focusing that angle.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate for Shaheens right there. Because, first of all, such a powerful angle, and then the way in which, even after the Frost got those kills, everyone else fell through on the map, you know. You had Skywalker who went down on Armory stairs towards bottom. You've got, then finally, the Ace also dying. One by one, all of these players just started departing, and Shaheens just had no idea of where they were, you know, losing so many of the gunfights. They just lost complete control. Excellent defense from Won't Stop Peeking right there, because they converted a 4v5 into a 3v0, only a single player gone, and that too was the initial kill. So really, it was a 3 versus 5 that got converted into a 3v0. Everyone just held their angle, and yeah, Buckinator definitely being the MVP of that previous round. This time, Shaheens have got to be a lot more careful with how they want to proceed forward. Doctor already lit up severely, wants to throw a frag grenade, tosses, destroyed, throws another in the hopes of destroying the bulletproof shield, but he's got to be careful. Any defender peeks him, he's gone, but right now it's Dark Lord who's toast. 3v5, and it's only been 35 seconds.
Already quick kills being made from Shaheens as they'll secure 1 kill. That would put Won't Stop Peeking at a major disadvantage, which means that the roam games that have been played around from Won't Stop Peeking will be denied. All 3 players will be holding on towards the site itself and rely on those smoke gas canisters for a lot of denials. Calls will be given, so does the kill from Doctor to secure 1. Headshot to remove Cobra. Now Violet needs to be careful on towards the push that's been happening towards blue bunkers. Wall banks will be made from Buckinator. Won't be able to find one. A huge peak will be denied from Doctor once again. Double kill for him as he gets stung from the Legion Go Mine. He needs to remove this as best as he possibly could. And Violet, long range. He gets to take out Doctor once more as he downs out the Iana. This is looking good, but he needs to be careful. Oh no, he wants to confirm the kill with the shotgun. The main problem is he's all by himself. It's a 1v4. He still has the smoke gas canisters. He could use it for denial. He'll do exactly that. Pings will be given. The red pings. But he's a lot more afraid of the boilers, and his Skywalker will get that kill without facing any issues. Round number 2. This time, you can see that Shaheens got good amount of control all the way towards blue bunker's side. Once they knew that they had control on that particular spot, it was more than enough to secure a post plant. And in the end, we will see them equalize the round count itself. 1-1, round number 3. Will you Won't Stop Peeking? We'll go to the same site once.
Yep, for the side of Won't Stop Peeking right now. Again, I think the previous round, like you said, Baba, just how much of map control they got, more so how quickly they got it as well, right? We saw like Dark Lord was killed within the first 35 seconds. That's already now a 3 versus 5. And the attackers, they took control, went down the stairs, opened the hatch, moved on forward, did all of that work in the next 45 seconds or so, max to max. They had so much time to work with. Kills ended up just going their way because they could, play with the time. And unfortunately, we won't stop peaking. Unlike round number 1, this time their defense just couldn't hold on. This time their defense just couldn't survive the fact that there were attackers next to them. The defenders tried to peek, they tried to kill them, but ultimately everyone was killed off one by one by one. No matter the time, it was the result that Shaheens took the win and end up equalizing. So that's all well and good, right? That's their first round for them. Both of these teams now know what it's like to be up against each other. Although for Won't Stop Peaking, of course, yeah, having this 4v5 is going to make things a lot more difficult. Still, they are trying their best. And once more, it's going to be the same bomb site chosen. Laundry and supply shall be on basement. Any changes from the defenders? Okay, yeah, Dark Lord's not there towards towers. This time, it's going to be Cobra as the alibi, playing near like bedroom and all, and towards attic. But still, the attackers will be aware of one of these roamers and try to eliminate them as soon as possible.
The denial is still present from Blue Bunkers itself. That wallbang though from Skywalker might be able to get a kill off from Cobra's end, but all it requires is just line of sight. Position will be given away, will be forced to fall back. Calls will be given from the cabbie. Information will be given, and it will be denied as soon as possible. But let's not forget, a lot of secondary utilities hasn't been used just yet. One of them will be used right now from the grenades, as Dark Lord is still trying to contest all the way towards Boiler's room, mainly because of Blue Bunkers itself. Doctor is still present, still contesting towards the Boilers, and he will get away with a kill, mainly because of how Dark Lord was mainly focused on those blue stairs, as Cobra gets away with one more kill all the way towards the kitchen side. He's just making sure to provide a lot of distractions towards Shaheens to focus on that particular place, but Doctor gets one more. That's a whole control towards the side opened up, and Envy is using the melee hold to remove Cobra from kitchen. Will force Violet in a 1v4 once again, and denied at the hands of Doctor's headshot. This time, Shaheens will secure their round again in number 3. Basement church, basement supply room will be theirs. And now with a 2-1 scoreline, round number 4, Won't Stop Peaking will be going back to the same site that they had won in round number 1.
Interesting that Won't Stop Picking haven't chosen to go back to any of the tertiary bomb sites yet. But yeah, that's the problem with the tertiary bomb sites, right? Kitchen meeting and kitchen dining. It's the fact that you need that extra manpower now more than ever. It's kind of rhetoric for me to mention that, yeah, that extra manpower is necessary everywhere on this map of Oregon, and the 4 versus 5 just makes it ever so difficult to do that. Yes, I know, but on those bomb sites, the thing is, either on kitchen and meeting, it's such a wide bomb site that you need that final person to watch somewhere. Either you situate them on attic, or you have them watch split towards the main hallway, or you have them watch, towers for where ultimately the attackers will be breaching from and looking to plant. Or in kitchen and dining, you desperately need someone to be holding from within bathroom as an anchor, prevent that bathroom breach from going down, and keeping control of it under the defenders, so that it's always going to be a transitional space for them, so that it's always going to be a place where they have safety, and not a room which the attackers can utilize. Bathroom is very, very important, those kitchen and dining takes. But yeah, Won't Stop Peaking, they're not going to go there, not yet. Definitely, maybe if they lose right here on kids and doms, they may opt for that, but you never really know. For the time being, let's see what the plan is going to be for Shaheens, and yet again, it's kills, and the person they kill first is Dark Lord. Once more, it's the smoke gone, it's the anchor of the board. So, holding off this final execute, holding off the diffuser being planted, will be very difficult for these guys now.
Yeah, and they can only rely on crossfire angles itself. And if that deployable shield gets destroyed, in which they'll be mainly focusing from that itself, from the help of Doctor's explosive drones, those deployable shields will be destroyed nonetheless. Yeah, there you go, all the way from there, but it will be denied from the Mute Jammers. will be safe nonetheless. So, 140 seconds left for Shaheens to make their push. Last, as I still remember, both of the angles, wide stairs as well as the rotate, attic rotate wasn't looked at properly, and since when they made in for the push, they did succeed a 3v5 in a second floor site. The main question is that can they do it once more? Grenades has already been used, both of them from Envy, which means Mighty Ali has one more. But if he uses it to destroy those deployable shields, then it will be caught off from the Jaeger's ADSs nonetheless. Breaches will be done all the way from second floor kids, and now with a minute left, Shaheens need to go in for the push. And just like I'm looking at it, flashbangs will be used, and here comes a grenade from Mighty Ali. Oh, so good. Using the flashbangs to deny the ADS and to confirm the kill with the grenade will force Won't Stop Peeking at a major disadvantage. And once again, Buckinator arrives at the rescue by removing Skywalker out, but that's the only player out of the play. And now it's only him, and Mighty Ali just uses once more grenade to remove Buckinator out of that place once again. This time, second floor site has been taken care of from Shaheens with some slight adaptations being made. Now in round number 5, I'm pretty sure that Won't Stop Peeking will be going on for a different site this time.
No. Going back. They want to try this bomb site yet again. And I guess they'll just be hoping more of their players survive because, yeah, you know, theoretically what these guys are doing isn't wrong. They bring the Jaeger, they bring the Melusi, they bring the smoke and mute. They have themselves set up behind all of this utility to waste time for the attackers and then try and breach. You know, the only anti-breacher they bring is mute, but again, those jammers are dealt with very, very rapidly by the side of Shaheens, and now even quicker considering Doctor is going to be on that Thatcher. But regardless of that, for the side of Won't Stop Peeking, they really need a different mentality when it comes to gunfights or a different mindset, like in terms of their play style when it comes to going for kills. For the past couple of rounds, Shaheens have been getting those entry kills. Last time, it was Dark Lord who went, who was that smoke, who was that anchor. Without him, it was very difficult to hold a bomb site, and we saw it in action. So, this time, now that Dark Lord's on the Melusi and it's only Violet Versace on the anchor role, quote unquote, maybe Dark Lord will be a little bit more free to go for these peaks, maybe something else along the lines of that. You never really know, but we gotta see. As for Shaheens, this should be the time they realize, okay, we sent we sent 3 people on that closet breach. We send 1 person in trophy, and we send the final person in attic. At least make noise. Don't let Buckinator get free kills. That's what Shaheens should be looking for.
Yeah, currently, Ishan has been getting away with a kill or two by just holding an angle towards the attic side itself. So, if they focus on removing that one particular threat towards Won't Stop Peeking, then I'm pretty sure that Shaheens won't be having any problem itself on securing the site on towards second floor. But when it comes to making their executes, Shaheens usually take their time a lot when it comes to breaches, when it comes to getting information from the attack drones. So by the time when they realize that they only have 40 seconds left, that is the only time where Shaheens would proceed with their push. So with the remaining time, you could say that Won't Stop Peeking could use it to their advantage. Buckinator, my goodness, 2 kills, and then suddenly Shaheens decide to retaliate back, and now it's just Cobra left in a 1v2. Now it's 1v1, and Caesar will get shot to get the kill. My goodness, what just happened? By the time I saw Buckinator just swung all the way towards trophy door, for a moment there, I thought there was a chance for Won't Stop Peeking to secure this round. That was a good surprise attack, but the end, Shaheens will recover that at a very clean fashion here, folks.
Yeah, indeed, they will recover that. So, once more, for the side of Shaheens, they make sure no matter how the mid round goes, no matter if they lose manpower or the execute is a bit hasty and chaotic, they're still the ones, you know, getting that win. And for Won't Stop Peeking, again, very unfortunate times considering the fact that they are trailing by 3 on defense on Oregon. Final round of the first half, they're going to go back to basement laundry and supply, hoping this time something is different. And this time Cobra brings the Mira. You've got Vamai yet again and the 2 SAS operators. So yeah, not much differences. Again, theoretically, Won't Stop Peeking can't really do much. It's just this, they're just bound by this, you know, restriction of only having 4 players. that isn't letting them get the most out of the
Attackers'
entire
objective is to defuse the
that
bomb.
isn't letting them get the most out of the entire matchup that they could have against Shaheens had they had all of their members on.
Since we're about to reach the end of round number 6, Shaheens will be mainly focused on ending things out on a 5-1 scoreline itself. And we all know Won't Stop Peaking are always starting the round with a major man count disadvantage itself, since it's a 4v5. And although they've only secured one site, which is on second floor Town's main hall, basement site will be a lot more difficult. But I kind of like the way how Won't Stop Peaking are trying to change their strategies accordingly, because you even have the mirrors, you even have the deployable shield placed towards the laundry side. Although even with the loss of one player, still need to focus on towards blue bunker side itself, because that's usually where the doctor would arrive and provide a lot of tensions and problems with his explosive drones. But this time, Shaheens are going in on a very different approach, with them hoping to go for a push all the way towards basement laundry stairs while opening up the hatches towards the meeting side, which means that freezer isn't been checked just yet. They'll be heavily relied on the hatch drop and the angle that doctor is currently being playing on. Smoke gas canisters will be used, which means Doctor will be taking slightly a bit of a damage from the smoke gas canisters itself. The amount of information that they're gaining right now, Shaheens know exactly what they're trying to do in the certain locations, but they forgot about Freezer. That's where Cobra comes into play. By removing Caesar, Yana will be removed out, but this Freezer push is heavily necessary for Shaheens if they have to secure round number 6.
Oh, Cobra, look at these headshots with the vector. Really good stuff. Up close and personal of an angle. No one's able to remove him. Just get the black mirror also. Not being able to be destroyed. And this is a big pain for the side of Shaheens, because they finally went for something different. They didn't go for their big stairs, bunker take, and then execute. They wanted freezer. They
Oh
wanted,
no.
laundry, and then to execute like that. But just didn't go their way. Yellow pings come through, and Buckinator, who was in bunker, has now been eliminated. So it's still a 3v3. Dark Lord changes that. And for Shaheens, they are just all over the map. This is the problem. Where all of the kills have happened, it's been on Freezer, it's been in Bunker, but Won't Stop Peaking as well, right? Their positioning is so weird that towards the end, these attackers, they walk in, and the C7E gets a double kill, letting Skywalker and Shaheens get the round 5-1 will be the final score.
Yep, 5-1. As we proceed with the role swap, Shaheens will be on defense. Especially on a map like Oregon, things will be even much more tougher for Team Won't Stop Peaking. Not only do they need to deal with the man count disadvantage, they also need to deal on how well would they proceed on attack. So you could say that one of the players on the side of Shaheens, maybe Doctor or maybe Envy, could maybe go in for a run out or a spawn peak, mainly in towards the big tower window, because that's usually where most of the spawn peaks would happen. I mean, either the big towers window or at the window side of armory lockers. Sorry, not on armory lockers. On second floor armory store. The stairs. Yeah, this is the stairs again.
Yeah,
Well, I kind of forgot about that, the name of the
that's
site
fine.
itself, but it's towards the trophy side where two of the spawn peaks would happen on the defensive side. So you could say that One Stop Picking needs to be careful and they need to check every single windows. But on the bright side, they don't need to worry about Valkyrie because she's been banned already on defense. So the only thing that they need to have, the only thing that they have to worry about has to be either the Rook, especially with the major change that he had with the armor plates. If they don't secure a headshot and it's a confirmed down, then you could say that the Rook will just run away safely and just have information while he's still being alive with just 10 HP remaining. So can be mainly because of those reasons.
Could very well be. There are multiple factors to that. But right now, yeah, yet again, I think at this point, Won't Stop Peaking will indeed, and even Shaheens to a certain extent, may just start thinking about border and what's got to happen there, because so much of what has happened on Oregon, unlikely to how I thought it would be proceeding, can be taken into account on border. The way in which Shaheens are getting these skills, right, and the way in which they're performing, means that on border as well they can have an easier time. Now for Won't Stop Peaking, question is, will they still have a 4 versus 5 on that map? Will we see their fifth player? If not, then major problems. Then Shaheens will be looking, steamroll over these guys. But right now, very little bit of hope for WSP. On attack, on Oregon, with 4 players, again Shaheens, who are looking really good. Oof. How do you get back from this? Like, how do you again mentally prepare yourself to, get into this battle? And I think psychology was a big factor that Aggressive and I we were talking about in the previous BO3. But back then, it was for very wildly other reasons. It was because of the fact that, okay, the way in which the matches were happening, you just had to consider the players' mentality and their mindset. Right now, it's a lot more calmer and it's a lot more predictable what's happening because of the fact that Won't Stop Peaking have 4 of their members. Their performance hasn't been the best. Shaheens have been doing pretty much the same thing, making it work, and it's still working. Won't Stop Peaking need to throw a wrench in the works, need to try something differently in order to, alleviate some of the pressure that's being built upon them.
The pressure for One Stop Peaking will be at an all-time high. Since they'll be on attack, they just need to make sure that every single, executes that they go in, especially into a site itself, making sure to remove all the roamers. It should be of, good way. But Doctor starting things off already with a headshot towards Violet, that is definitely going to hurt. That's the only hard breaches that they have, and the only hard breaches that they could rely on right now is the Amaru. Currently having the secondary hard breach could use it to open up some certain lines of sight, but they're going in on a very different approach, and that approach has to be the control towards Phosphor Hallway. Exactly where Doctor is, and he'll be able to get one more. Can he get a third? Yes, he does. In with the fourth. And Dark Lord, will he get it? No, he does not. Will be denied immediately. Here comes Invi. A headshot to secure the round out with the Vector SMG. And for Shaheens, this will secure a match point. 6-1. In map number 1 itself, this is Shaheens' pick after all. And plus, the major disadvantage already from Won't Stop Peaking, and I'm pretty sure that the amount of chances and hopes that they have has been decreased significantly here, CCV.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Won't Stop Peaking right now, chances aren't looking good of getting back into it, and expectations, aspirations might as well focus on the border right now. But yeah, one of their players has disconnected, so again, we'll wait for him to join at the very least. And yeah, while that happens, there's not much to even think about for these players. I think, like I just said, the major discussions taking place in both the boot camps is primarily going to be about the next map, about border, how to proceed there. Plain and simple. I don't necessarily think it's going to be a lot more of anything else. It's just going to be like, what should our playstyle be there? How do we deal with the opposition? How do you deal with what they have been doing? So on and so forth.
At this point, to be honest, CCV, we're just pretty sure that we might not be able to talk more about this, especially with the disadvantage that One Stop Peaking are currently having right now on a map like Oregon. If
Yeah,
One Stop Peaking had all 5 players, this would have been a different scenario. This could have been a different scenario all by itself. Mainly because first things first, the
absolutely.
map is Oregon. When it comes to a map like Oregon, both the teams already have like a 50-50 chance for both the sides to see whether if they're doing well on attack or on defense. The only difference on Oregon has to be whether if both of the teams are mastered a lot on the attack phase itself when it comes to the execution. Because let's face it, on a map like Oregon, the highest win rate we've seen are only on defense. So no matter if even if you open up the lines of sight, head in towards the site itself with all 5 players still present, it's always obvious that the defenders would usually win on those certain case scenarios. The only difference had to be the third site, which the site is whenever there's a site in towards kitchen or dining, or maybe in kitchen and meeting room, that is the only sites where the attackers have a slight amount of chance for them to secure. But on a map like Oregon, where in this specific region where every single team has mastered the way how you defend the site on all 3 maps, you see a lot more of defensive wins more than attack. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that if this was a 5v5, One Stop Peaking could have won a lot of defensive rounds in the first half, could have end things out maybe in a 3-3 with Shaheens who are doing a very good job on the attack itself. Doctor was doing a great job as the Flores to remove those deployable shield. Even the peak was looking good. The boiler rooms mainly because One Stop Peaking boiler room is very important. And once you lose that and Shaheens get control of the boilers, that is pretty much it. Basement control is already at the hands of Shaheens itself once they get control of boilers itself. So yeah, 4v5 major disadvantage already. And since Shaheens are currently on
Defenders,
defense
protect your
once
bombs from
again,
being defused by
basement
attackers.
arsenal room, sorry, a basement site will be present. I have to admit, for Won't Stop Peaking, is there any chance for them to bring this back?
Nah, now it unfortunately just feels like a gone case. The way in which the last round was conducted, with how quickly Shaheens got rid of all the attackers, nah, I unfortunately for Won't Stop Peaking don't see any way out for them, with the exception of the way out being defeat and
10
moving on
seconds
and going to
remaining.
border. Hopefully on border they've got their fifth player, and hopefully on
5
border
seconds to
it's
go.
going to be a better firefight overall. But right here for Oregon, seems like a done deal. Yeah,
Locate and
Shaheens
defuse the
look to
bomb.
add yet another, point to their tally, secure their position, improve it even further in the standings, and of course, look to face off against Hunters LFO in their performance. Because, yeah, these are the two teams who have been going near flawlessly right now in their matchups. They haven't lost a lot of, like, yeah, I don't think they've lost a single BO3. They've consistently kept on winning. It's just going to be a matter of who gets the top seed now. But still, there's plenty of time before we can think about that. There's plenty of time before we can have those discussions. For now, we got to consider more about the factor of, the remaining teams in the nationals and the remaining spots that are left for qualification. Won't Stop Peaking contesting for one of those spots in third and fourth. Right now, this map just sadly isn't theirs. It's going to be highly unlikely they'll be able to break through from this. They may be able to they may be looking to get points in border. They may be able to as well. But right now for Oregon, let's see what the final round has. A couple of kills have already happened. Dark Lord finds another through his swing. And yeah, these defenders constantly keep peeking these angles. They are being relentless with the pressure they're applying to Won't Stop Peaking. Question is, will the attackers crack under this or the defense?
Shaheens need to be very careful, even though if they are in match point, they shouldn't make any certain mistakes like this. Caesar, on the other hand, once again, aggressive approach. Not quite sure if it's a good idea. It's best for him to fall back because the man count is equalized here, 3-3. C4 will be tossed out from ideally, won't be able to find anyone at the moment, and turns out won't stop peeking. They want to go in on a different approach this time by not heading in towards the stairs, nor from the blue bunker entrance. This time heading in towards Freezer. An interesting approach here from Won't Stop Peaking. When it comes to utility wise, while it doesn't have any explosive drones, neither does Dark Lord's grenades that could have helped them proceed with at least a kill or two. I mean, they did get 2 kills, Skywalker and Doctor, but it was with primary weapons, not from the gadget itself. So with not a lot of information left, and one of the information being given from the alibis holograms, Caesar will get away with the first kill. Information once again will be given. Not a lot of time left, only 40 seconds. Won't stop peaking. They are just sprinting towards their death. They have no other choice but to move forward. And the amount of denial has been presented, the amount of denials has been presented towards the side of Shaheens. There is no way that Won't Stop Peaking can be able to succeed in this round.
Yeah, no, 20 seconds on the clock. Dark Lord already on the secondary. He is trying, shoots and tags Envy slightly. Sadly needs to move forward. No one's got the diffuser. Cobra this time coming through blue stairs, and that shall be the end of Cobra and of Won't Stop Peaking and of this entire map of Oregon. So Shaheens end things plain and simple for their side. They make sure there aren't going to be any bigger hassles or obstacles along their way, and that allows the side and that allows of course their team to take the point. Once more, not much to say. Won't Stop Peaking. They got the first round. Looked like something could have happened, but Shaheens were like, yeah, no, that was just the trial ball. Doesn't count. And then moved on and, hit like 6 after 6.
Yeah, it's just a
I
trial.
was a big fan
Yeah,
of the
nice.
trial ball
Yeah, I
concept.
know, I
I'm
know.
not gonna
I
lie.
used to
Yeah.
love trials. Every single time when they say, "All right, this is the real ball. I'm just gonna get it," and instantly when I try to pick
Yeah,
six,
the
it
real.
just gets a wicket.
Yeah.
Immediately just say, "No, it was a grace. It was a grace. I was just making trials, nothing else." But yeah, on a serious note,
Mhm.
for Team Won't Stop Peaking, it's an unfortunate series of events for one of the players to get disconnected at a situation like that. So it did give
Right.
them a lot of time, but in the end, there was not a lot of time left for them to give. So we had to start the match with a major disadvantage itself. So let's take a look at the highlights itself. And you could say this was more of like Shaheens' highlights for the past 7 rounds, mainly because of the performance being shown around from Doctor,
Yeah.
Envy. But although there are some certain rounds where you do have to focus in towards Ishan's end, because Ishan was the main reason why they had won round number one in the first place. Especially with the angles that are made from Attic, no one actually contested that, nor used a smoke grenade to block that certain line of sight in towards the Attic. Let's not forget, they don't even have a bulletproof cam that they could see through the smoke itself. So, and plus, Ying also had the smoke grenades, right? They could have used it, but they did not. And Buckinator, he was on point with those shots, especially on round number five, where Won't Stop Peaking. My God, for a moment there, I thought they were about to win the round, but Shaheens, on the other hand, Skywalker and Mighty Ali, these two were the only players who had to recover this major downfall on round number five. They did recover the round, and in the end, in second half, they did ended up winning on a 7-1 scoreline.
Yeah, they did. They won it out 7-1, and that was that. So, right now, the statistics as well, not much to say exactly about the summary because it was just Shaheens having a really, really good day. I mean, look at the first kills as well for these guys. Doctor 3, but it's the first kill to first deaths ratio that I really want to highlight. Not many of their players died out of the 9 rounds, and only 2 of them. Shaheens were on the front of having the first casualty for them, or like Doctor or Caesar being the first casualty. Otherwise it was their side who since the get-go were getting the kill. So it's not only the 4 versus 5 Won't Stop Peaking were in, but also the fact that Shaheen's made the man advantage even further in their own half by extending their own lead and by further depleting the resources and the manpower that Won't Stop Peaking had. They made it a 3v5, then so on and so forth. But yeah, otherwise, Mighty Early 7-1, still not as much as the highest KD we have seen overall in the Nationals, which was Cobra with 11 kills and 1 death. That's the highest kill death ratio in my, I mean, again, what I have witnessed so far here, the esports club for Rainbow-Six-Siege. So I'm going to so I'm going to consider that as the record. But yeah, really good day for Mighty, Doctor, and yeah, both of them, having a really good time in the server. Won't Stop Peaking. Good efforts from these guys. Just sadly, it wasn't enough.
Since you were talking about the highest kills in this region, I still remember back then. I'm talking about the previous tournament. Like this actually happened like a year ago. The highest
Yeah,
kill
yeah.
was, I believe, it was Vinci with a total of 24 kills. I'm talking about the tournament which happened
We saw
in the
23
esports club
yesterday.
itself.
So
Yeah.
today.
Oh yeah, what
Oh,
was it? 23.
we saw
Yeah,
23
25 was
then.
Vinci. Yeah, Vinci was.
Okay,
I mean, if
25.
yeah, 24 was Vinci, and I believe the map that he was currently playing was on Consulate, I believe. Yeah, Consulate was the map.
Oh
Vinci had
yeah, I
secured
think
like
I remember
24
then.
kills. This was like way back. This was like a year or
Mm-hmm.
two, I believe. It's now it's yeah, you could say it's
Ah,
just a nostalgic
consulate.
feeling to just think about it. But yeah, Consulate isn't present, but instead, on the bright side, we will see Border being picked out on map number 2. So won't stop peaking. I hope that the fifth player would join in so that we might be able to see some great, great gunfights being made from the second map itself. And if it does happen, we might be able to see bank being opened up from both the teams.
We could have banked, but really it's upon Won't Stop Peaking to, take that action and actually move on forward. It's really on to Won't Stop Peaking to initiate that process and get started on the map of Border with the best foot forward. Again, on Oregon, these guys won the first round. Well and good. They've got to do that and a whole lot more because Border is going to be direct contact. When you look at the maps, significantly Border is smaller than Oregon. Oregon is 3 floors, and then each floor is vast. You've got attics and hallways and whatnot. Border isn't that much. Border is pretty straightforward for the most part. Again, still, tactics and theories will be involved. This is Rainbow Six Siege after all, but Border is going to be a lot more direct, which is both a a positive and a negative for these teams. A lot more direct means, yeah, these teams can take even more straight up gunfights, but also because if they can take more straight up gunfights means that everyone in the server will have to perform. They cannot have people having a below average day or sort of sorts.
Especially when I see a map like Border, I always just remember Joraz's cooked nade from the borders, like on the top side of the border, where he usually get a kill or two with the grenade itself. I still remember those moments. But yeah, since Border has been entirely reworked, I mean, there are some certain you know there are some certain sites that have been reworked in a way that it is kind of difficult for those cooked lineup grenades to work out. But for one stop peeking,
Yeah.
like I said, if the fifth player from the side of Won't Stop Peeking arrives, we might be able to see a very tight gunfight being made from the side of Shaheens as well. And talk about Shaheens, I believe the one match where they had a lot of difficulties was up against Team Phalanx, I believe. Why, yeah, Shaheens, yeah, went up against Phalanx. They did go all the way to map number 3. I believe that third map was on Theme Park. They also played Border, in which Shaheens had secured it on a 7-2 scoreline. So
Oh.
that was like, yeah, 6 rounds on defense, 1 round on attack. I believe this was on day 1. Shaheens versus Phalanx. This was day 1. So 7-2 Border. You could say that Won't Stop Peeking is currently playing fire with fire. So even with the score count like that, even if they do bring in all 5 players in map Border, what would Won't Stop Peeking do at a certain situation like that? Do they have like a different strategy? Do they like prefer having utility denials with having double, like having Wamai and Jaeger combo, deployable shields a lot, provide a lot of covers, maybe bring in the Azami, but what if Azami gets banned on, on the map Border itself? There's a lot of questions that we would like to see once the game happens to be on track. But for One Stop Peaking, currently at this state, they just lost map number 1, and if they lose map number 2, then that means they'll have much more problems in the nearer matches as well, especially from the group standings itself.
Yeah, absolutely. For the side of Won't Stop Peaking, it's going to be a lot of problems for them. They've got to make sure they at least get a single point out of this BO3 at the very least to ensure they're still fighting for that third and fourth qualification spot. When really it looks like that fourth qualification spot. I mean, the discussions were being made yesterday, day before yesterday, on the 6th and 7th play days that, yeah, for both MRCZ and KIRA Esports, their chance of qualifying, they may not qualify. Some newer teams can qualify. But Mercenaries, since then, they played their matchup yesterday. They played the game today. They're like, nope, okay. You guys were asking if we'd qualify or not. Bam, we just won 2 BO3s right in front of your face. That is, those are 4 extra points added. What are you going to say now? So with MRCZ also looking strong for a qualification spot, it's really that fourth spot that's up for grabs. Of course, as of now, no team has secured qualification. There are still chances, there are still probabilities that any team can qualify. That can happen. We've had, I mean, here at the esports club, we've had other tournaments, featuring the group stage format where you have, other analysts, on the final day of the desk, going for math and all, seeing which team can qualify, which team can do what. So we've seen some crazy stuff. But again, I myself, being a rational person, not going to go for all of that crazy math. Rather, I'm going to be like, anything can happen. Why not sit back, watch and enjoy this journey? Which is why we can just sit and see what these teams are performing, because ultimately that's going to tell us more than thinking about what can happen. It's really just noticing their play style and coming to that kind of a rational conclusion that these guys are looking strong, but not strong enough for a qualification spot. Maybe they finish 5th or 6th in the nationals. Maybe this team, they played really well in the pro series, like the 3 different editions. But here in the Nationals, they're not having the best of times, 7th and 8th for them. And then, of course, you have certain teams who every single game that they've played so far has been flawless. You have Hunters LFO in that category and Shaheens for now, teams who haven't lost even once, teams who have been having exceptional performances. So most likely those two will be fighting for that, top two seeding, who will be up in who will be on the second place. But again, nothing has been confirmed. So this matchup of Won't Stop Peaking and Shaheens is going to be most important to see how these teams will be proceeding.
And like you said, CCB, we have for every team they have to encounter like a total of 7 matches in total, right? And since we
Right.
still have a lot of matches going in from Monkey Hunters too, because they just completed all four matches, which means that they have 3 matches left to in order for them to complete. And for the rest of the teams, One Stop Peaking, KIRA Esports, Phalanx, MRCZ, Militant Esports, and Team UWU are currently in 7th and 8th
Yeah.
place. Although that they've lost 3 matches in the beginning of the series doesn't mean that they're out of the game just yet. They still have more around like 5 or 6 matches to determine whether if they have a chance to stay in the have a chance to be in the playoffs or not. That is in itself a difficult question, especially since we have a total of how many, we I believe this is day 8, and we still have 3 more,
Yes.
and still we have 3 more rounds to go for the group stages. I'm pretty sure after the group stages, after the 3 days, if I have to think about the top 4 teams who's going to stay in it, Hunters is definitely on top. Shaheens will definitely be on
Yeah.
second place. MRCZ, although they did had a shaky start, I'm pretty sure that they will go on the top of the leaderboards, at least on securing third or fourth place. And then also when it comes to fourth place, the fourth place is exactly where most of the competitions happen, right? Either KIRA Esports, Phalanx, or you could say even Won't Stop Peaking. All of the 3 teams that we see right here will have a competition to secure those fourth place if things go south. So first, second, third, if you have a lot of points secured, then high likelihood chances that you will stay there without facing any issues or problems. But for the teams who have secured at least third or fourth place, they still need to fight and ensure that they would not go even more lower, because if they do, high likely the other teams will steal your spot. And more and ever so when it comes to the playoffs, you'll be like, I just can't believe we just lost 1 point because of this one specific match. That kind of situations can happen
Right.
most of the time. So third and fourth place is usually the most interesting ones, mainly because you have some balanced teams coming in from the side, especially in this region itself. So fourth place, Kira, Phalanx, and Won't Stop Peaking. These 3 teams will have a higher competition to make sure who will secure fourth place.
Yeah, there is going to be a lot of competition for that fourth seed as well. And ultimately, okay, we are talking a lot about the playoffs. I'll tell to the or any of the viewers who aren't completely aware what will happen once the playoffs start. So you've got the top 4 teams, right? First, second, third, fourth. Regardless of who they are, let's not divulge into that. We've had plenty of discussions. These 4 teams will be in a double elimination bracket. The first matchup is going to be the first team against the fourth team and the second team against the third. Face off against each other. Losers go play in the losers bracket, winners go play in the winners bracket. There's the winners finals. Winners final, losers goes into the lower finals, and you can understand it's a double elimination bracket.
It's a
I'm not
double
going to
elims, yeah.
say too much. Yeah, we've seen, I mean, again, when it comes to Rainbow-Six-Siege here in the 2022 competitive year, we have seen double elimination brackets like it's anything, be it the community cups, be it the pro series. Double elimination brackets are bread and butter. It's only this round robin format which is brought out for the pinnacle event for the nationals to ensure multiple things. First of all, to ensure maximum entertainment. You as a viewer get to see the most amount of matches than you usually would be in a double elimination bracket. You as a viewer also, say you have a particular team that is your favorite, right? Say you really like watching MRCZ play or Shaheens play. You'll be watching those guys play against every other roster there is in the nationals, every other team, regardless of who's at which seeding, regardless of who has how many wins. Also, again, more entertainment for you guys, and that is the main reason, because it gives that true benchmark of who is the best team. If we only have a game of team like Won't Stop Picking up against Hunters LFO, and say Won't Stop Picking lose to Hunters LFO, you'd be like, okay, Won't Stop Picking aren't really good. But Now we are seeing Hunters. Now we are seeing Won't Stop Peaking play against Hunters, Shaheens, Team UWU, MRCZ, KIRA, everyone. Now you understand. Okay, Won't Stop Peaking play like this. These are their strengths. They can play against these teams, win against them, lose against them. You get that entire portfolio of them essentially. So yeah, round robin format. But as soon as we get to the playoffs, double elimination, best of 5 grand finals as well. Very, very interesting. I think Baba, I made the prediction with you only that in the BO5 grand finals, we will be seeing the map of Clubhouse. Like, I think I had said that. Yeah, that Clubhouse will be seen, not even in the veto. We will see that map for sure, regardless of who the teams are. Doesn't matter. But yeah, I really want to see Cafe. Just
Okay, nice.
one map of Cafe. We
One map
haven't
of cat.
seen Cafe in ages. When was the last time? Was it in the summer edition we saw Cafe once?
Yeah, I
Like,
think so.
it's so weird.
It's like ages. It's like joined alongside with the Tachanka and Cafe Dostoevsky. Like both the operator and the map, both of them are just nowhere to be seen. That's how empty
Yeah,
Cafe Dostoevsky is, and also a good business if you want to get some cakes. Cafe Dostoevsky, why not?
I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat that? The mic cut out.
The mic cut out. Especially mainly. No, I said Cafe Dostoevsky, right? It's cakes. You can get
Yeah.
cakes in cafe, and who knows?
Okay. Okay.
Maybe you might
Oh.
find the Chanka baking cakes and giving it to all of us. That can happen.
Man,
You know.
again, that bakery is, that bakery is definitely very lonely right now. I haven't been to
Yeah.
cafe as well in a very, very long time, but like that cafe particularly. But
You meant Cafe
yeah,
Dostoevsky.
overall, yes. But overall, we shall be going to border very, very soon. Again, all the viewers, wondering why there is delay. Like you guys saw, right? Won't Stop Peaking, one of their members sadly could not join back. Right now, Won't Stop Peaking, the players, Shaheens, and of course, all of our backend administrators, everyone's trying to figure out just the most optimal way to continue, see what can happen, see how much time can be given. Of course, there is a lot of time prior to every previous map, there is for teams to make sure all the players are ready, make sure everything is done. Extra time can be given, but again, during all of those logistics, that's what's being decided right now. But as for the matchup overall, I have to ask you, Baba, say
Hmm?
this map does go to bank.
Okay.
Let's just take the hypothetical. Do
All
you
right.
think Shaheens will still win it? Or do you think, Won't Stop Peaking will take it?
I mean, that's the thing, right? We haven't seen Shaheen's Won't Stop Peaking or any of the teams go on map bank itself. So it's very hard to
Yeah.
predict exactly if Shaheen's or Won't Stop Peaking would secure this round. But if Won't Stop Peaking secures map number 2, you could say the chances for them winning on bank is secured very high towards from their end, as because in deciders, it's more of a coin toss in the end, right? And now, folks, with our second map border coming in play, we are not wasting any times at all, and we are definitely jumping in towards the ban phase itself. This time, we won't be able to see any standard bans like the Thatcher nor the Mira, but I'm pretty sure a Valkyrie will be banned nonetheless on defense. But we will see. But we are seeing a lot of OSA bans coming in from the attacker side lately. And once again, it will be the same attack bans as we've seen, OSA and Lion on attack, which means on the defensive side, Won't Stop Peaking will just go in for a normal defensive ban, maybe a Valkyrie, Melusi, or even more so Mira. I'm pretty sure Mira is very strong on border itself, especially on the side sector for armored lockers. But about to find that out itself. But no, it will be the Azami ban. Okay, I actually forgot about Azami. Azami is really great when it comes to when it comes to giving covers from the creeper barriers. So at this point, you still need to realize that Won't Stop Peaking, they're currently facing at a major disadvantage. And I'm hoping that Won't Stop Peaking's fifth player should be available, which means that they'll have even play. I meant even playground in which that both Shaheens and Won't Stop Peaking, we might be able to have an amazing match.
Yeah, we absolutely can. And we shall indeed be having that. And yes, it is true. Kuntal will be joining us, and I believe, yeah, it has been a while since you've seen Kuntal in the server, and it's going to be interesting seeing his performance right now compared to how he was playing. He definitely had, some amazing plays early on when we started, like the initial couple of days of the nationals. Now, is it going to be the same? And of course, now it's a whole different situation for the
Defenders,
entirety
protect
of
your
Won't
bombs
Stop
from being
Peaking. These
secured
guys are
by
mapped
attackers.
down. They need border to be a must win for them. They need to make sure everything goes to plan. But starting out on attack, definitely have that advantage. Shaheens are prepping up their defenses. Doctor on the Rook, Mighty, Aruni. Okay, so these guys, they are playing area denial. That is for certain. The castle and the Aruni being brought out means that there is something that Shaheens are planning. They don't want Won't Stop Peeking to enter into the building very, very early, or push up sneakily. Which, granted, it's border. It can happen. As attackers, you don't have to go through too many doorways or too many hallways if you want to reach a bomb site. You can't directly push in there. So it makes sense why they've gone for the Aruni and for the castle. The only thing is it going to work? And of course, kills. Who's going to be looking for kills? Where are they going to be looking for kills? Spawn peaks, are they present? So many questions to be asked. You can see how paranoid the attackers are and how they're checking everything, holding these angles, because they know for a fact these defenders, they can be anywhere. And yeah, seems like an extension into security room from the side of Shaheens with the Aruni Surya gate and the castle barricade. That's a very interesting tactic. We haven't seen this before.
It turns out Shaheens are heavily focused on putting a whole lockdown towards the server side itself. You even see a lot of gadgets being presented itself. Even the barricades been opened up, which means that Shaheens have a firm control over from that particular side. Won't stop peeking. They're going on a different approach this time, getting control all the way towards east stairs. Now, since they have that, they need to go all the way towards the hallway, one single hallway where the defenders can just usually head in for an easier pre-fire unless and until if they gain control from the offices. So with the help of the Salma breach charges, they'll open up some certain lines of sight and also an entryway. And just like that, they'll start it off with the initial frag. It's Buckinator with a headshot. Doctor goes down. And with it, even with the withstand not being able to open up, mainly because it was a headshot, Shaheens will lose one of the player. And with that opening pick, Won't Stop Peeking will try to secure the side once and for all.
Yeah, Won't Stop Peeking want to move forward, but I think they will be a little, shook up with what kind of a defensive setup this really is. They're looking for that control. You can see the lines of sight being established, but no, it seems like their only concern is going to be with kills, and that's exactly what's happening. 2 kills go the way of these attackers right now. Kuntal jumps up. He's in office, spotted and killed, shot down. Dark Lord engages in the gunfight. It goes his way. So Shaheens and their numbers are dwindling. They've got to be careful about the angles they hold. It's a very intriguing defensive setup of theirs, but now it's very important they keep on surviving. Mighty barrage of gunfire, but he still takes down Dark Lord. He's still in this fountain corner. More and more attackers go his way. Now is the time he needs the support of Skywalker. Mighty takes the gunfight all by himself, but it shall not be. All down to the Jaeger. Now, we have seen plenty of clutches before. We have seen plenty of these 1vx scenarios happen. Jaeger as well is going to be a prime suspect when it comes to the operator you'd like to go for. So, while Versace says, screw it, let's not go for kills. Let's just go for the diffuser down. And the diffuser is now going to be planted. Skywalker is all alone and he will be eliminated by the ace. Won't Stop Peeking. Really good, slow, methodical attack from them, and it works brilliantly.
I like the way how Won't Stop Peaking changed their entire strategy. Once they thought that maybe, you know what, let's just mainly go with the server push, open up the normal second for armory wall, and just head into a side. It's the usual standard push that you see on border itself, right? But when you see
Yeah.
a lot of gadgets being used, the armor panels, the Aruni Surya gate that have been placed towards the entrance side towards the server, it really forced Won't Stop Peaking to go in on a different approach. And once they realize that, hey, I mean, server room isn't the only way that us, the attackers, can proceed with the push. We could just head in towards the other way. We can just open up the fountain side and make our push right from there itself. I and since the archives doorway was also, barricaded from the castle's armor panel, they even had much more firm grip control of the situation. And plus, Kuntal was playing as the Amaru, right? He had the entire
Yeah.
clearance of first floor. So the players on the side of Won't Stop Peaking didn't have to worry about any flanks nor any information being given to get a C4 kill out of nowhere. So that was entirely denied. Kuntal tried to get the control from second floor, but he was heavily met with the DMR Aruni, sorry, the yeah, it was Aruni. Yeah, you always get confused with Amaru and Aruni most both of the times, but yeah, the Aruni was still present. He was still holding his ground, but just like you said, Skywalker wasn't present to provide his teammate the support. Mainly because that if the trade out would happen, Skywalker was more likely afraid, knowing that he would get traded out as well. So he decided to stay with the deployable shield, and unfortunately, it did ended up being his demise nonetheless. So won't stop peaking. They will secure their first round of attack, and now with the second round, I believe the side for Shaheens will might head in for a minor change. Or are they going for the same side once again? No, they won't. It will be on Tellers and Bathroom side. The new site in which the border had been reworked has given a lot of boons towards the defensive side, especially the showers room, where you don't have to worry about any windows. You just need to worry about one of the hatches which is going to be present. So for One Stop Peaking, if they secure this site, I'm pretty much sure that One Stop Peaking would have a good you could say have a good chance of ending the first half on a 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, the way in which Won't Stop Picking Up playing, I gotta agree, 4-2 seems like something that can be a realistic possibility, and seems like one of those outcomes of this entire half. As for Shaheens, I mean, again, I think they'll be thinking about the attack as well, trying to make a lot of work there. But you never really know. In the matchup you were talking about, right, Baba, of Shaheens versus Phalanx, Shaheens did win a majority of their rounds in border on defense, so I think they'd want some defensive rounds as well. Only thing is, what will be the actual final tally that both of these teams will be receiving? Again, plenty of time before questions like those need to be asked up. Right now, these teams, they're still, getting a taste of exactly how the entire match is going to go. The flow, the dynamics, and of course, the change in pace. Shaheens already anticipate the attackers will be coming with full force. As soon as they see a defender, they'll be looking to gun them down. Plain and simple. That's why the defenders as well, they've got to be ready. Oh, Cobra has moved in towards... yeah, he's looking to move in towards office right now. There are defenders right next to him. He's got to be careful. Armory is his, but these angles that Shaheens hold can lead to his death. But now, thankfully, now he's got the support. Shaheens are looking to hold down this fountains area. You still have Mighty Ali, who was present but now is going to be gunned down. And again, really good coordination from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. I gotta say, they are one by one eliminating these defenders together.
And just like that, we see Shaheens just securing every single player once they had ample amount of information towards Won't Stop Peaking's whereabouts. Now, since it's all down to Dark Lord and Cobra, who is still currently making a fight all the way towards the archives, their position has to be given from the bulletproof cams, but currently no one is watching that cam at the moment. Which means that Dark Lord will be safe for now. He doesn't have any information, but one of them will be going outside. But that was just a distraction. Skywalker was still present, and he'll get away with the kill. Now it's Cobra. Left in a 1v4. Might be able to find the player from the Melusi. He will secure that kill, but he needs to find 3 more. And if they, or should I say Team Shaheens, decide to go in for individual gunfights and decide to lose most of them, it will be difficult, but not to worry. Doctor is here to save the day. Just by getting the angle all the way from outside the archives door will secure this kill itself. I've got to say, Mighty Ali's this attempt of using the smoke gas canisters as a way to block lines of sight was actually a good idea, mainly because he wanted to reposition himself back all the way towards the archives place. But the difference between a smoke gas canister and a smoke grenade is that although smoke grenade block the whole lines of sight, the smoke gas canister does not. Mainly because you can still get to see through that line of sight. And Mighty Ali, although it was a good decision to at least block some of the attackers, going for a rotate like that when Cobra is currently looking in towards the archive side was really not a good idea. But in the end, Shaheens took use of that good information, and playing to it accordingly is what Shaheens is going to let themselves win the round on round number 2. The best part about it is that most of the gunfights that had happened only happened in second floor while the site was on Tellers and Bathrooms.
Exactly. Now, this is what we were talking about, right? With the entire map of border being so direct that if you want to take gunfights, you will. And that was the thing. Shaheens wanted to take gunfights. They just took all of them on second floor. That was that. Plain and simple. They ended the round. Had they lost those gunfights, then again they would have taken them on second floor. But this time it would have been won't stop peaking being the victors. And yeah, I'm just going to reiterate that fact that on border, got to be very careful when you go for those gunfights because you will. That is for a fact. It's border. You can't always, disorient your opposition or distract them and try something extremely tactical. Some like slight subtle things you can, not completely. So that's which is why those gunfights will be taking place a lot. And right now, Shaheens, they are employing something very different with this castle and Aruni. Their tactic is to block off the map or at least delay the members of Won't Stop Peaking and pushing forward as much as possible, which I'm not going to fault them. It's a very interesting strategy and a new take. Considering border is such a short map anyways, the way in which Shaheens are trying to delay these attackers is by just, extending so much into open hallways and all, and then forcing them to take gunfights. And of course, with Envy looking to bandit trick as well. Yeah, there's a lot that's going on.
Even a cooked nade was thrown out to force Envy back out of that place, which means that the fountain site won't be heavily guarded. They still need to focus on the archives in which the charges will be placed nonetheless. The attempt of Won't Stop Peaking's push from the attack side is still the same as before on round number 1. They still haven't made any changes whatsoever. They still want to push all the way towards the fountain side, but this time they have some repercussions. They still have some resistance. Once again, Won't Stop Peaking will secure their opening pick. The hands of Dark Lord. Castle will be downed out. They have ample amount of control towards the fountain side, but how do they get control of archives knowing that it is heavily electrified from the bandits' electro charges? They still need to rely on the grenades, in which on the side of the attackers, they don't have a lot. They need to rely on the Ashes breaching charges, in which Dark Lord still finds one. So does Mighty Ali with the refrag. 3v4, they're losing a lot of time once again in a total of 45 seconds. Won't Stop Peaking needs to make their attempt, and turns out it's working out well for them. 1v4. This Doctor is left all by himself. 1v2 as he secures 2 kills. There's highly clear chance that he could secure this clutch, but it's a lot for Doctor to ask for. He doesn't have any impact nades because he has the deployable shield to provide him some necessary covers. I'm pretty sure that Won't Stop Peaking will try to head in for a plant all the way towards the archive side. With the electrified bandit charges, they can't even open them, and they don't even have any hard breachers.
Oh, nice shot from Kuntal. That's going to mean Won't Stop Peaking. We'll be getting their second round on board, and again, nice shot in the replay. So yet another round comes to an end, and once more Shaheens in this new tactic. Their tactic is good. The only problem is where the players are positioned. So many of their players, towards office. It just means the fact that they will be taking those early gunfights, and this time Won't Stop Peaking are the ones winning those duels. So Shaheens have got to figure something out. Either they position their players a little more passively, a little more compact within the bomb site, or inside a fountain and not in office directly, or if you're looking for gunfights, you win them, which isn't really a strategy. It's just you need to make sure you win them, otherwise you lose the round, kind of like what just happened. And if they want that to happen, they need everyone to step up. On the side of Shaheens, there's still some players, after 3 rounds, Caesar and Envy, no kills for them. Again, only 3 rounds, quite early, but everyone in Won't Stop Peaking is not only using their utility, but doing a little extra as well by going above and beyond and getting kills here and there, time and time again. So yeah, Shaheens have just got to make sure if they want something along the lines of that to, help them.
Objective is to defuse the bomb.
Won't Stop Peaking securing those 2 rounds is very crucial. The same site was on second floor. Shaheens, on a map like Border, they're going in for a very extended hold. If the site is being played on the first side, they'll make sure to just have at least 1 or 2 of the players just, play on the neighboring sites. Sites like on the Showers side, maybe in towards Tellers. And now, having Capcan on their hand on the side of Shaheens, they could at least use those EDDs to have some good explosive materials. Doctor, he still has 3 of them. He's trying to place some of them in towards the Teller's side, but with the shock drone still being available, the element of surprise have already been removed out. And now with it won't stop peaking, focusing on removing a lot of utilities. Wait a minute, there isn't a single player present in towards the side itself, and Docklord, he actually lost his opportunity to remove one of the players, and that was Skywalker. Still isn't available just yet. Neither does Shaheens. Maybe because they don't have any information on players' whereabouts. So yes, they know that they're in tellers, but what is the idea heading in towards Shaheens' side?
Not sure exactly, what Shaheens are thinking. At this point, we just wait and watch. Cobra takes a gunfight in towards a visa office, gets lit up severely. So, have to be careful. Have to wait and watch what the defenders and their plans are. They've got one C4 to help them, and Doctor has already expended his. So it's going to be a straight up smoke diffuser plant. Can they allow that to happen? No, Wild Versace is there. He gets the headshot. Meanwhile, you've got the rest of the attackers still outside of the bomb site. Their HP is dwindling. Side control has been taken again. Mighty Ali is still present. He's still kicking above. The T5 SMG is being put to work. His position is known. Red pings go through. Red grenades go through as well. Mighty still survives. Not for long. Only now is he shut down by Cobra. But won't stop picking, and their position is caught off. The diffuser is still with Skywalker. He can see where the diffuser is. And problem is, no smokes, no flashbangs. Won't stop peeking. Will have to take it back by retrieving it. And as they try that, Skywalker gets rid of another. Kuntal and Cobra, look at how low they are. They've got no choice but to go for the kills. Caesar is still in ventilation. 20 seconds now. The attackers have got to make a move.
Oh, it's 1v2. It's all at the hands of Skywalker. He has the advantage. So does Team Won't Stop Peeking as they have to secure a round. Cook grenade attempt from Kuntal. Will that happen? No, but instead they chose to go in for the kills instead. He finds one. He finds out the flank. And now Nomad, he doesn't even have the recovery of the diffuser. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! He thought he had the diffuser. Oh no! Oh man. He didn't have the diffuser. He forgot to press F. Press F to pay respects. That has got to hurt, man. That has definitely got to hurt. Especially for the team won't stop peaking. Especially with the whole execute itself. I was like, at first I was trying to think, what is Shaheens trying to do? Like, why isn't anyone in the site? Turns out that there was presence shown around from second floor archives. They've already opened the hatch. And won't stop peeking. Instead of using their attack drones to find at least some information towards the second floor, they just decided, you know what, everything is clear. No one's actually in the site. Let's just go in for a smoke plant and just proceed with the default plant itself. Turns out they didn't have control on archives. They even had the high ground potential, and in the end we're going to see Skywalker. Actually, yeah, the Skywalker get away with the 3 kills. Just like that.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yep. Holding the angle, waiting for it. Gets those kills, and yeah, it was the positioning of Skywalker as well, right, that ultimately allowed him to take advantage of the situation and make sure Shaheens were the one winning that entire round. So still, things are equalized 2-2. This time, Shaheens are back into tellers and bathroom. Last time we saw this bomb site, Won't Stop Peeking were not able to get into it. Every single gunfight took place on second floor, and as soon as that happened, Shaheens just completely crumpled away this attack that Won't Stop Peeking were trying to launch. They just shredded their team. The attackers could do nothing about it. This time, I think it's going to be a lot better of an execute from the side of the attackers. I think they'll be trying a lot more things, but you still never know. You've got Shaheens and their members in armory. You also have Envy towards security room. So the attackers have a lot to fight for. And some of them already on very low HP. Yeah, you gotta be careful with how that stuff goes. Kuntal, I think he just spotted where Envy was. Envy retreats even further. He wants to go for a run out. Won't be seeing anyone. And falls back immediately. Yeah, I mean, Shaheens, all they're trying to do are just distract the attackers more and more and more, take the attention away from where the bomb site really is.
Every single second they try to do that, they end up having a lot of casualties. Just like this one with Buccaneer already securing a kill towards Caesar. Is not down, is not confirmed just yet. He's still down. He's still be able to survive. But for now, we're still going to see Skywalker all the way from second floor securing a kill, and that too, it's the hard breacher. That's the Hibana being eliminated already in the early rounds, which means that they don't have any hard breach utilities to just open up lines of sight. Kuntal, on the other hand, takes a lot of damage from the smoke gas canisters, but he will still stay alive. If you take a look at Shaheens' health bar, Caesar, Envy, Skywalker, all these three players doesn't have a lot of HP, which means that Won't Stop Peeking has a lot of chances to secure most of these kills if they're trying to line them up perfectly. That can happen. Skywalker, on the other hand, he just denies it immediately. A second headshot as he gets a shot out from Cobra. Now, finding the rest of the three players from Team Won't Stop Peeking shouldn't be a difficult task, but the way how they're going in for an aggressive approach, they're just getting confused every single time. Envy secures one, revival will be made from Kuntal as he secures a refrag. 4v2, not a lot of time left. Once again, they only have 25 seconds to proceed in towards the site, but there is still a chance. And just like I said, Kuntal just gets dropped down from the wall bang itself. It's all at the hands of Dark Lord. Still not contested, but now his location will be given, and Skywalker, all the way from the second floor, will secure his third shot with the P10 Roni. And they will secure a good amount of points in the defensive round itself. 3-2. Proceed to round number 6. The site will be in towards armored lockers and archives once again. And I'm hoping that Shaheens would change their strategies a bit instead of going in for a full-on hold in towards Fountain.
I have an off-topic question. Now I really want to, see what happens. You saw how in the last round, multiple members of Shaheens had very, very low HP, right?
Yep.
You also know collateral kills, and I assume everyone knows what collateral kills are in Rainbow Six and in other games, right? When one bullet kills multiple people. What I want to know is, Doc's stim pistol, does it go for collateral healing? What if I line up two of my teammates, both on 50 HP, I shoot a Doc's stim pistol, do they both get like 50? Sorry, no, it's 200 HP now, right? So do they both get, 100 each?
I'm pretty sure that
theoretically.
I mean, here's the thing. The reason why I was saying that Shaheens had a lot of low amount of HPs is because on the side of the attackers, they have a lot of assault rifles, right? And assault rifles have a good penetration when it comes to going through walls or when it comes to, through bodies. So when it comes to a stim pistol, yes, I kind of like the concept of it going collateral.
Oh my god. Well, this is
when it comes to close quarter comp, I mean, now that might be a collat, especially with the wall bang through towards the barricade and in towards the head of Envy. Looks like Won't Stop Peeking as like if you focus on the round as of now, Won't Stop Peeking, gotta say, with this initial frag that we've seen here from Envy, might be able to see Shaheens have a bit of a problem here all the way towards the west main stairs.
Yeah, they could. But yeah, anyone hearing this as well, if you've ever tried this out or if you can try this out, go in a custom, let me know what the result is going to be of the collab. I assume it doesn't happen, which is a bummer, but like it would be amazing. Can you imagine the middle of an esports match? Oof. But regardless, right now, Envy is gone. Caesar still on 0 kills after 5 rounds. Envy as well won. Some people of Shaheens really have got to make sure, they start putting in the work. I mean, even for Won't Stop Peeking, Buccaneer only has 2 kills to his name. So there's got to be a higher team effort being put in from every single member out there, because this is a very frag-oriented matchup. There's a reason why I'm mentioning the scoreboard a lot, is because kills are going to matter. Kind of like, okay, yeah, to a certain extent, majority of matches in the Nationals. But here, it's more important than ever. And as I say that, Caesar finally starts things off, gets a headshot, and it's Cobra, the killer himself, the person who took the first kill. is now soon to follow. So 2 graves to be made for the 2 players that have died right now, but plenty more to follow, primarily because of the fact that yeah, the execute has got to happen, you know, very very quickly. Won't stop peeking. Less than a minute remaining. The bandit tricking is still successful from Skywalker. Kuntal wants to eliminate this bandit, trying his best. Skywalker himself is oriented. The Zofia pushes through, but there is a crossfire, and Kuntal also goes down now.
And that crossfire literally did save Skywalker his life, and even more so, the control on the situation won't stop peaking. Once for a moment I thought that they had the advantage. Well, turns out they don't have any advantage at all. Mighty needs to be careful with the peak being made all the way from Archive's window. At least they'll have some information regarding players' whereabouts. Ooh, long range gunfight from Dark Lord. Succeed in removing Doctor out, but they're losing a lot of time once again. And since Skywalker is still alive, so does Buckinator, who will secure one. Equalize it in a 2v2. Pistol shots, and it's Ishan who will get away with the kill. Now it's 1v1. Caesar, the flick with the UMP will secure Shaheens round number 6. What was that flick? That the first and the second. And just like that, Shaheens will end the first half at a major advantage here, folks. 4-2 will be the score line, and what a performance are we seeing here from Caesar's end.
You know, towards the very end, I'm not completely sure exactly what happened from the side of Won't Stop Peeking, because they didn't have the diffuser. They just pushed the bomb side. And Caesar was like, okay, in the one round where CCV says no kills, well, bam, shut up, 4K for me. That's that. But yeah, still exceptional round from his end. No collateral. But yeah, 4 kills for him, 4 rounds for Shaheens. Not sure what the plan from Won't Stop Peeking was. I guess they just wanted to go for the frags at the very end. I don't know. It was hasty what their plan was. Regardless, half is over. Side swap is now happening. Shaheens have a 2-round advantage, and now they're the ones on attack. So this is opposite of what, you know, Baba, both of us were thinking after, like, during the first half. We thought Won't Stop Peeking may have the 4 rounds, Shaheens may be on that back foot. But really, no. It's Won't Stop Peeking who are trailing, and these guys, they've got to get a groove on, because yet again, they can't let Shaheens get more of the momentum. These guys have just won, you know, multiple rounds on defense. The advantage is with them. Everything needs to be stopped. Everything needs to be put to an end from the side of WSP, and then they can start with their own defense, and then they can start, you know, with their own defensive setups. And speaking of defensive setup, my god, the utility dump over here. Banshee, Jammer, Jaeger ADS, and a kill to follow. So, seems like everything is working so far.
Currently, you could see that when it comes to the control towards second floor army lockers, that particular wall is fully protected. Which means that having control in towards server room will be the biggest concern towards Shaheens' end. Looks like they'll do exactly that. 1 kill will be given. Buckinator will be going out as of now. Since they only have a minute and 50 seconds left for them to proceed with the push, what would be their response? And let's not forget, this second half will determine whether if Won't Stop Peeking's defensive hold is so good that it could help Won't Stop Peeking to put themselves not only in the lead, but also having a higher chances to succeed in the map, the entire map itself on border. The EMPs will be used from Caesar, in which opening up lines such shouldn't be much of a problem, but Violet on the other hand, very aggressive attempts. Not quite sure if this is a good idea, especially with the walls being opened up. And with the information being given, red pings being given, he'll be forced to fall back, but that was just a trap. Envy just gets away with the kill, providing just a lot of tension towards Violet's end. Gets caught from the crossfire, but Dark Lord is also present too. He will equalize it to a 3v3. Those yokai drones will be so powerful in the late rounds if they get their timings right.
Yeah, the yokai drones are going to be a very influential factor right now for the side of, you know, Shaheens. Don't go for a one-directional push. They realize that. That's why they changed their action. Immediately send Skywalker towards office, and look at that headshot. Oof. R4C this time works against Kuntal. and he's down and outed. 30 seconds left on the clock, and now the attackers can launch a proper execution wherever they want to. Mighty, like he's undergoing some issues right now. Hopefully it's not too much of a hassle for the remaining attackers. They still need to prepare something. Cobra takes down the Ash. He's holding the crossfire, and there comes one of the attackers. Mighty Ali now does he check, the closet. 10 seconds on the clock. The attackers have got to go in. Defenders are huddled up together. Dark Lord goes. Cobra takes one. Diffuser's going down. Skywalker needs to protect, but unfortunately he can't. Caesar, he sticks it, and Cobra kills him. Oh my god. It's going to be Won't Stop Peaking who win out and who shall be getting their third round.
And such close encounters from Cobra. Even though he did secure a down towards, Sky in the end. My god, Won't Stop Peaking securing a round like that was so crucial for them. Securing the second floor site will at least give some hopes towards the side of Won't Stop Peaking to secure round number 7, which means that winning this round will give them some hopes to equalize the round on a 4-4 score line. And I believe when they, went in for the push, Mighty Ali actually had some, issues, but I'm hoping that in this round that issue should be fixed. But all in all, for Won't Stop Peaking, the performance that we've seen from Cobra was just so well done. 3 kills. He was playing all the way towards the fountain. Once he got the initial frag, he decided to stay back instead of challenging those angles, because if he decided to challenge those angles, he would have ended up getting traded out. So maintaining those man count from the side of Team Won't Stop Peaking and securing the final frag on a 1v3 was just so well done from Cobra's end. And from Skywalker, he was revived. He only had 20 HP, and it could have been better to play for post plant itself. Wait for the Jaeger to push towards the site on archives. There was no need for Skywalker to just go in for frags. And since, if there was a particular operator who had an explosive utilities like a C4, impacts, or even more so a yokai drone, then it could have been better for Skywalker to push in towards the armory site. But there was no need for Skywalker to push in while there's a plant going on with the Thatcher planting in towards the default site. That should have been Shaheens' round in round number 7. And Cobra, he will get away by stealing the round from them, putting themselves on a 4-3. Now, we focus on this round. In round number 8, we will get to see Buccaneer take some minor damage, maybe towards either from Invi's end or from Skywalker. Nonetheless, the attackers are yet to make an approach towards the site, which means that Ishan was actually thinking for a spawn peek. It did fail, but he will stay alive nonetheless. The main problem of it all is that he doesn't have any sustained operators like Thunderbird or Doc, so he will be forced on at least 20 or 30 HP. Information will be heavily given from the attack drones, will detect Kuntal's whereabouts, and now he really needs to be careful in towards the detention side because he will be hunted by Shaheens.
Yep. Kuntal is still looking for that firefight, holding the angle. Doctor slightly sees him. Oh, man. Shots are there. It's the 1.5 up against the holographic. Kuntal closes the distance. Doctor just backs off. He's like, don't want this gunfight right now. We'll think about the Melusi some other day. Meanwhile, what's more important for Shaheens is the map control they're looking for. And they have gotten some decent map control, The flanks are being established.
What?
But wait a minute, Cobra, where did he just come from? Double kill.
Okay.
Now he's put down. But major problems. And yeah, yet again, Shaheens are not looking like in the best of situations. They want this map control. They want to execute forward. Sadly for them, not much is happening. You still have Buckinator and Kuntal on the second floor, towards archives. Skywalker wants to hunt them down, but yeah, these guys will just escape if needed. Problem is, for Shaheens, there's not much time remaining. Either they eliminate the defenders right now, go for the plant, or just completely rush the site without even eliminating these guys. Buckinator is still in the corner. Doctor wins the gunfight against him. Okay, that's one player eliminated.
Ooh.
Dark Lord returns the favor just as quickly as that happened, and now it's down to the SAS counterparts yet again to do something for them. Otherwise, Won't Stop Peaking will be looking to equalize this entire, matchup, make it 4-4. As for now, 2 versus 2 it is. Once more, it's Kuntal. 1vx scenario. Last round we saw a clutch. This time Kuntal wants to do the same. 5 seconds left on the clock. He's just going to go off and he actually wins it. Yet again, the clutch happens and yet again, it is Won't Stop Peaking who do it.
That default cam really did save Kuntal. That default cam. My goodness. Both of the SAS operators could have gotten themselves a win from Shaheens. But Kuntal, my god, he was met with heavy resistance. First from the doctor, the 1.5x scope, a long range angle all the way towards detention. Didn't succeed in getting a kill nor getting picked out. And that whole round had to go towards Cobra. That double kill from the UMP, as soon as he got information from the heartbeat monitor, all he had to do was just get killed. So he either had to do it in the form of C4s or from gunplay, in which C4 had already been used, I believe, in the previous round. And getting those 2 kills, removing both Mighty Ali and Envy, really did put Shaheens on a very bad positioning. Both of them were down. Of course, Skywalker was there for the refrag, but the damage was already been done. How can you open up the hatches now, knowing that Mighty Ali has already been dead at the hands of Cobra? No hard breaches, no information being gained from Gemini replicators. The grenade could have been really helpful to remove some of the players who are currently, anchoring the site. And when Cobra denied both of them, Shaheens were looking very desperate. And since the pressure got to them, especially from Doctor's side, knowing that it is a 1v1, he had to go in for the push and get the kills. Kuntal, he got away with the information being gained from a single use of default. Now that, I don't know if it's luck, I don't know if it's skill, but that really did give Won't Stop Peaking an equalizer in round number 8 itself. And this is definitely a concerning moment from Shaheens. Round number 9 already with the action phase already being used, they are just pushing. Already in detention. Now they're just making sure that they have the control on every single location too. Impacts, I believe, will be used to open up some certain lines of sight. And somehow he gets away with a kill. Ideally goes down, he runs away safely. What just happened? Shaheens, they just lost one, but Caesar will respond back by removing Cobra out of the play. 4v4, it has been equalized, and yet they need to still focus on that particular room that is in towards the customs. They're still pressuring. Shaheens are still pressuring to force one of the players from Won't Stop Peaking out of that place. Maybe Buckinator or Dark Cloud, who are still present, but it's still so powerful. Kuntal, he gets one, so does Ishan to remove Envy, and suddenly Won't Stop Peaking. They have a major advantage here. It's all down to Skywalker. 1v4. He's all by himself. Location already be given. Won't Stop Peaking. My goodness, what a response being made in round number 9.
Yeah, such an authoritative round from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. And Shaheens just can't do anything about it. Big problem for their side. So this time, I mean, there's not much Skywalker can do, just back off. Use this time to discuss within your team exactly how to proceed forward. I would even say go to the spawn and just sit there, have a proper discussion, because there's not a major way he can come back from it. Still going to be trying for kills. He is already on 12. Might as well try his luck, see what happens. But overall, Shaheens are now they're at the breaking point. It won't stop peaking after this round. They'll have 5. Shaheens have lost the advantage they once had. They have lost 3 rounds consecutively. Skywalker is trying a lot. 1 kill. Oh, downs Kuntal. That's 2. 10 seconds on the clock. No diffuser for this Ash, and yeah, Dark Lord eliminates. So that's that. Yet again, quiet round towards the very end, because everything that wanted to happen from the side of Won't Stop Peaking, they made it happen early on. And Shaheens go for a timeout. Makes sense why they have opted for one. They are in desperate need of, getting that comeback initiated or stopping the momentum for Won't Stop Peaking at the very least. Yeah.
This round, though, on round number 9, it definitely, this is definitely, this is definitely going to hit them a lot, though, for Shaheens. 14 kills to Skywalker and a total of 12 kills towards Dark Lord. The amount of individual plays that you're seeing right now from Won't Stop Peaking, yes, of course, while they were in attack, the coordination wasn't working out well. Of course, once the site was on second for armored lockers, that was the only site where Won't Stop Peaking had good coordination. But the rest of the sites didn't work out well from their end. Now on second half, we looks like we're also seeing the same thing from Shaheen's end too, mainly because of that one particular individual plays being made either from Cobra or from Ishan. These two important
Mhm.
players are just giving a lot of chance towards Won't Stop Peaking to ensure that not only do we get to recover the round, but also make sure that we will stay very strong at the late rounds itself. That is forcing Shaheens on a major disadvantage. So I'm pretty sure that with this timeout being requested, they will try to figure out a way to, make sure that none of those plays would happen in the first place. But for Shaheens, coordination is working out well, but the main problem has to be, getting confirmation of the kills, right? The drone works were working good on prep phase. They have ample amount of information towards every single defender's location. But once they head in with the peaks, once they head in with the kills, that's exactly where One Stop Peaking are actually getting the better ends of it.
Absolutely. To the side of Won't Stop Peaking right now, when it comes to those skills, they are getting the better end of it, really. And Shaheens, they've got to find a counter to it. Seems like for Shaheens, straight up kills aren't going for them like as much as they would like to. Like, still, again, a lot of kills are happening. But there have been so many times where Shaheens, were in that 2v1 advantage, 3v1 advantage, and Won't Stop Peaking were just able to close out the round. That also needs to come to an end alongside the fact that we need to see something
Attackers need to
new
locate and
from
defuse as many
these
bombs as they
attackers.
can.
They can't be going for the same thing. Like right now, it's it's going to be second floor. Okay, Shaheens can't just enter into balcony breach and then try to execute. They tried that the last time, and by the time they got through with that breach, right, they got a couple of kills. They made sure the mute was eliminated, but still they had to reposition themselves. They had to go all the way across, enter through office, enter through fountain, and then go into archives, and ultimately it led to that round loss. They've got to make sure that doesn't happen yet again. Wherever they go, it's successful, and if they're repositioning, they have plenty of time and resources to launch a final successful execute.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
For Shaheens, I'm pretty sure in round number 10 they'll face in a very major disadvantage. And just when I say disadvantage, Skywalker turns out he's going to have an unfortunate disconnect. So a rehost will be requested from the side of Shaheens. Now just going to see whether it will be accepted or not. Looks like it won't be, mainly because currently it's in action phase. If a rehost has been requested at the time of prep phase, that could have at least helped Shaheens to secure, at least Shaheens could have used the rehost, but turns out there wasn't any. Won't stop peaking. They will still continue on the side of defense. And in a 4v5, Shaheens, they still could make do with some certain operators on attack itself, Exothermic charge, the hard breachers, you still have Envy that could help them, make those vertical lines of sight. The smoke grenades are present. They could block some certain lines of sight. And since that we won't be able to see any defenders having those bulletproof cans, they still need to worry about the bandit charges, in which Cobra is going to use all of them, and he just gets down immediately. Bridge will be down. Cobra, will he get destroyed from the blast? No, he does not. He'll still be safe. But for the attackers, they will be met with two more players currently holding a particular line of sight. Now, all they've got to do is just use smokes and head in for a default plant and make sure that no C4s or impact should be thrown around from their end. Dark Lord, good headshot,
Yeah.
which you could have seen in from his POV to see that shot off to remove Envy. You still have the smoke grenades. They could use it to their advantage, but Marty Ali decides to use gunplay instead, removing Dark Lord out of that half wall. Now they just got to focus on the side. Impact nades will be used, so does the bullets to P-Fire, hoping that he would remove Marty Ali. Now here comes the smokes. All they've got to do is go for the plant, and Buckner goes out too while he tries to get control of the half wall itself. Violet, oh, she was so close on removing the Twitch, but instead Miley ID gets one. Simple kill for him, and Violet, he's the only player left. It's still a 1v2, and Doctor sprints towards that particular space, still at half wall. 40 seconds left. They could still succeed this 1v2, and Caesar get away with a headshot. Secure Shaheens their victory in round number 10. What a chaotic gunfight that we did get to see from that one tiny little space. You saw all three players from mid wall to try to contest the breach that had been happening 3 times. And now, Shaheens, they have finally managed to recover it even with a major 4v5 disadvantage. They will secure it into a 5-5 scoreline as a rehost will be requested at the side of Shaheens, which means that we might be able to go back to the caster's cam, talk about exactly what happened at that particular round. I've got to say, this is a very close round coming in from both the sides, both Shaheens as well as Team Won't Stop Peaking. So I've got to say, Won't Stop Peaking, if they secure map number 2, we might be able to see Bank be in play. But for Shaheens, they're
Yeah.
also very close of securing map number 2 and winning this matchup to secure those 2 important points.
Yeah, Shaheens have just won this round right now, and they've equalized the scoreline. That's the most important thing. 5-5. Both teams now a single round away from getting that match point. So overtime is very likely. Shaheens getting the win can happen, and Won't Stop Peaking getting the victory can also be taking place later on. You never really know. So for now, what we can do is, of course, look back at the previous round, and yeah, Shaheens just went for brute force aggression and hoping gunfights go their way. Gunfights did. Even in a 4v5, they were able to convert it so that towards the end, from a 4v5, it was a 2v0. Really good stuff. They got the breach done. The way in which Cobra as well, right, was eliminated. He was looking to bandit trick. He was successful in bandit tricking once, but went a little too much and tried a little too much. Of course, that ultimately led to his down but not out, from which he was later killed, and so on and so forth. Time and time again, one by one, the members of Shaheens were able to isolate all of these gunfights, be it Dark Lord towards the bench, towards the very back of the bomb site, or anyone else really swinging in. Everyone from Won't Stop Peaking was killed from, like you said, Baba, from that very within angle. So Shaheens were just like, we have decided something, we're going to stick to it. We have decided this is going to be the place to enter. No, we are not going to be repositioning from first floor, coming up the stairs, coming up construction stairs, and then, contesting the defenders. No, we are not going to go through office and fountain, going to archives. No, we have chosen, we breach and we move forward. We will breach and we will move forward. Good countermeasures taken by Won't Stop Peaking as well, right? Especially that impact grenade from within closet to open up even more line of sight and make it so much more difficult for the attackers to plant the diffuser. But Shaheens were still, unrelenting with their pressure and with their progression. They moved on forward, they got the 2 smokes, and eventually it was just a round win.
Yeah. Shaheens were more of like they wanted to challenge that angle very hard, right? Especially on that particular place where you didn't even see any flanks being made from server. I mean, server was hardly contested from the side of One Stop Peaking. They could have at least
Yeah.
established a good crossfire angle in a way that they could have removed all 3 players, or should I say all 4 players from Shaheens without facing any issues. But seeing all 3 players just rotate themselves back all the way from the half wall over and over again, they did it thrice. It was more of like a roulette where one person goes from the half wall, he gets killed, he gets picked out, another comes from the same place, he gets picked out as well, and the third arrives. It's jackpot. Shaheens actually secures the round and also makes sure that they would equalize it on a 5-5. This could have been avoided if they had control on servers. I mean, servers was uncontested, and plus Shaheens,
Right.
they were already at a man disadvantage, right? Especially with the unfortunate disconnect that had happened. So even with the 5v4, One Stop Peaking could have held their ground easier, right? Instead of playing at one place, aim towards server, try to stay calm. You know that they've already breached a wall. All of them are playing in towards the hallway itself to secure the plant. They're even using smoke grenades to block lines of sight. The only solution for that is to go all the way from behind, flank, and secure a kill or two. That could have helped out for One Stop Peaking to secure match point. But unfortunately, you could say that when it comes to pressure, when it comes to the sheer brute force that Shaheens were displaying right now, reaching the wall, removing the bandit with the help of the grenade, they even forced themselves towards the side. This Shaheens' push almost could have went in favor for Team Won't Stop Peaking, unless that three constant peaks didn't arrive at the first place. So Won't Stop Peaking had the advantage, they lost it, and now instead of seeing a 6-4 match point, we are seeing a 5-5 equalizer. Now in the
Yeah.
next future in the next round, Won't Stop Peaking, I'm pretty sure that they will go to the same site once again. They will go towards second floor army lockers and be like, look, we did the same mistake. Let's make sure that we won't do the same mistakes again, and make sure that we have control on servers. It's easier said than done. Let's not put all of our operators in one particular position and just be from behind itself. I believe that's exactly what is going to happen. Or maybe they could go in for a different site. Going for a different site is actually the optimal solution for Team Won't Stop Peaking to secure themselves a win or two. But if they head in towards RB lockers once again in second floor, I'm pretty sure that Shaheens will make sure to get control of it as best as possible.
Yeah, that's the thing. Shaheens are just going to do the same thing. The only thing that Won't Stop Peaking may be able to achieve is if they go back to Armory Lockers, is the fact that they get the kills for them this time. But yeah, like you mentioned, very difficult. Whatever they can try, Shaheens will be looking to counter that. They'll be readying themselves up. So difference needs to be brought out now more than ever, because this one map means a lot more to Won't Stop Peaking than it does to Shaheens, if you consider in the overall factor, right? If you think about it, Shaheens have won all of the matches they've played so far. They are most likely looking at a qualification spot either in the first seed or the second seed, depends on how their future matches go, and of course how Hunters perform as well. Won't Stop Peaking have not won all of their games, are not currently in the top four. Neither are they confirmed looking at a qualification spot. So they have got to fight it through. And again, like I said, for Shaheens, it's mainly a battle between Shaheens and Hunters now for that first and second seed. Won't Stop Peaking are fighting basically anyone at this point. They have KIRA in their eyesights, they have got MRCZ in their crosshairs, a Phalanx, Militant Esports, Team UWU, all of these teams are present, and they've got to get through them. So keeping that in mind, for WSP, this map needs to be a win of theirs. On Oregon, sadly, they just couldn't get started on Oregon. They just couldn't make through or have any form of traction whatsoever. Right here, the opportunity is there. They just overtook Shaheens after being down 2-4. They just overtook them 5-4. Sure, it's equalized right now, 5-5. We'll be starting from the 11th round, but Won't Stop Peaking can make that comeback, can come back into it, and of course take the map of border, push us into bank as the decider map. But it's got to happen. They cannot let Shaheens. They cannot let Shaheens completely win it out, because otherwise, just like what we saw in the earlier matchup today for Team UWU, it's going to be disastrous for Won't Stop Peaking. Their chances of qualifying and being able to qualify are going to get dwindled even further, and are going to get reduced significantly if they exit out of this BO3 without even a single point to their name.
Absolutely. I gotta agree on that, CCV. The way how Won't Stop Peaking have been performing, the way how Team Won't Stop Peaking have been performing in the series, although they almost had a taste of being in towards third or fourth place, knowing that there is a lot of
Yeah.
changes being made from the standings itself, Won't Stop Peaking needs to pick up the pace. Although, yes, on the first map, like you said, map Oregon really didn't favor them a lot, mainly because they had a man disadvantage. It was a 4v5 nonetheless, and they did try to, get a win or two, maybe some, out of nowhere on map Oregon. But in border, it shows promise, especially from Team Won't Stop Peaking. Now we get to know why the main reason Won't Stop Peaking had made a decision to bring in border in the first place is mainly because on defense and attack, they have practiced it well. experience certain situations. They know at what kind of situations do they need to be in certain positionings. Cobra had made a fantastic play with the pulse, the cardiac sensors, did ended up getting 2 kills from his end, that it did give advantage
Right.
towards one stop picking on defense. But on attack, there's a lot of focus that needs to be done from team one stop picking, especially with the initial picks, making sure that they would focus heavily on the objectives first. And if there is any particular rumors who are trying to annoy the attackers in a way that would jeopardize their walls being opened up, yes, it's good to focus on them, but also you need to make sure that you would proceed yourself towards post plant situation. Now, when it comes to post plant, we've seen Shaheens have more preference towards going for frags instead of going in for post
Yep.
plants, because majority of the
Yep.
rounds that we've seen from Shaheens always rely on getting kills instead of going in for post plant, and that is in itself a bad idea to do so, especially in a 1v2 situations where team won't stop picking had won countless amount of times because of that particular situation. Skywalker, who had already been down, he only had 20 HP. Instead of helping his teammates to secure post plant, he decided to engage a 1v1 gunfight with the Jaeger, and guess what? He ended up losing it. And even more so, they ended
Yeah.
up losing the entire round because of that. So, what I ask for Shaheens is to make sure that whenever there's a chance for them to secure post plant, they need to make sure that they have perfect angles focused up, and make sure that whenever if you see a flying C4, it should be removed from the bullets itself, and just wait for the defenders to make their push in towards the archive. That is the basic way of ensuring post plant and having much more success in towards the attack. Now, I could say the same thing towards one stop peaking too. They are also heavily relying on post plant itself. There are some certain situations where they usually get picked off quite, well. Especially on attack, the only round that one stop peaking had secured 2 rounds of attack was on the second floor site itself. They made their push in towards the fountain. They opened up good lines of sight. They removed players one by one. They secured the site. They also secured post plant 2, which in fact did give in favor for team one stop peaking. So all I request from Shaheens is to make sure that whenever there's an opportunity for them to secure post plant, just go for it. Just don't go for peaks. Even if there is a 1v2 or a 1v3, securing post plant is very important, especially in the game of Rainbow Six.
Absolutely. Yeah, I gotta agree. And even on the next map, right, the map of Bank, post plants are going to be given a major priority because of the fact that on Bank, you have got to go for post plants so many of the times. I mean, with how it seems like it, both of these teams, either one of these teams can take that win. So you're not really sure exactly, who ultimately is going to win. Maybe won't stop picking secure the map. Most likely, if that, I mean, of course, if that happens, we shall be going to Bank. So yeah, on Bank, on attack, if you think about basement, server room, you need to breach in from security room, get that access, and then move forward, and then go for that plant. Or on second floor, you've got a CEO office. Yet again, breach plant. On Bank, there is a lot more of that priority given to plant. I mean, there have been entire rounds and strategies and whatnot, revolving around this aspect of execution and denial of plant. I mean, sorry, the amount of times we have seen smoke canisters as well brought out, C4s being tossed, black mirrors are placed in such a way, Montaigne is brought out unironically, that too on Bank to make sure the plant goes down as well. Again, yeah, legitimately Montaigne is there, but so many efforts are made in, tremendous efforts are put in to make sure the plant goes down, which is why Shaheens right here have also got to make sure the same thing happens. And at least, yeah, on Bank. On Border, still much to go. We've just gotten confirmation yet again, just, the final couple of things are getting ironed out, and then, of course, we can jump back into the game. And from that point forward, yeah, we shall be starting with round 11. Trust me, everyone wants the game to start. The players themselves want it to start as well, particularly for the players, because they don't want this stoppage. They don't want the momentum to be stopped, and overall they don't want the entire rhythm they were in, and the entire match the way it was going, the atmosphere to be ruined. Because we talked a lot about this, Baba, like Aggressive and I in the previous matchup, where during the map of Villa, you had a 4v5 from the side of Team UWU, a rehost, then another rehost, then a 4v5 on the side of MRCZ, and that map went to 15 rounds. It went maximum overtime, and there then got that 4K, which ultimately led MRCZ to win it. That again costs a lot on a team's morale and their mental performance. Today, I think if there is a theme for today's matchups, it's probably been psychology, given how much I've been talking about it. But yeah, I've got to mention it primarily because of how much of these, how much of all of this affects the players in the game, and of course outside the game during the breaks, because ultimately that is showcased during the matches as well, right? If a player is not having the best of days, their confidence is down, they won't be performing really good. If a player thinks they're the best in the world, chances are they may just perform like it. So yeah, these rehosts and unfortunate tech pauses that you can't do anything about are going to be hindering at the players, all 10 of them as well.
Yeah, not only just the teams on the side of Shaheens, this could also include on the side of Team Won't Stop Peaking too. And I have to agree, CCB, like there is a lot of mental games being made from the game itself when it comes to their morale
Hmm.
boost, when it comes to their when it comes to their peaks, whenever they try to make an aggressive peak, they usually do so to eliminate one of the important players, even though that they know that there is risks involved. So it always heavily factors rely to that situation. And if I have to see the aggressive attempts that we've seen from both sides, from both the Shaheens and One Stop Peaking has done a lot of risks making decisions in the second half while they're on defense. Not a lot was made on attack. There's a lot of risk taking decisions being made on defense, and they did secure it. So did Shaheens, especially the final round where they did made an attempt to go brute force all the way towards second floor armory. Now, folks, with the confirmations being given, and also we get to see it from our screens right away, we are resuming back round number 11 with an equalizer being made from both the sides. Shaheens and Team Won't Stop Peaking. Shaheens have secured the round on attack. They finally equalized it. And now the side will be in towards bathroom and tellers. The same side where Cobra had secured 2 kills with the UMP with the help of his, with the help of his cardiac sensors. Now for Shaheens, all they're thinking right now is to secure map number 2 and ensure victory will be in their hands.
Yep. So let's see at whose hands the victory it shall be, and what shall it cost them as well. So jumping in, Won't Stop Peaking yet again, right? They're playing that area denial once more. I mean, the Capcom has now just been a constant in the entire lineup. You expect the Capcom and expect someone from SAS to be there, either the Smoke or the Mute. This time, Violet Musashi is going to be going for the latter one of those options. Dark Lord and the Jaeger. So yeah, it's pretty much set in stone. It's very standard what they're going for. Interesting for them to not have a castle on Telos in bathroom, which will allow the attackers to very easily jump in and go for the soft breaches. And there will be plenty of soft breaching happening, considering Skywalker is on the sledge and Caesar has got the breaching charges as well. So yeah, no castle is going to be slowing things down a lot. But overall, still things are looking very, very calm. Once we have a look at the players, we can see where they are, where the attackers are looking to enter from. And yeah, particularly for the attackers, all of these guys, they are readying themselves up. Get that second floor control yet again, and then move on forward and essentially make sure that there are no roamers. Like we've talked about time and time again, it's border, very direct. There's not much to do. It's just as soon as you see an opponent, shoot them to the ground.
And also with the changes of some operators being made this time from Shaheens, they want to go in for a much more aggressive approach, especially with Envy, who has made a decision of bringing in the Ying this time, which means that they're going in for a full-on fledged attempt of an execute all the way downstairs. I believe this will be an all hatch drop. I guess this would be. This is a whole hatch drop. C4 has already been pre-placed. Cobra also has the information with the help of his monitors. All they need to do is just ensure the plant. Oh boy, that is a huge value from that C4. Double kill. Cobra secures once more a huge important picks, and that is Envy and Skywalker. That has definitely got to hurt for Shaheens, especially when they've been in the situation twice. Their first attempt was to ensure a rush to drop all the way from the hatch with the help of those Candelas, and now Envy's gone. So does Skywalker. No grenades, no Candelas, nothing, which means that Shaheens, they only need to rely on gunfight once more. And this is definitely going to hurt. Here comes Caesar trying to equalize things as best as possible, but Dark Lord just immediately denies it with a huge trade. 2v4, Caesar drops down from the hatch, but can he find its prey? No, he does not, but they still have control on the side, but not for long. Cobra secures one. Huge refrags will be made from Caesar's end. 1v3, Caesar's left all by himself. Hatches has not been covered, and Kuntal secures the final frag as well. This is the same feeling of deja vu that I've experienced twice in the same side, where Cobra had secured 2 kills with the Pulse, 2 kills from the UMP, and 2 kills with the C4. And this will secure Team Won't Stop Peaking match point on map border 6-5. As Won't Stop Peaking, all they've got to do is just secure one more round on defense. But the two sides that they're going on to, second floor army lockers and first floor workshop and ventilation room, these are the sides that Shaheens can secure their round on attack. So they cannot always focus on those surprise kills being made on Cobra. They need to make sure that whatever strategies that they've implemented on those sites, it needs to be perfected 100%.
Yep. Indeed, they've got to make sure that, you know, it's to the best of its abilities, and there are little to absolutely no flaws in it. The side of Won't Stop Peaking, I mean, yeah, again, you know, their kills and the manner in which they find them, if they get them, that is just exceptional. Last round was really good, and the C4 helped tremendously. This time for Shaheens, like, how do you proceed forward? Yet again, that break must have been a lot of must have caused a lot of issues for the side of these teams to get back into the groove. Problem is, for them, there is no time. They need to strike back up now. They need to make sure, you know, that they get back. They, like, for Shaheens, they push it into overtime. Or for Won't Stop Peaking, of course, they secure that 7-5 win. Do not let it go to overtime under any circumstances whatsoever. That's it. And the round to act is right now. This is it. Final round of regulation, round number 12. They can't delay it. There is no chance of them being able to delay it. So keeping that in mind, that yeah, for the side of Shaheens, they're the ones who've got to initiate something. Won't Stop Peaking are very smart with where they go for the kills. The way in which they had the pre-placed C4, the cameras as well, using it to their advantage. This time, things are shut down, and this time it's Shaheens who shoot down Kuntal to be the first casualty.
This time, Shaheens securing this important pick from Kuntal have some sigh of relief, knowing that they can focus on the site clearly. Still need to be careful for Dark Lord, and especially with these traps being laid all the way towards the door side. So we need to figure out a way to destroy those EDDs. So a call will be made from the cabby, which means that all 4 place positions will be revealed via sound cues, and Ishan is going to take a lot of damage from that. A little bit of a wall bang being made all the way towards that particular spot. His location will be revealed once again. Turns out Envy will secure one more kill. All the way towards supply room. He will secure one more through the wall. Oh boy, Team Won't Stop Peaking. Start to have a lot of issues. 5v1, higher chances of a flawless round win, which leads to Violet all by himself, and a flawless round it is at the hands of Caesar, which means, ladies and gentlemen, the round's not over yet, because we are heading to overtime. Round number 13. Shaheens have secured their round on attack, which means that we are going to open up 3 more rounds in this map on border.
Oof. Man, overtime. If only there was like a line or like something to, you know, ready everyone up for overtime. Just like a catchphrase. Man, sad that
Jack
isn't.
is an expert.
But regardless. Yeah, no, I was referring to that only. But yeah, neither of us, you know, having that beautiful voice is his. I can only
Yep.
hope. But still, overtime it is. Excitement is there, but there's also a lot of anticipation and anxiety, especially
True.
for the side of Won't Stop Peaking. Because again, if you put it in the overall context, this one map means a whole lot more to Won't Stop Peaking than it does for the side of Shaheens. Shaheens are doing excellent in the group standings, and they've just increased their chance of qualifying even further by winning out map number 1, Oregon. 7-1, that is, as well. I mean, again, just the cherry on top is going to be the extra round differential they'll be getting from it. So for Won't Stop Peaking, they need to secure the win here. Won't Stop Peaking also problem is they are on attack on this overtime. When they were on attack, they only managed to win 2 out of the 6 rounds. Shaheens had that majority, and Shaheens already have chosen, Bathroom and Tellers to be their bomb side. Really interesting that they haven't opted for they didn't go for like second floor, rather right here. And yeah, let's just wait and watch then how exactly their defense goes and how exactly Won't Stop Peaking play against it as well.
Second for sight last time I remember from Shaheens, they usually didn't succeed a lot. Especially the way how One Stop Peaking proceeded with their execute by breaching the walls from the fountain side. They did ended up securing 2 round wins on second floor. Maybe that should be the main reason why they've decided to change the site towards first floor itself, because they have a higher chances of winning the site itself. So for One Stop Peaking, this site will be very difficult. So they're just gonna scan things around, especially with the help of their attack drones. Still got to be careful of Envy, who loves going aggressive on certain situations like this. Will try to put a lot of pressure, or should I say tension, towards the fountain place. In the end, a breach will be done. Informations will be set from the attack drones. All they've got to do is just find the opening pick, find a certain weakness, and try to exploit it as best as possible. But one of the flashbangs gets caught up from his own, and that is from Kuntal. Though the flashbang's already been used, but ooh, that is a great shot from Skywalker. A headshot, and with it, I believe Shaheens doesn't have information that Violet was the one who had the diffuser, so the diffuser will be dropped. So does the second frag at the hands of Dr. UMP. Looking very strong right now, as Won't Stop Peaking are slowly starting to lose a lot of players one by one. For a moment, once they started to get control from second floor, suddenly they started to lose a lot of players. Dark Lord will secure one of the players off guard, and now he needs to focus on towards Envy. Both of them has good, proper lines of sight, but instead of contesting or challenging these angles, they decided to fall back. Now, this is a good idea coming in from Shaheens' end. Knowing that the site is on first floor, they will let Won't Stop Peaking get control on second floor, only having a total of 40 seconds.
Exactly, Won't Stop Peaking. They've got bit of utility, 4 flashbangs to assist them, and a couple of air jabs as well for Cobra. But still, the HP that's going to be tickering away at these attackers. Shaheens will just plainly hold and simply maintain their angles. They know the attackers don't have too much first floor control. They know the attackers will be dropping down the hatch primarily. That's why look at them holding the angle. I believe that's Mighty. No, yeah, that's Envy and Caesar, sorry. Holding these angles and watching the hatches, watching the drop. So 10 seconds left. Let's watch what Won't Stop Peaking do. Let's watch where they go. Kuntal wins a gunfight. Now he dies out. All down to Cobra, lowest on HP, and now 6 feet under like the rest of his teammates. Now it is going to be Shaheens indeed who shall be taking overtime match point. And yeah, cool and calm defense from their side. This is where Shaheens, they like to shine. They get that initial kill. Skywalker does that, and then eventually they just convert the entire round into theirs with only a single casualty taking place. Problem is, on attack, what can they exactly do?
Yeah, the attack is in itself a kryptonite for both these teams, for both Shaheens and Team Won't Stop Peaking. And if they do decide to lose this round, if Shaheens decide to lose their round on attack, they have a higher chances of winning round number 15 itself. Mainly because Shaheens will be on defense. But the only difference is that the site, they cannot pick the first floor site once again. They need to pick either on ventilation room or on second floor RV lockers. And last time I remember, Won't Stop Peaking had a higher chances of success by in the site on second floor RV lockers. So pretty sure that Shaheens will pick in towards workshop site itself if Shaheens decide to lose their round on attack. But Securing this round will also be the main concern to ensure that they have victory on map number 2, because let's face it, you still need to worry about the round conversion rate in the group standings itself. Round conversion rate is so important, especially in the first map itself. Shaheens have already secured 7 to 1. Now that is in itself a huge upside in the group standings. So even if both the teams have similar points, it always comes down to the round conversion rate where Shaheens have the major advantage of. And even if Shaheens do end round number 15 on an 8 to 7, there might be some slight complication if the score, if the points are similar in a way that could change the whole, standings by itself. But for Shaheens, they need to focus on securing this match point in order for them to secure a map border itself and also the entirety of the match itself. Won't stop peaking. Amidst having a lot of issues on map number 1, they are fighting back on map border, securing 6 rounds, both on defense as well as on attack. Since there are a major disadvantage, they need to make sure that whatever strategies that they've implied on defense needs to work out by perfection. And with Doctor bringing in the IQ, denial of utilities will be so much. C4 will be used. I believe it will be popped out, but nonetheless, Cobra won't be able to get a kill nonetheless. He's the man who delivered 2 kills at the early rounds, and Shaheens are making sure that that double kill from Cobra would not happen again.
Yep. This time they're doing everything against. So, sorry, that's C4. But, well, the best way to make sure Cobra gets no kills is to kill Cobra himself. So, that's Cobra now gone off the board. Initial kill, yet again, going the way of Shaheens. And I gotta say that once more, the advantage favors the attackers a lot, because of the fact the initial kill is theirs, because of the fact that opening kill is theirs, while it also falls down. And before you know it, the entire defense, you gotta ask some questions. Where are Won't Stop peeking in this? Shaheens are looking to run away. 1 kill for Kuntal. That's about it. 15 HP. That's it. That's the thing, separating him from sheer death. Kuntal is also gone. Green screens go up. And Dark Lord is now the final person alive. Even he'll be shot down and shut down. And Shaheens shall be ending this entire matchup in overtime. 8-6 will be the final score. A hard-fought victory indeed, but a win nonetheless. And it means that, yeah, the best of 3 is over. Unfortunate for Won't Stop Peaking. They will not be getting a point in this entire ordeal.
Yeah, an amazing performance being made from Team Won't Stop Peaking. But in the end,
Yeah.
we will see Shaheen secure their round win on defense. Actually, sorry, on the second map border itself. I believe it was 7.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good performance being relayed from both the sides, both Shaheens and Team Won't Stop Peaking. For a moment, when you saw Won't Stop Peaking had the advantage, Shaheens, it definitely came down to the adaptation in the overtime round itself, right? You saw both the rounds on round number 13 and 14. They immediately realized on what kind of strategies would they use. So the only thing that Shaheens did was just place a counter to it. And since when once we saw the previous round itself with Shaheen being on attack, they knew that Cobra was present from first floor. Once again, information from
Yeah.
Pulse, and that was the only main reason why we saw Doctor bring in the IQ. Because if Cobra, let's face it, if he gets one double kill once again, just like he did in the previous 2 rounds, that could have caused a lot of problems towards Shaheen. So nonetheless, the adaptations game that we've seen from Shaheens is just absolutely brilliant, and they've ensured that they've secured both of the rounds on defense as well as on attack. They will secure a map border without facing any issues at all. But unfortunately, for Team Won't Stop Peaking, although they will have a lot of problems in the group standings, they are not out of the game just yet. They still have a lot more matches to go, and I'm pretty sure they still have a chance to secure at least a third place or fourth.
Yeah, they absolutely can. They can, win some of their games. I mean, now they've got to win almost all of their games and make sure, there's a major improvement in their gameplay as well. But yeah, speaking of gameplay, we'll be rolling in the highlights and having a look at exactly how this map proceeded. There were a lot of ups and downs in this matchup. On one hand, you had, Shaheens, who overturned most expectations in the first half, by getting a 4-2 defensive scoreline and then going on to their attack. But won't stop picking returned the favor. And well, we all returned back to the map for rounds 16, 17, and 18, out of which only 2 extra were completed. And so, yeah, keeping that in mind, really, really good stuff, It was exceptional seeing the side of Shaheens like finally be able to defeat Won't Stop Peaking, but the fight WSP gave was so much better. I'm not sure if it was because of the fact that Border is their own map choice or because of some other element, but they felt a lot more confident taking gunfights here and executing their strategies in the round than Oregon. I mean, on Oregon, yeah, it was a 4 versus 5, but even the players that were in the server, it just didn't feel proper at all. Here, it was a much better show of gameplay from their end.
Yeah, true. Won't stop peaking. Although there were a lot of opportunities where they did ended up winning those successful 1v2s, Shaheens also had their fair share of mistakes in attack is in itself. And I already talked a lot about it, especially after rehearse itself, about the majority of the problems that Shaheen had. But after round number 13, they usually did focused on exactly what kind of mistakes that they've made, and they at least made some fine tunings in a way that they could fix their mistakes. And it did it really well. It really did help them, make sure that they would secure those two important rounds. And in round number 10, this round was very shaky, and four team won't stop peaking, especially three players, Dark Lord Kuntal, including the Frost as well. All three of them, they just pushed in from the half wall itself, which means that not only Shaheens were making mistakes, so did Won't Stop Peaking while they were on defense too. But there were some certain situations where there were a good amount of memorable moments from Cobra's end, from Kuntal, and also from Buckinator, who is always on point when it comes to those flank opportunities. But also on the side of Shaheens, when it comes to those powerful first initial frags, Skywalker has done an amazing job at that. First frags, he has succeeded in winning four of them. Four first kills,
Yeah.
17 KD ratio, 17 kills, and a 69% of cost.
Yeah, it's the four skills more so no opening deaths for Skywalker. So whenever he was the one being being person taking the engagement, he didn't die, and that is an exceptional factor right there. Really, really good. Every single time a team has a player like that who can get a lot of opening kills without always having to sacrifice themselves, it's just a major plus point. But then also you have some players on Shaheens who didn't have the best of times with the opening kills, who were the casualties quite often, Mighty Early and Envy majorly being the victims. As for the side of Won't Stop Peaking, yeah, still again, Cobra, I mean, this guy was really performing very well. Dark Lord was Mr. Consistent in the way, I mean, again, looking at his rating as well, right? 1.26 goes to show he was present throughout the map at every different individual given moment, and he was going to be there not always at the most explosive moment. Like, he wasn't going to be in a 1 versus 3 clutch or the entry frag, but whenever his team just needed that breakthrough, Dark Lord provided that, and any other kills here and there that ultimately did favor Won't Stop Peaking getting those extra couple of rounds were achieved. So that's all well and good. And yeah, having a look at the statistics, really, really close numbers. Some performances that do leave a lot more to be wanted, especially from like Envy and Violet Versace. But maybe the next time we see these guys, they can do a lot more. And of course, their utility usage was on point. We saw both of them, and they did make it work.
Yeah, now as we take a look at the player spotlight itself, Skywalker, the man in the picture on the side of Team Shaheens. His most pick operators on both attack as well as on defense, Ash and the Mozzie. We did get to see him, play as the Mozzie a lot on map border itself, and the way how precise he was with the shots, securing 3 kills with the P10 Roni despite having its major nerfs with recoil increase and also decrease when it comes to the ammo magazine itself. He still delivers that fatal blow, and that is in itself a good value. And since Mozzie doesn't get picked a lot, especially on a map like Border, you'd usually prefer bringing in Mute this time. But still, he does get the job done when it comes to initial picks on both defense as well as on attack. And when it comes to the Ash, his playstyle with the R4C is just so precise. Despite him, being very confident when it comes to, making sure to get the confirmed kills, there were some certain situations where Skywalker had a lot of problems with him, but I'm pretty sure that he still ended up securing a lot of important first frags, and getting away by not getting traded is in itself a good value within. 22 kills and 1.28 rating score from this man right here. And also, how can I not forget about Caesar, who's been doing a very fantastic job at doing both support roles, the Thatcher and the Castle, claiming 14 kills and a cost percentage of
Yeah, that
82.
cost.
So even, yeah, the cost percentage itself is so crucial for Caesar, mainly because not only was he present when it comes to getting those trades, he was still present when it comes to saving his own teammates, especially with the crossfire angles being made. How many times have we seen Caesar save this teammate with just the UMP? We've seen countless amount of rounds with Caesar saving their teams one round at a time. So if I have to
Right.
talk about the real MVP on the round when it comes to saving teammates, I definitely have to give to Caesar.
Absolutely, I gotta agree with you on that one. Yeah, the saving teammates rate is really good as well, and overall, just maintaining and making sure that everyone in the roster was doing their roles. And again, killing is going to be a priority for most teams, but essentially ensuring that all the other factors are tended to and looked after is also going to be important. Again, Siege is a very, very, very dynamic game. But overall, the two BO2s are the two best of threes of the day come to an end. And now we can have a look at the updated group standings and we can see exactly where all these teams stand after the matches.
Oh,
Hunters
boy.
LFO, 4 games played, 4 wins, 8 points. Shaheens completely mirroring them. Next up, you have got MRCZ. Yes, they have played 4 matches, but they have lost a best of three. That's why they are point down, but still looking very, very strong. KIRA Esports only slightly trailing, but these teams, they are looking really good. And with every team now being on equal points, now this is a true showing on which team stands where.
Yeah. If you take a look at the matches played itself, all 8 teams have played 4 matches, which means that a total of 7 still have 3 more matches left, right? 3 more matches
Yeah.
left, which will happen in the next future days, which will happen for the South Asian Nationals. But for Shaheens and Hunters LFO, my goodness, look at the equalizer here, CCB. 8 points, 8 points.
Yep.
The main difference had to be the round conversion rate in itself. But all, all in all, we will see MercenarieZ and KIRA Esports secure third and fourth place respectively. But for One Stop Peaking, they still have 3 more matches, which means that they still have a lot more chances to secure that fourth place. But the competition, especially in the standing itself, is an all-time high. Let's not forget the MVP of the series will at least receive $500, 500 US dollars. So they will definitely keep looking for that, but they mainly have to focus on making sure that they would stay on towards the qualifiers itself. But for now, folks, we just have to end the stream for now. Hope you guys enjoyed it. This will be me, Baba Gusta, with alongside I have CCV, also on the observers and assassin, and also on the admins end. We will see you guys in tomorrow. Until then, stay safe and good night.
Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
Don't while.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. fresh on the scene. Back out 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 fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Won't you tell me something new? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
on the scene. Back out fresh 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 on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that testify back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that testify back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Oh, won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that testify back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that testify back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone again, then I stop myself for a while.